dzirdu, jo dzirdu muzonas skanēja, un dzirdu arī talkback. Mūziku dzirdēju, tagad vairs neskan. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, jep. Jā, un muzonas arī. Viss iet.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's hopefully going to be a marvellous day out here at Carnham Oval, but those pitches are a little bit alarming. There's good news and bad news. The covers are off. That is the good news, thankfully, that the covers have finally come off. You can see a lot of the staff members and the Carnham Oval faithful, Jay and his crew with the blowers who are trying to basically get the field dry next to the wicket dry. Welcome up to the comm box. So the covers are off. That's the good news. The bad news is it's not fit for play just yet. So what I'm hearing is that the next inspection is going to be at 12:15 p.m. That's in a little around 30-35 minutes. The cut-off time for this game, 12:55 as well. So the time frames are getting squeezed a little bit, and obviously Sweden and Jersey desperately want to play this game. Sweden started magnificently yesterday with 2 wins. Jersey showing glimpses of what they can do. So yeah, Mother Nature sometimes wreaks havoc with the cricket gods, and yeah, I hope we get some action. The forecast today is a little bit tricky for this first game. We are just waiting for the next inspection at 12:15. If it doesn't end up coming to fruition and us playing this game, it will be 2 points shared each, which also has ramifications for other teams who might be in relegation zones and so on. So that is the announcement at the moment. We will be back in a little over 30 minutes, hopefully with some good news for you. In the meantime, it's time for an ECN Classic. And I've heard it's the Jersey boys who took on my boys Spain not too long ago. I hope you enjoyed the ECN Classic, and we'll be back in a little over 30 minutes. Bye for now.
Españoles, sí, somos españoles. What a proud moment that is for the two sets of teams representing their countries, ready to do battle. And just to remind you that the news from the middle earlier was that Jersey winning the toss and electing to take the field. So Spain will be batting first. And as the teams go out there, let's remind you of how the teams booked their place here in Championship Week. Remember that Jersey, they had to come and get a win over Guernsey in match number 12 in the qualifier, 164 to 126. And Charlie Brennan, 59 of 26, and Asa Tribe, the man who's leading the side this time, 34 of 18, led the way. We saw some brilliant bowling from Toby Britton, the youngster, 3 for 11. And then in the final, Chase Belgium's 105 and did it with 20 balls to go. Charles Purchard, who's missing from the action today, is due to be arriving tomorrow. The captain, the normal captain, took 3 for 26 in the player of the match performance. Spain, well, they had a difficult tussle against France, but once again, France putting big runs on the board, Spain getting them. Awais Ahmed, 31 not out of 9 deliveries when Spain really needed him to perform, winning with 7 balls to go, chasing 146. And then in that final against France, restricting France just to 97. And a great bowling from Hamza Salim Dar, 3 for 8. And it was Spain who got there with 13 balls to go. The win percent going towards Jersey, 55% to 45. And that, of course, is all based on the form that these teams have been on in the group stages. But look, both of these teams went through those group stages without dropping a match. So in this championship so far, they do have a 100% record. One of them will win, one will lose. Who will it be? Will that win percentage be correct? Well, we'll have to wait and see. A bit of tension around the ground as well, of course. Get a win here, and you're on your way in Championship Week. Daniel Dorkaye and Mohamed Yassin are the batters. Samaroa starts and sneaks one in outside the off. Coming this week from Cooper's Hill end. Yeah, that's just inside for me. Good delivery and good shape from Julius Samaroa, the bowler. And this one's cracked in the air, and it's going to be a wicket. It's Daniel Dorkaye will go, and he'll go without scoring. It's going to be a 2-ball tuck, and Samaroa gets the wicket. Goes to try and get this over the man in the 30-yard circle in the point area. Doesn't get it right, doesn't make the cleaners of contact, and that's a big loss for Spain. In the absence of Mohamed Babar not playing, that is huge. Babar, he was the leading run scorer for Spain, 201 runs. He was the third highest in Group A, but he doesn't feature in Championship Week, so that means that DDC becomes pretty key, but he's going to go for a 2-ball duck. A good catch taken by young Theo Pullman there at point, and that is the end of the Spanish captain without scoring. It's a disastrous start for Spain. No runs on the board, 1 wicket down, and it's a Samaroa that gets the wicket. New batter that comes out to the middle is Babar Khan. And, well, he certainly was the people's favourites in their group. And, no, he doesn't start with a run. It's a good delivery. Great start by Samaroa here, keeping the ball just outside the off stump, bowling a good length as well, not giving anything to the batters to drive. Jersey's top bowler missing, of course, from the attack. This one's gone through the keeper. Look at the bounce on this. Keep an eye on the umpire. That will be signalled as byes. I mean, that's a cracking delivery. Just watch this one go. It just takes off, but that's the areas. It's that heavy length, we like to call it, which a lot of batters, especially batters around Europe, not used to this sort of delivery that comes up to around about chest height. So no issues with the height. It's under the shoulder, so it won't be called one for the over. Good areas. So the first run's on the board, courtesy of extras, 1 by. Yassin called into the squad in the absence of Mohamed Babar. And he starts nicely. 4 carreras. Así, así, así. Adelante, España. Bueno golpe. Beautifully timed. There is fingertips there from the fielder. Does really well. Does Patrick Gorge. But he's not able to stop this one. It's beautifully timed. A lovely shot. Well, welcome to the Euros of cricket. To Mohamed Yassin. Now he gets a slightly shorter one, but no run this time. And that'll be the end of the first over here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It is Championship Week. This is the first match. And Spain being put into bat are 5 for 1 at the end of the first. We take a look back at how these teams got here. You can see all the group winners there from Group A to F. And also, we will see the reigning champions Netherlands today as well. They're playing the next match, and they've got a tricky start against Team Italia. So welcome to the reigning champions, the Netherlands 11. Let's see how they fare. Got a good start this from Jersey. Remember, they are missing their normal captain, Charles Perchard. He was the leading wicket taker for them. Wow, inside edge, going to be 4 runs. Hay poca suerte ahí. Suerte, suerte, suerte por Babar Khan. He gets off the mark with a lucky inside edge. Not convincing. Just watch this. Could have quite easily played this back onto his stumps. George Richardson, the bowler. Back to his mark. And this is high up in the air. It's another opportunity. And it will get taken. No mistakes there at all from Jonty Jenner. Jenner takes the catch. And that's going to be the end of Baba Khan. Once again, it's that heavy ball. They're not getting anything to drive. He's having to play this on the back foot. Doesn't get good balance. Doesn't get good shape. Head goes up in the air. Ball goes up in the air. Jenner takes the catch. And Richardson takes the second wicket. Spain, 9 for 2. And Jenner making no mistake here. And Richardson getting the wicket. And it will be the end of Babar, who goes for 4 of 4 deliveries. And that 4 was not convincing. It was an inside edge as well. So another big wicket to fall. Yasir Ali, number 4 batter, comes in. Played some very important roles for Espana in the past with bat and with ball. Comes out to face Richardson. Remember, plenty more bowlers in that jersey attack. Perchard not here, took 9 wickets. Toby Britton took 8. Theo Pulmer took 7. Those 2 are in this attack. So a lot of work to do here for Spain. Oh, great delivery. What a seed this is. Yasir plays and misses. This ball comes in and moves away. I have to say that this end, playing really well. Normally, I tend to say that the ball probably, if anything, stays maybe a little bit lower from this end. Probably hasn't got as much bounce as from the lake end, but it doesn't seem to be that way at the moment. And that's that shorter one, and a swing and miss places really early. Does Yasir is another dot. Shaky start from Spain, 2 wickets down, just 9 on the board.
Really like to miss, boy. On to me now, Georgie.
Well, he gets hold of this, but there's a fielder out there, and it's gone. They set the trap, and Yasir Ali falls for it. It's another one that goes hook, line, and sinker. Richardson takes his second wicket in the over, and Yasir just doesn't get this right. I don't even think he realises that the guy there is banged in short. Yasir's eyes light up. He goes for the shot. A catch is taken, and Spain here in all sorts of trouble. I've got the feeling that there's got to be Hamza Salim Dar that comes in now. He's one man that has got them out of trouble a lot of times before. Hard-hitting, aggressive left-hander. Well, he's going to have to get going this time around, because Spain are in a bit of trouble here. Yasir will depart as well. They just sort of set him up for that one, didn't they? And Yasir goes without scoring. It's going to be another duck here. So 2 ducks. DDC went 2 balls. And Yasir, he'll go for a 3-ball duck. The catch taken by Josh Lawrenson. It looks like they've done their homework here. New Jersey, they of course, like Spain, were terrific in their group, Group B. They went unbeaten all the way through. That's not a good delivery to the left-hander. And it is Hamza Salim Dar that comes out. Be interesting to see how he plays. I mean, knowing Spain and knowing their methods, he'll be out there just to play his normal way, and that's to attack and play big shots. Into the body, wants the single. He's not going to get there as the throw comes back in. So it's the end of another over, and Spain 2 overs in. They're in a spot of bother. The score is 10 for 3. Welcome back. And if you're just tuning in, it's lovely to have you. A very good morning to a lot of people on our chat that are enjoying the action. Hello to Kai Bai, to Simon Walsh, and Maya. Farmer Rob is here as well. Bit of width, and not gets it past. In comes the throw. Good work. Good bit of cricket there. They had to take the runs on. Patrick Gorge doing the stop, gets the throw in early. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, Ibor 1, vanakum to our viewers tuning in via fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Hello and welcome. Oh, good delivery. It's called a no ball, and in comes a throw. So no ball called here. And I wonder if this is for a foot fault. Let's have a look if we can see anything here from Summerall. Yeah, very good call from Suleiman Saeed, overstepping, so free hit. Could this be the change in play that is required for Spain to really get going here? Concern on the faces of the coaching staff there. Corey Ruckers, of course. Corey's been part of our good time crew. Now he goes back to national duty, and it's a beauty. Oh, what a hit that is. That is sweet out of the middle. Kinna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es un grandísimo from Salim Dar. That is what he can do. Cracking shot. Have a look at this. Well, that's the way to deal with the free hit. You beauty. That is clean out of the middle. Back to the action. Well, he goes again. This time, this is a blazing shot through the covers into that extra cover area. What a hit this is. Hits it on the up, off the back foot this time. Gets it through the inner circle. 6 and 4. Coming all together now. Hungry for more. So, Salim Dar gets things moving for España. Lovely shot. Cracking hit. Now he gets a short one, and this will go all the way as well. Balle, balle, inna zona, shaka lagya manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, Spain off and running in this over, and it's a great pleasure to be joined by good friend and fellow commentator. It is the one, the only, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Oh, well, what a time to come back, because Salim Dar was on, wasn't he? But Summerall gets the strike back, and I was going to say it was a triple treat for Jersey, but now they've got more. Now they've got 4, and the hosts 28 for 4 in the third over.
Oh, well, after a couple of blazing shots there from Salim Dar, 6-4-6. Well, Julius Summerall comes back with a juggle-de-fate kind of delivery. Stumps have been knocked over. Timber! And that is the end of Dar. What a good delivery this is, though. It's sort of, he goes wider, angles it into the pads, and I think this just catches a little bit of that pad and cannons into the stumps, and Summerall just a little, off you go, buddy.
Yeah, Summerall was hit, but hits back. Nice little impact innings, but they kind of needed more at this stage, didn't they? As Harms up, the 4th batter to go, but what an entertaining start to Championship Week. It's Spain on the back foot right now, but we know the way they play. They will be hyper-aggressive. They are taught to kind of just forget the wickets column unless, you know, you're getting to maybe 7, 8 out or something like that. They'll just trust they've got the batting unit to do this.
Yeah.
And perfect man for the situation, Mohamed Ihsan comes to the crease.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Spain have got the batting. If you look at their batting lineup here, they bat all the way down. They really do. So, yeah, each batter's just going to come out there and try and play these shots. And this guy, Mohamed Ihsan, if he gets going, well, he's a tremendous striker of the ball. He opts to try and push and go, but great fielding. You can see Jersey, they really have got a spring in their step here, haven't they, as that is the end of the 4th over. And Spain at the moment, 28 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful weather as well. Getting a few questions about that. And yeah, currently I can tell you, it is pretty as a picture. Approaching noon in Spain, and temperature quite a comfortable 23, heading for 28. 18 in the third, so a lot better on the runs column for Team Spain, but they do lose the wicket of Hamza Salim Dar. They would have liked to have batted a lot longer.
So we've got Yassine here and Isan, two Pakai Care teammates together. They'll know each other really well. They've actually opened the innings a fair bit together. So I think they'll be pretty comfortable batting together. And this is one of those things, you need to treat it like you're 28 for none, I think, at this stage. But Toby Britton coming in. And we know he's a very, very good young left-arm orthodox spinner. There's Tyrone, well rested after the day off, I've heard.
Toby Britton, yeah, he's been sensational, hasn't he? Every time we see him, he gets better and better. He was outstanding with the ball. He took 8 wickets so far in this championship, and he starts with a real loosener. So a wide ball to start. Be interesting though. Both these batters will be looking to attack him, and we'll try and knock him out of the attack pretty early.
Yeah, went a long way wide first time. Tries again and misses. So this might be one of these things where they want Yassine to chase one of these and spoil it.
It looks like he wants to change his approach here. Toby has couple coming from one end of the wicket. Now he decides, all right, I'll try this way. He's going to try around the wicket, and this is, oh, he gets away with this one.
I reckon he does get away with one here. I mean, it is close up, but for me, it's hitting the line.
Yeah, oh, that's a wide.
But look, he's kind of followed through in front of the umpire there. Made it maybe a bit of a tough call.
Well bowled. He's running nowhere here. In comes the throw. Attacking. And has to listen to the call there of Mohammed Ishan. Yasin running into trouble. Toby. Oh, no ball called here, Vinny.
All right.
So no ball was called.
Maybe it was for, I don't know, I'm speculating. Could have been for a field, could have been for the keeper encroaching.
Free hit.
Don't know. But anyway, here comes a free hit.
And it's going to be a wide, and the no ball will stay in place. So Toby really trying to get the ball going across the left-hander, trying to keep it as wide as possible. But at the moment, that's 3 wides and 1 no ball in this over. The free hit stays in place. That's another.
Really sticking to his guns here, isn't he, Britton? And yeah, there comes a point where I think you got to kind of come back and bowl at the batter a little bit.
Still free hit in place.
He's so accurate. So I mean, he's doing these not on purpose, but you know, he wants to get right out there.
Oh dear. Well, this one could go all the way. You know, it will go all the way. Well, that's going to be a minimal, and this over is exactly what Spain needed at the moment. So, well, how many wides? I reckon is that 5 or 6 wides in the over and a no ball.
Well, I've lost count. That's impossible for the keeper, Corbell, because it's hit the edge of the pitch, but just after the stumps. And Britton, he's going to have to change his approach here. And he's young, but he's also pretty experienced for someone this young. And so it almost looks like he's never even seen a left-hander before, the way he's bowled this over so far. Let's just hope the youngster can come back here. But it has kind of gifted 10 runs to Spain here, and still we're on a free hit.
Well, that's better. Yeah, back over the wicket. I think he's better off with this. And comes the throw. So they're not able to capitalise on the free hit. But so far, that is 11 of 2 deliveries. So can they capitalise on this, Spain? They need to get started somewhere. I mean, Hamza Salim Dar got them going with 3 boundaries in the last over, but then he got himself out.
But we had 10 unhit runs before that single. God, it's very strange. Look, Toby kind of stuck to his plan, but I think now with the right-hander, he can settle in a bit more, and he's such a talented young bowler.
I can still see him spraying this down the leg side, because this is the issues. Yeah, look, that's what I'm talking about. And right on cue, because of the way he's trying to bowl, because the way his body's coming round, he's angling the ball so much, and though that one would have been okay to the lefty, it's a wide now to the right-hander. Well, he gets the lefty back on strike, I suppose, and he'll come back over the wicket. But this over, oh my word, it's going to hurt them with time as well.
Yeah, I mean, luckily there's not a long run-up. Anyway, look, he could just kind of click into gear at any moment. Let's go.
And gets played out towards point. They'll take the single and, oh wow, get fired back.
Yeah, remember also, there's one that we thought was a wide that wasn't called as well. One that went over the tram line. That one probably would have hit tram line as well, but it's hit. Anyway, it's kind of in a holding pattern now. Let's see if Spain can double down and turn this into something really big. Half the over to go.
The youngster under pressure. Hit pretty well, but the field well set here now. We are out of the power play. And Jersey will be hoping they can just keep the momentum in their favour. But Spain trying to break out, aren't they? This over certainly will help. I think in terms of runs, they'll be happy. It's just the concern will be for wickets. But concern for some, but not for Spain. They bat all the way down. And this one is going to be a chase one as well. I think that does catch a little bit of the bat. And in comes the throw.
So short. I reckon that's another one that's debatable. If I'm based on what I saw. Let's have a look at this one. Oh,
I thought he got bat on this. I thought I heard something. Maybe it was the gloves. Yeah, it must have just skims the gloves.
If it's in, it's just in, isn't it? So, well, Britain hasn't been hit for a boundary. That's probably my positive so far. But maybe that was until now, because this is lifted up by Isan up and into the jungle. Maximo. It's the 50 up for Spain, and Britain goes magical in the fourth. It's 50 for 4.
That's the hit they wanted. Boom. Shakalagia. And that means the over does go magical. And 21 or 22 come off that over. And the number of wides, well, I've lost count. I think the scorers have probably lost space in their little boxes to mark all of those down. But that's the over that was required for Spain. Jersey will probably think twice maybe here about going back to spin. And Toby, well, he just didn't seem right, did he? Just couldn't get his angles right. The length was okay, but he does get punished. Remember, with Asa Tribe behind the stumps, they won't be able to use him with the ball, but they are going to go to...
They're going to Asa Tribe.
Yeah, sorry. It's I had Asa down as keeping before, but he's not, of course. He's here, and this one gets just played away. Yeah, Asa not behind the stumps. They've actually got Elliot Corbell behind the stump.
Yeah, and he's had his hands full so far, to be honest. Anyway, look, Spain have that rate up to 120's pace now. So Tribe right arm spinner leading the side today. Charles Pershard expected to be here tomorrow.
Asa always likes to hide that ball, doesn't he, behind his leg. Goes for it, but doesn't get it right, does he? Oh, wow. He does in the end. It was just millimetres. It's a tremendous effort from the fielder. But I get the feeling when we look at this again from Jonty Jenner that he was probably already out of the field of play when he makes contact to this. So he just gets it right. And tremendous effort from Jenner. 6 runs. And now that's hit beautifully out on the op, but there is a fielder there. In comes the throw. So Spain, a slow start, but they're motoring now. They're moving now. The last 2 overs have gone for just under 40, 39 coming in the last 2. The first 2, only 10. Asa. To Yasin, who launches into this. Adios, pelota, porque eso es 6 carreras. A lovely hit from Yasin. And we know we've seen both these guys open the batting in Barcelona. So no concerns, I don't think, here for the Spanish. No, they've got 2 men out there in the middle. That can certainly hurt you. And that's what they're looking to do here. So it's interesting that they do go back to spin here because, all right, I know Britain didn't bowl particularly well, but you get the feeling that these 2 don't mind a bit of spin.
Yeah, and what he's seen it all. You know, it's been through more partners than British Prime Ministers in the last 2 or 3 years, I'd say, in the first half of this innings. But he's still there, and that was nicely picked up over the leg side. Spain fighting on despite those 4 wickets in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look at the score here. Doing really well. So already Spain will feel that they're on sort of 140 or more if this partnership keeps progressing. So Jersey, they need a wicket here. Need to break this partnership. Asa having a look around, checking his field.
All right. So still 2 to come.
Oh, that's pretty full. It's high up in the air now. Catch should be taken, but it's been called on the field of play. No ball has been called, so it will not be out. It'll be 2 runs, 1 for the no ball, 1 for the run, and 3 hit again. Jersey, they're not helping themselves with these extras. It's another free hit. Yeah, no doubt about this one.
Waist high, so anything around the waist, big early call, and that's what the umpire's instructed to do. So, look, another free hit coming up, and still 2 to come.
Well, there's the little warning there for Asa. So the captain getting it wrong, and well, this is going to be, well, let's see what's it called. Probably going to be called 4 byes here because there was a big movement from the batter. So byes, 4 byes.
It almost bounced off the pitch. I'll be curious to see this one again. Let's have a look.
I mean, yeah, look, there's no way they can call that a wide.
It's not off the pitch, so it's not a no ball, but it's close. Even actually takes a little bit of the edge, maybe. But look, I get an unhit 4. It's been bizarre last couple of overs.
And this one will be a swing and a miss. So 16 come off that one. But don't forget, there was the 4 byes as well. It's another over that goes magical. 20 from it. And Spain are 70 for 4 at the halfway point.
Well, gives us a chance to say a very, very warm welcome to you. And it's very sad to hear Mr. Maximo with Rico for Championship Week. Andrew Ryan not too far his way. He's joined us again. Of course, Corey coaching Spain this week, but we might see him from time to time. Now, it's a very special day today. It's World Food Day.
Yeah.
And if you've been watching, you'll know that we've been supporting the Share the Meal initiative from the UN World Food Programme. I did the empanada challenge, and I said that I would donate 1 meal for every empanada I had. And on Saturday night, I did 8. So I'm going to show you how easy it is right now. I've got my phone here. I've just typed in my amount, which is equivalent to 8 meals. So it's about €6, about $9.60 Australian. And this is how quick it is, right? So I go continue, and then I do this, and I'm saying I'm donating. I just show my face. Here we go. And it is processing. It is... Tell me, I'm not lying here, right? Done.
Done.
That's how long it took. And I've just donated 8 meals. I know a lot of people in the comment section said that they would also do that. And Rico, I wasn't faking that, was I?
No,
I just don't really want to give my credit card details.
No. It is as easy as that. And
it's as easy
look,
as it is.
For a fantastic cause, you know, it is also World Food Day today, and it's great that we're supporting this initiative run by the United Nations, the World Food Programme. And, you know, it's outrageous to believe, even now in the 21st century, that there are still 1 in 9, and the world calculation is 1 in 9 people that go hungry every day. So every little bit you can do, we can do as a cricket community, makes a difference.
Making an extra special push today on World Food Day as well. And obviously we love keeping ECN free as much as possible around the world. But this is the way that we would like to, I suppose, pull together as our community and try and make the world a bit of a better place. So anyone out there, maybe in the comments section, I'll put the link in if you don't want to scan the QR code, if you can't quite work that out, so that maybe you'd like to donate 8 meals as well, because I had 8 empanadas and I felt very good eating them on Saturday night. So it honestly was as easy as that. Rico, tell them, I wouldn't tell a lie. Hand on my heart.
Yeah.
That's what
I saw it.
Just did it.
Well, you all saw it. You did it. It's done. And you know what? It is as easy as that. And then just think about it, folks. If you're going to be naughty today, maybe you're going to have a chocolate, maybe you're going to have an ice cream, but just think, you know what? An extra 70 cents. I'll pay an extra 70 cents on that. And that 70 cents, just scan that QR code and, you know, donate to Share the Meal Fund. Back to the action. And this is beautifully played. Well, we've seen some aggressive hitting, and now we've seen some lovely stroke play. Theo Pullman comes into the attack. The young man bowled very well in the group stages, but Mohammad Yassin plays a delightful shot for a boundary. He moves into 19 of 11. So you can see here that Jersey very keen to get a wicket. Will they get a wicket straight after the drinks break? This partnership has been, well, pretty explosive so far.
Yeah, Pullman. It's kind of sliced away first up. Loses the handle. This is one of those wides that you can't say that's kind of hunting the tram line wides like we saw as almost like a tactic, which occasionally can go wrong. But yeah, this game's back to about a 50-50 now.
Yeah. This partnership coming up to the 50 mark now here. And they've scored those runs pretty quickly as well. Pullman. Oh, it's going to be another wide. So Jersey just losing it. Extras. Quick guess, Vinny, without looking. How many?
Oh, no.
Tick tock.
16?
23.
Oh, no.
23.
Glad I didn't look.
14 of those in wides, 3 no balls.
I was just talking
6
wides.
byes. I mean, that's not like Jersey. That is not like them at all.
Pullman trying to cramp Yassine Faroum. This time goes outside off and beats him with a good slower ball.
Yeah, better. We haven't seen a lot of that, mind you. We haven't seen a lot of pace the first time they go back to pace after the first 2 overs and first 3 overs. I have to say that I was surprised that they went with, or the captain himself went that last over. I thought they would have gone back to pace straight away. That's what had the success over Spain. Good delivery, but well hit. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Good bit of cricket. Nothing wrong with this delivery from Pullman. But how about this from Yassin? Oh, outrageous shot.
Yes.
And I know a lot of talk, Vinny, of course, no Mohamed Baba, but not a bad replacement from Yassin. Well, Yassin, the assassin, goes big again, 6 more. This partnership now does go past the 50, 54 and just 18 deliveries. Ah, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That is class, isn't it? We see a thunderous hit down the ground, and now it's followed up by this one. That is top draw for me. Yassin Shaney's qualities.
Yeah, really clever. He's not the same kind of player, but he doesn't have to be to Barbar. They like him at the top.
Well, you can see some concern now from Jersey. They've got to find a way to break this partnership. And maybe just giving a little bit too much space here. Theo Pullman to the batter needs to go perhaps just a little bit fuller. And he doesn't seem to be getting the same sort of bounce that Richardson or Summerall were getting. And that's being favoured here at the moment by the batters. Okay, goes with that slower delivery. So that's worked for him on a couple of occasions, hasn't it? The slow ball doing the job. I mean, the masters of the slower deliveries, well, we'll see them in action in match number 2. Italy taking on the Netherlands. And that seemed to be their success in their group, Italy, when they were in the field. The number of slow balls that they bowled, especially from the likes of Rajmani Sandhu. Pullman back again. And this one is a big swing across the line. The first real false shot I think we've seen from these two. And not a bad over, I suppose, from Pullman. He doesn't go magical, but still 16 do come off it. 6 overs complete. And Spain, 86 for 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of an arm wrestle here, isn't it? And, look, just a lot of those awarded. 23, you're right about that. Way too many. You take those out and it's like a very different game. Even if it's something more normal, say, I don't know, 6 extras at this stage, you take 17 off and you're looking at 69 after 6. I don't know. Anyway, look, happens. First game. I think it makes sense. You've got plans sometimes to hunt that tram line and hope that batters chase. The batters have been really good at not chasing those for the most part. But what I'm saying is about a 50-50, and I've got to say I'm really happy to see George Richardson back in the 7th over. Just back here at all, because he's a really good player last time we saw him for Farmers. Of course, he's going to start with a wide as well, and it's kind of contagious, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, Richardson being brought back here earlier than I think what they would have planned, and the reason he's coming back is to try and break this partnership. There's no doubt about it. They've got to break this partnership. Spain now, you can see in the percentages, have gone ahead, Jersey, just 52 to 48. Got to break this partnership. And that's why he's on here now. If he doesn't, well then, Spain will be probably in cruise control. And this may be another wide. It is another wide. So one down the leg side, this one down the too far out on the offside. Bowler not too happy, but I think when we look at it again, it's a tight one, but maybe the ball just catches a bit of the line there.
To be fair, even with all the wides called, got away with a couple, I think, as well. It is strict on the wides, but I suppose trying to encourage slightly less uber defensive bowling.
Okay, this one is going to be a challenge, but I think it's going to go all the way over. Yeah, in fact, it clears the fielder by a fair way, goes high up in the air, and for a moment, I think Jersey thought maybe this is going to be the opportunity not to be, as Ishan, well, looking to cut loose as well. Well, that will help. It takes him to 20. And nice shot. Goes down the ground and gets it right. So now it's Richardson's turn to be under attack. Gives himself some room. Now, will he get the one? No ball called here. I think this is for maybe not on the pitch. It'd be interesting to see this again.
I think it was actually for the foot.
You think it's for the foot?
Maybe. I don't know. It's such an early call. Yeah, see, it's for the foot.
Yeah, right, big time.
And then, the thing is, when you move the wide line, there's a hard limit of the return crease. So that, for me, is pretty much a wide almost anyway. So you can't move the line more than that white vertical line on the side, the return crease. So more issues with extras for Jersey at the moment. Free hit to come for Isan.
And he's going to find the boundary, I think, here as well. And it may even go all the way. No, just short. Cuatro carreras to Spain. Looking to bring up the 100 here at the end of this 7th over. So they're well on course for a big score. And if they don't break this partnership soon, maybe they go past the 150 here, Vinny.
Yeah, it looks like they could. I mean, yeah, you see how close that was to being 6. And so, yeah, climbing, and never would have thought the way they were going that they'd be kind of around the 100 mark with this much time remaining.
¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡Qué grande! Vamos, equipa España. Adelante, adelante, arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 más.
Yeah, it was just straight enough to turn on, wasn't it, from Isan? And he's kind of tailor-made for this situation, like we said. Look at the strike rate he's going. 30 off 11. The 100 is up now for Equipo Rojo.
What a fight back this is from these two. Quite incredible. Came together when the score was 28 for 4. And just look at where they are now. And the thing about this is there was no nerves. They didn't shy away from playing these shots. They played the Spanish way, which is to remain aggressive, to remain positive, have belief. There's plenty of batting to come. And Equipo Rojo here at the moment doing an outstanding job. What a fight back.
Yeah, but also you got to say, Jersey have handed a fair few on a platter in extras and a couple of hit-me balls, a couple of free hits, just kind of compounding their woes. Having said that, I mean, if Spain do hit 160, let's say, Jersey, they got the batting to chase that down. I mean, they have been slamming them. But yeah, first game, I suppose, a couple of players making their first appearance in the series. Let's see if Richardson can come back here.
Full toss. I think this is called. It's going to be a 7-up. What a strike. It is the slow ball attempted. But Ishan, well, there's nothing slow about this off the bat. This is quite an exceptional strike. It is 6 over the offside. For a ball that's too high, it is a 7-up. And Jersey, after the first 2 overs, or say the first 3 overs, they've gone to pot. They really have. Too many extras, and they are being punished.
Yeah, not being their own best friend, aren't they? Jersey at the moment. This is quite indisciplined from a team that sailed through their group and did do a lot wrong. We know actually in their first day of play, I think they probably were, I'd say, inconsistent with the ball. Probably didn't achieve the standards they were hoping for, and so kind of the spectre of that returning. And the other thing is, yeah, the time ticking down. I don't see any way they're going to get back on track with all these extra deliveries.
No way. I can't see how they're going to get away with it. If they do, it'd be quite incredible. And you can see that on your display. So 6 minutes they've got to complete this over and bowl 2 more. I don't know how they'll do it. I really don't. And the extras, I think this has got to be the most that we've seen from any team. And it's happening in Championship Week. 27, 16 wides, 5 no balls. So 21 deliveries that have had to be bowled again. Too many.
All right. Another free hit.
Oh, make that another one.
So it's actually, okay, there were a few double ups at the 5 wides over, but that is now 16 extra balls physically bowled. Yeah. So it's approaching like another power play worth of balls they've had to bowl. So it's no surprising that they're going to run short of time. And I think maybe they've just tried to reinvent the wheel a bit with their tactics. Kind of, you can bowl towards the guys sometimes. And remember that we're under wicket pressure, Spain. Nutmeg.
You see, this is what I think. If we have a look at this delivery again, I think a lot of the times the Jersey bowlers have banked on batters, or the Spanish batters, these two, making this sort of movement. So that's why they've gone for that area. But if the batter stays still, it's going to be a wide. Simple as that. So it's not worked, that strategy. And that's what you're better off doing. Now, why hasn't there been more of that? Get the ball where they started the first 3 overs. Look at the line that Summerall bowled. Look at the line that Richardson bowled in that over number 2. They haven't, apart from that last 1 or 2 deliveries, they just haven't had that line or got that line right again. And as a result of that, these two have capitalised big time. And that's been hit away. This will take some stopping. It's not going to be stopped. That could be a flat 6, you know. This would be another incredible strike from Ishan. They're going to have a look at this. I reckon this is probably gone all the way. Let's have a look at this. And
Oh,
yeah, that's 6 runs.
Yeah, it's banged
That is another amazing strike from Ishan. That is a flat 6 over point. Yeah, there you go. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. Manos arriba from Suleiman Saeed. End of the over. 119 for 4.
So we ticked down as well, and yesterday actually was 9 weeks until the ECCW. We'll be right back here at the Carlton Oval. Really looking forward to that. The Spanish women will be involved. Jersey women, I'd love to get them involved maybe for next year's tournament. They aren't one of the 5 teams that will feature this year, but we did see them during the year, and they actually beat the Netherlands in the Netherlands, which was a really good win for them. I watched that game. It was a real low-scoring thriller, that's for sure. But the ECCW, the first ever Euros of women's cricket's coming, and it's coming to your screens on the 17th of December. It'll run for 6 days. Anyway, here's Britain back. And
batting, it really has.
Yeah, look, with these boundaries, that's not helping the clock either, is it really?
It's well hit, but single, but rotation from these two has been good as well, because both of them have been as good as one another. Well, it has to take a little bit of evasive action here. Mohammed Ishan gets down on all fours to avoid being hit by this one.
Yeah, it's been such a strange innings with a Jersey seemed completely in control and has kind of given up that control all in the space of about 40 minutes.
Better areas though. It's much better from what we saw from Toby in his first over.
Toby's immensely talented, let's just be really clear about that. But everyone has kind of off games and he's having one at the moment. It's how you actually handle yourself in those situations that says a lot about you as a player. See if you can finish off well here.
Nope. That's a big, wide signal there. So, once again, this is what he was trying to do to the left-handers in his first over. Just trying to get that ball in that particular area. It's swept and, well, running into trouble. Well, he gets there. He really is quick, and I thought the fielder picks his up cleanly, but he's not the best of throws, but great back it up, I have to say there, from Mohammed Ishan. And here's the throw. He still would have made it. That's sensational running.
Ishan. Oh, it was actually Yassine, pardon me, that hit the ball. He kind of was spending a lot of time spectating because he knew the throw was going to that end. He kind of walked it to the other end. Maybe a throw to the bowler could have been interesting. But, yeah, Britain one more ball. I mean, we've seen worse figures on the network. It's just, you feel like it might have cost them 5 as well. You can see they're not going to make the time.
Full toss again, and this one is going to be missed by the fielder. And looks like it's going to be 4 runs, cuatro carreras. And that sort of, well, that's Julius Summerall comes in. I wonder the height on this one. I mean, he does charge it probably.
I think that's probably going to be all right by the time he's standing in his crease.
Yeah, but the catch dropped, and that is a 101 partnership from these two. It's quite outstanding. I'll be interested to see how many balls they've done it in, but that one, yeah, is another missed opportunity. Not the easiest of chances, but you got to take it. And Isha now is on 47 of just 17 deliveries.
Yeah, it's going to be a good run chase, I'll tell you that much.
And this one is he staying in the field of play? Yes, he does. Nice catch. And a nice moment for the youngster. Holds on to it. So well done there to Theo Pullman. And the Asa Tribe comes on the ball and he breaks his partnership, but not before they, well, go past the 100 mark. But of course, the problem is, you know that 5 are coming on, well, at least 5. I wonder how many it will be. A little bit disappointed. I think Yassin will be there. He gets the ball that he would normally put away to the boundary, but that's just a really sharp catch. And, well, talk about dancing on the line. Well, that's what the man does, but quite not on the line. I say, yeah, man, it's pretty youngster, but what a knock. And welcome back to international duty for Mohammed Yassin. He had big boots to fill, didn't he, without Babar in the squad. But he's come and he's shown the world what he can do. Fabulous knock from him. And, well, this man, well, where's Ahmed? He's already shown the world what he can do. Don't forget, And he was outstanding with the bat, coming in late on against France and getting that win, chasing 146 when he hit 31 of just 9 deliveries. Spain won that one with 7 balls to go. So not a bad guy to be coming in at this stage with the score on 133 for 5.
105 or 5.2 overs, the partnership. We said they'd be comfortable batting together. Well, they looked comfortable. But then again, I think they were made to feel pretty comfortable by getting so many unearned runs in there. You don't want to harp on it, but it has been clear. You can see already the clock's run out, and that's only the 5th wicket, so you won't even get a minute for that.
No.
So it's, to be honest, they're pretty lucky to only give up 5.
Uh-oh.
We've got it. He's got 2 of the wrong batting, like one of the wrong batting gloves.
Let's keep an eye on Awais Ahmed here. I want to know what he's done here.
This is where, for me, like, the batter not being ready in 90 seconds, I think they should have a 5-run penalty.
What happened?
And I don't care if you've forgotten your box or whatever.
No, this looks like another batter coming out.
Oh, I know what he's done. I know what he's trying to do here.
You know what he's done here?
He's retiring him. I bet he's doing this.
He's retiring.
He's timed out. There's an appeal.
No.
And we said he's been given timed out.
Really?
And so, goodbye, Awais.
Well,
Oh, I would have thought it was a tactic to retire him out, but the thing is, they're already going to cop the penalty. It's not going to be a... Yeah.
It's a diamond duck, so he's...
Wow.
Well, he's not happy about it.
This
I didn't think
got everything
he took
so
that
far.
long, but
that's the
timed
first
out.
then. If he's timed out...
Is that the first one we've ever had?
Yeah, Asa, with the internal metronome of a orchestra conductor, has obviously made the appeal. And I thought this is... And yeah, you do get an extra minute, so it wouldn't be for cleverness for trying to steal a minute. Have these runs gone on yet? There's got to be 5 penalty runs.
I think there might... Well, we're saying 5. It could be 10. Because it's up to the start of the 9th.
They've started...
No, the 9th, though.
Yeah, but this is the 9th now. So they would have had to have finished the... if they hadn't have finished
the end
the
of,
8th.
though, isn't it? It's the end of... It's by the end of the 9th.
Yeah, but it expired during this over, right? So if it expires during the 9th, it's 5.
Okay.
If it expired during the 8th, it would have been 10. But wow, all right. Yeah, well, there's some runs in the traditional fashion by hitting the ball with the bat. So you can also score runs that way, and it's 50 for Isan. Brings it up with a Maximo. Right man for the right situation. Spain heating up.
Shaba, con pies todo, con pies, porque eso es unas 50 carreras for Mohamed Ishan. 53, solo 18 pelotas. Qué grande eso, jugador. El jugador de España. 140 for 6. And this one is going to test the fielder, and he can't stop it. Ken Pullman is going to be 4 more. So Ishan thriving forward. And this score, well, where could it finish on? I mean, we might even see it go past the 170, you know.
What's going on here? He got 2 teams. You think it'd be raring to go. And one's timed out. One's copping penalty runs for not bowling quick enough. Oh, wow. I mean, this innings has gone so long, they'll probably have to run out the umpires some snacks.
Yeah, just stay where you are. Well, he's a tribe. He's getting a punishment as well. Better deliveries, full. Haven't seen too many of these, have we? But just, I cannot believe that Jersey have given away 29 in extra. It's going to be more than that because penalty runs are going to come on as well. But this has just been, when you look at the score, it's been not a good effort from them, apart from the first 3 overs when they were on top and they picked up 4 Spanish wickets. How things have changed in the last, well, I'd say the last 6 overs. 1 to go. Let's get all eyes now here on the umpire as the score is 146 for 6. So there's the bowling figures, but we need to see the umpire here. Let's have a look at Tyrone, and let's have a look close up on Tyrone, please. Well, that's the better side of Tyrone. That's even better. And there you go. Patting means, well, with the palm open, that it's going to be penalty runs. And there you have it. 5 penalty runs for overs not bowled on time. So the extras keep mounting up.
he's such a renegade. Anyway, this should be gone. And start of the 10th. And Alger's going to have to go, and Googe takes the catch. So Spain do bring up the 150 with penalty runs, but Alger's going to have to go 151 for 7.
Yeah. Pullman gets the wicket, and Agar, well, he's got to just be aggressive. That's what you're going to see from all the batters. I suppose while you've got Ishan at the non-striker's end, and you've got a chance to try and keep the score below maybe what, sort of 165, 170. But I would say this, that I still wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion. We know that Jersey can bat.
Oh, yeah. I said if they make 160, might not be enough. Alja, getting lucky that he picks out the outfielder. But we'll see more of him in the second half of this game. Right now, it's 151 for 7. What about the timed out? I wish I'd been paying more attention there, because, I mean, I just thought he might have brought 2 right gloves or something, and maybe did. And they're like, well, go off and get it, don't come back.
It's a nice shot played. I think they just should be just looking for a single. You can see the stop sign comes up there from Ishan. So Matiu Rahman, great to see this guy playing, a youngster that I saw maybe 3-4 years ago in Barcelona. Doesn't time fly? He looked so promising then. I remember talking to Corey about him, and nice to see him in the frame here as well. A really good, young, talented left-hand batter and a good bowler as well.
Yeah, for sure. Plays the cricket for Badalona Shaheen in Barcelona.
Doesn't want to run.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I think you take it.
Maybe.
I think you take it, you know.
Maybe gives himself one more chance.
I take it. Rahman can hit the ball pretty well.
Sure. And also, if he's new, you want to get him facing a couple of balls, not just to be an ornament. Matty did previously share the record for fastest 100 before it got smashed. 27 balls.
Missed his out on this one as well. Now you see it's a couple of dots. But you're talking about that retired out. If it was strategic, I think it was a mistake, because they were going to get the runs they were getting.
Exactly, but also it was the 6th wicket, right? So you're allowed an extra minute for that. So Corey either thinks he's been very clever, but he didn't have to be.
He didn't have to be.
Waste collateral damage. I don't think it was retired. It was given timed out.
Timed out.
Officially,
timed out.
That's what we've seen, unless they've miscommunicated, and maybe that'll be clarified in the innings break. But seems timed out to me, first ever.
Nice looking shot, gets it over the fielder, Cuatro Carrera as well after a couple of dots. They needed that one. So Shaba, ball to go then. So looking to get 160 on the board. Yeah, do you think, I know we're speculating here, do you think he was deliberately told, take your time to go out there?
But in which
case, why would you do that with a waist? Why do it with a waist?
Because he's the slowest person in your team.
you could have sent a tip out there, giving in the bat, say, hey, take your time. If you're timed out, come back. If you're not, we retire you out.
All right, last ball.
It's not.
That sums it up, doesn't it? It gives me a chance to say, what I think would be better is you revert the timed out as to the law, which is 3 minutes. So if you're really not there, or not at the ground, or whatever reason, but then if you aren't there in the 90 seconds or 75 seconds, whatever's prescribed, then you give up 5 penalty runs, because that's how we penalise the fielding team. And then see how that just wasted more time? He's timed out, but then you have to get a new batter in. It takes forever. Anyway, what a start to Championship Week. Here's the last ball, 157 plus this.
They'll run hard, they'll go for 2. Throw should be going to the keeper here, in it comes. Beautifully done, and only the single, so they don't quite get to the 160, but still, when you consider that Spain were 28 for 4 at the end of the power play, 3 overs in, that's quite a remarkable turnaround. 158 for 7.
So, Equipo Rojo, let's just say they had some early staggers, but that is their approach, not just their approach, but I think the approach being taken on by more and more teams. They're realising that really you don't have to consolidate, you just have to be aggressive even in those tight situations. And, well, it was a fairly long innings. It took almost an hour, I think, in the end. Well, Jersey, great to have them back. You know, it wasn't quite all to plan throughout the 10, but certainly a great start to get DDC for a duck. And Pullman came in. I thought he bowled pretty well as well, like his change of pace. But, yeah, a bit of a slice of luck there for the Spanish boonie, Baba Khan. But, yeah, a couple of skied balls. Jersey, to their credit, they did hold their catches. They did get those early wickets.
Yeah, they got the early wickets. I think they bowled very well early on. It was intelligent bowling. And, you know, this was just setting up Yasir Ali. Nice catch taken there by Lawrenson as well. And at this point, everything going well. But then Hamza came in. He smashed 3 big hits. And he was inspired, of course, by a no ball, and he went ballistic. But then he was to go as well. I mean, that was a blaze, wasn't it? But he gets done here fuller delivery off the pads onto the stumps, and nicely bowled. You've got to say by Summerere, who just says, right, off you go. But then this over, I've got to say, this over hurt them. And after this, it was Spain all the way.
Yeah, it just was radar gone awry, wasn't it? Summerere, I was going to say earlier, I thought he bowled with some really good fire. I think Richardson, but he was bowling him well, but almost like a succession of intentional walks in baseball. We just saw the bowlers trying to bowl around the batters way too much. We mentioned that Mohammad Yassin and Mohammad Ihsan, Pakai Care teammates, they're ECL winners together. They certainly enjoyed the opportunity to turn this innings around. And we talked about the extras a lot, but also some cracking strokes in there as well.
Yeah, they were cracking. Look, I just want to, before people get too excited, just want to remind you one thing. Go back to Group B, Day 1, match number 3, Jersey playing Bulgaria, Jersey, 200 for 5. So they're a team, if any team can get to these runs, they're one that you can. You cannot count them out of this contest.
No, you can't. And I think for Spain, it'll be a chance of their bowling it. Well, there's Oais, who went into the middle. He was taking too long and was timed out on appeal, and that's the name of the game. Meanwhile, Jersey had their own time issues, didn't they? And yeah, Corey thinks he's masterminded that, but
he's not.
He fell upwards a bit like most of his career, I think. Anyway, that's the way it goes. And in the end, Spain, you're off from 158. I think they're definitely taking it. But I mean, Jersey, as mentioned, they've got some firepower of their own. And let's see how Spain bowl and see what kind of plans that they try to put in play in this second half. So it had a little touch of the bizarre. But
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And hello, European cricket fans. Welcome back to our live coverage here from the Carter Oval. It's Andrew Ryan here with my good friend Corey Rutgers. As you might have seen, for those of you who were keeping an eye on that classic game featuring some of the most astounding strategy work from a team leader in European cricket history, this game has been abandoned, Corey, between Jersey and Sweden. So take us through what the ramifications of that are as far as points.
Yeah, it's a split game, obviously. There's always 4 points on offer, but because of the wet surface and the sort of the wet run-ups, it's actually the sides of the wicket that were a bit alarming for the officials. They've probably made the right decision overall. The sun has broken through, but the cut-off time's in 10 minutes, and the teams haven't even had a chance to warm up. So the right decision's made. It's 2 points apiece. Sweden, look, that pretty much is going to lock them in for the double chance. They've gotten 2 wins. They've got 2 points from the rain. And for Jersey, that takes them to 4 points. They had a 1 point loss and a 1 point loss. But at 4 points, unless they get smashed later, they might be safe from relegation as well.
Yeah, there's certainly some ramifications that come from this. But as Corey has said, it's a smart call from the umpires. The positive element is, as you mentioned, the sun's actually out, which is obviously good in terms of both helping to dry the wicket, helping to dry that centre area, which is sort of the old pitch square as well. But it also looks like our weather forecast for the rest of the day is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It looks like the sun's going to peak out now. And the good thing is the next game isn't scheduled for about 35, 45 minutes' time.
About an hour away.
Still an hour away. Well, that's a good sign, actually. So now the sun will back down. Not too much wind today. That's not going to help. But we are very, very hopeful we're going to get the other 4 games in, wrap up Group D, and then we'll know all the permutations after that.
Yep, certainly will. So that next game coming up, that is Norway versus Italy. Pretty important one for those two teams. Italy came back well last night, but still got a bit of a scare from Jersey, and Norway have had a little bit of a tough start to the tournament, but came back, won their second one in a rain-affected game versus Jersey. So all to play for, as I said. That will start in probably just under an hour. It's 13:45 local time that will commence here in Malaga. So we look forward to that one, Corey. Thank you very much for staying with us, and we'll certainly be back on the air in the not-too-distant future. So on behalf of my good friend Corey Ruckers, Andrew Ryan signalling off from the European Cricket Network, and we'll see you for Game 2.
Around about the 130s, but because of the 35 extras, which included 5 penalty runs for slow over rate, no surprise really when you think how many wides and no balls there were in that innings. It's well, it's going to be a big chase. 159 required, and I get the feeling that if they don't win this match, it'll come down to the number of extras that they gave away. Spain will want to be tidy, and can see here that they're going to make a start with a Yasir Ali. So Yasir Ali will be bowling to Patrick Googe. So yes, here a bit of spin to start off with. I think this is all about GDC knowing that Jersey will be wanting to throw the bat straight away. And this one is, there's an error. Error from the fielder, gets this completely wrong. I mean, it bounces awkwardly in front of him, but he doesn't get anybody behind it. And that's going to be Cuatro Carreras. Mohamed Yassin sees this one go through him. And just watch this, he just doesn't pick it, does he? He doesn't get his body behind it. It's going to be 4 runs. It's a Cuatro Carreras straight away. So Googe gets going. Floated, and he goes for it, and it will go all the way. Balle, 6 carreras. Good clean stroke. It gets pitched up from Yasir, and it's in the slot, isn't it? In the slot, he goes for it, and he gets it. Back to the action. Same sort of area. Now the chase is on, and not going to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. That's a big, long chase for Aga. And Adam chases it hard, but once this gets past the infield, it's going to do well to get there. So, perfect start. 3 balls and 3 boundaries. Jersey, a good power play. Gets them set for a good run chase. 50-50 at the moment here from the win prediction. It's going to be called a wide to the surprise, I think, of the wicketkeeper. So Awais Ahmed, a little bit surprised to see this one called, but yeah, no doubt about it. It is pitching well outside that wide indicator. Yes, yeah. That's nicely hit. There's going to be 4 more. That is a cracking shot. The footwork, timing, and placement was fantastic. It's a threatening start this from Jersey. And so far, with 4 balls in, it's a worrying start. And now this is hit hard down the ground, and tremendous effort from the captain of Spain, Daniel Doacaye. But he's not able to stop this. That was motoring. So 23 with the ball still to go. So it's a magical start from Jersey. Concerns early on here for Spain. Yes, here, the gamble doesn't look as if it's paid off. And this one will be a dot. So dot to finish, but it's a cracking start from Jersey. The power play becomes very, very important. 23 without loss at the end of the first. Welcome back. A lot of people watching around the globe. Hello to you all. Hello, world. And of course, World Food Day as well. And a fine day also, of course, to be part of our Share the Meal program as well. Food partner. 88 matches since the Golden Ball. Are we going to get one on Championship Week? Roger Deal brought into the squad for the week. Fast bowler, bowls with a bit of pace, but can he get the line right? In comes Adil. And strays down the leg side. He's got pace about him, that's for sure, but he's got to get the radar right as well. Starts with it drifting down the leg. And, well, Asa Tribe doesn't need too many balls to get going, does he? And he's onto this pretty quickly. He batted very well for Jersey. He was right up there as one of their top batters, scoring 229 runs in the group, their highest run scorer. And, well, he elects to leave this one and call a wide. So, Tyrone Peters thinks about this one. I wonder if this is given for Hyde. I didn't think it was that high, to be honest. So, I think it has probably been given on Hyde. I didn't think it was outside the wide indicator line. One man who will have his thoughts on it is Vinny Sandu, who joins me back in the box.
Probably wasn't a wide. It's a tough call. It was going at a pretty rapid speed, and it really finished very high. Just things that went past was probably okay. But next ball will just be a single. So, yeah, one wide won't hurt you, but a boatload full might. And interestingly, though, with the percentages here, Jersey fancied after that first over. I mean, I didn't catch it at the start of the innings. At 159, you'd assume a Spainer ahead in the game, but first over from Yasir travelled.
Gets this one through. Sharp delivery.
Isn't it interesting to see how many teams and many good teams, teams are still here, are going that short ball as a genuine tactic if they've got bowlers with a bit of pace. And just, I suppose they're thinking that the batters make a few more errors on cross-bat shots. I know sometimes those errors end up flying for six anyway, but they feel it's a way that they can make the batters uncomfortable, not let them settle, maybe make them a bit more unsure about driving the ball.
And, well, this is going to be 6 runs, and it's showtime at the Cardamom Oval. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket on the Costa del Sol. What a shot. Well, that's right up there as the Andalusia shot off the day.
Yeah, well, the whole crowd will be yelling good with that one. And look, if you do bowl short, it means you can play that shot a bit more safely because the stumps are not going to be endangered with a ball that's bowled at that length. So, you know, it's kind of, in snooker, they'd say it's like a shot to nothing. You know, like you might feather it or something like that, but you're not going to get bowled or LBW. Let's see if Raja wants to go at the stumps here.
Well, he goes to wider, sneaks it inside. The batter, I think, going the wrong way here, which makes it feel like it was wider than it probably was. Yes. I think he just sneaks that in, maybe.
Marginal, but it looked wider than it was because Gooch did elect to back away, so he jumps across to ramp once and jumps back. Balance probabilities. He'll stand still and try and hit this one. Let's see.
And he hits it, and he hits it good. Oh, that is a biggie. That has gone a long way. It's a monster shot. 6 off the very last ball off the over. It's another one that goes magical. And at the end of 2 overs, Jersey 41 without loss.
Yeah, I was right. I mean, no more twinkle toes from Gooch. He just stands there and belts it. So, magical start for Jersey. 41 off the first 2 overs. And I can't wait to see all 7 teams here in Championship Week. Germany were the last team to qualify. That was on Saturday night, so they get a bit more of a rest. They'll only play in the last match of the night under lights tonight, 48 hours after they knocked the Scots out of the competition. That was the big story there. But now looks like we're going to have Matiur Rahman bowling in over number 3.
What are your thoughts on them not going to Atif early on, Atif Mohammed?
I'm assuming that they want to use him 4th over. 4th and 9th, I know they like him bowling then, so yeah.
Well, I get a chance to see this young man now. It's Matthew Roman.
Great to see Matti getting an opportunity for Equipo Rojo. Here he is bowling a power play over.
And this is hit up in the air. There's nobody out there at all. And this is going to be 6 runs as well. This is just really good batting. Not the fact that they're hitting the ball sweetly and cleanly, but it's all about knowing where the fielders are. This is a no-risk shot. There's nobody there. And he just looked perfect timing, perfect placement. 6 runs, perfect outcome if you're a Jersey supporter.
Yeah, gets a bit of movement there, Matty, doesn't he, away from the right-hander, but Tribe kind of picks that, goes over the infield. There's no outfielder to speak of over there.
This is a bit of a miscue. It's not out the middle. I tell you what, if you're miscuing and you're still hitting the ball for 6 like that, I tell you what, when this guy hits it out the middle, you know it's going a long way.
Yeah, we talk about scoreboard pressure. That one almost hit the scoreboard, but it shows you the power of Tribe. 50's up in the 50 partnership for Jersey as well. And they're making light work of this at the moment. It's a very good start, but Rico, it is only a start.
It's only a start, but, well, I was saying that there need to be 45 to 50 in the power play. Well, they've done it of just, what's that, 14 deliveries. Good delivery, good comeback from Matti. Bit of pace. He has got a bit of pace. He's a good all-rounder, Matthew Roman, but this is going to be a big test for him first up. But the thing is, though, the bowlers have got the runs on the board, so they've got runs to play with. So you've got time to get in, but not that much time, especially when these two are smacking it so well.
They've got it down to 14 and over, which I think that 14 and over might be par in Championship week with some of the batting lines we've got.
It's going to be a wide delivery and well left here by Patrick Gouge. Decides that he doesn't have to play at this one.
Hello to all of our friends in Jersey that'll be watching, and I know some of them are here. Quite a lot of noise when I was asking in the fan zone earlier who is on Jersey. There's quite a few, so hopefully enjoying yourselves. Hello to all some of the players as well that haven't been able to join us back, like Zach Tribe. I know that he's down playing in Pinjarra in Western Australia.
Miscue, but again, he's going to get over the fielder, and Baba, well done indeed, well chased. Doesn't give it up, does he? And, well, that's Booney.
Yeah, Booney can run. I mean, I almost said dialed the number for a new quote on a new fence, because Booney, he was motoring, and I was a little bit worried about his stopping ability. But well done to Baba, saves the boundary.
Slightly slower maybe, so that's the miscuing. Comes the throw, and they'll get the single here. So quick running, so 17 off the over. Is this going to be another magical?
I think Googe almost runs himself out here. Look. Here, look. Bang. Right, you can't get fantasy points by running yourself out. Although I think we have seen that once or twice before. Matti, 17 off the over. Can he avoid any further damage? Just a single here. Get out of the over. Obviously would love a wicket. Love to break this partnership. Tribe faces up.
Oh, he slips here. Now he's going to have to get going, but he makes it. So good recovery from him. Just thought for a moment he might end up in the middle there, stuck, stranded, but he gets there, takes a single. And it's another over that goes for 18. So far we've had 23, 18 and 18, which means that Jersey at the end of 3 overs, the power play complete. Again, well, 59 without loss.
Having a look at the 2 Manhattans here. Supersonic 33 in the 7th. I mean, that thing's really got motoring for Spain then. The partnership between Yassin and Isan took hold. But, I mean, as far as starts go, you can't be more solid than that. Both teams get 18 off the 3rd, but you've got to remember Spain only scored 10 off the first 2, whereas Jersey scored 41. So Spain searching for answers, and 4th over, well, as regular as the sun rising in the east, Atif Mohammadi generally will bowl this over for Team España. He's got a good challenge ahead of him. The thing with Atif, he is tall. He really gets the ball to kind of bite away a little bit to the right-handers. He's not really what you'd call a big swing bowler like some left-armers, but they set the field from the Southern Cross field with a straight fielder. You've got a wider long on, long off. So 3 straight fielders blocking that boundary. Here we go with over number 4. And the middle over is crucial to the outcome of this match.
Oh, they take him on, and that's going to be a really good shot. Now, this is the drawback, I suppose, Vinny. We've talked about this before with this Southern Cross field. I mean, good batters, they know how to expose it, and that's such a good shot. Atif left armour as well, which can make things slightly more complicated, but doesn't start that way. It's a good shot.
Yeah, and this is straight down to a long on. Yeah, you can't cover them all, basically. You're covering 3 spots instead of 2. If you want to think of it as 5 spots around the bottom of the ground.
It moves
kind of got
everybody.
1, 3 and 5 instead of 2 and 4. That one's straight to 4.
Yeah, TDC just moves everybody around a few. It's nicely played, cleverly played. I think there's, when you've got 2 batters that are looking in good form, you can afford to take the single, because if you respect a good ball, you know that your partner can put the bad balls away as well. So it's not as if one of these batters is feeling the pressure of having to play the big shots.
Yeah, look very composed at the moment with the bat, don't they? These 2 for Jersey. Good to see Gooch getting a spot at the top of the order as well.
And this is the first opportunity. Doesn't quite get it right as the bat rolls in his wrist, and the catch is taken. It's the first wicket, and Mohamed Atif gets the breakthrough, and Patrick Gooch will go for 37, and it's the unlucky 13, ball number 13, that sees him depart.
And Atif just has a very good record against good players. You know, they find him hard to time up. This is more of a little clip away from Patrick, and Roger Adil does the rest out there. You see, kind of grabbing that off stump. You know, it's a shot that if he middles it, it's going to fly into the jungle, but he didn't. It was down towards the bottom of the bat, but still, it's a very good start for Jersey and Gooch. He can be proud of his efforts, but he is the first to go. It's Atif Mohammed with the breakthrough. Gooch goes for 37, 64 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad knock at all, is it? Gives his team a good start, but just noticing that the bat just seems to have, well, it rolled in his hand, so he wasn't able to get the full impact in the shot. So it gives us a chance to see this man, Jonty Jenner. Believe that we didn't see him in the group stages. Let's see what he has to offer for Jersey.
Yeah, can't wait to see what Jonty's going to bring to the table. We saw him fielding in front of us in the first innings, and he comes with his team in a pretty good position. When you're chasing 159, you never say you're comfortable, but I do think that Jonty will relish this responsibility. 25-year-old, he's come up through the system, also has some experience in Sussex, playing some second 11 cricket there as well. Made 76 in an ODI earlier in the year as well, Jonty, but he misses the first ball of his ECC.
Yeah, this is a good over so far, and as you'd expect from the very talented Atif Mohammed. Just the 5 runs from it, 2 balls to go. It's exactly what a Spaniard needs to get back into this contest. That rate just going upwards now. Remember, they brought it down to around about 14, but it's closing on to the 15 mark, where Spain would like to keep it. Just gets clipped off the pads to take a single. Singles are not going to hurt Spain, of course. There's boundaries that they want to try and stop.
And you remember that Jersey has been a big year for them in cricket. They've got a rich history, of course, of cricket going back hundreds of years, but they were granted ODI status during the year, and Jonty, yeah, he scored 76 against Namibia all the way back at the end of March. Was that Windhoek? So yeah, Jersey have been to Africa. They've played a very good level of cricket now in the 50-over format.
Shot, really good shot. I mean, this was a pressure delivery, really. I think Jersey, they needed to get a boundary from it just to sort of stay up with the rate. And look how late he plays this. Really intelligent cricket. Waits on it, plays it late, gets it past the fielder, gets 4 runs. Not a bad over there at all from Atif Mohammed. He goes for 10, he picks up the wicket. Jersey, at the end of 4 overs, 69 for 1.
Yeah, so that was a good over from Atif. I mean, he takes 1 for 10, but in the context of this match, that could be considered a game-changing over. So 4 overs in, still 15 and over required. So you can see they're slightly ahead. I mean, it started 15.9 required. But yeah, in the balance is how I describe this one at the moment.
Yeah, and you don't always see Hamza Salim Dar with the ball, but when he does get given it, he can produce magical spells. Remember, in the group final. He took 3 for 8 in a player of the match performance against France, restricting France just to 97. And then, well, with the bat, he scored 18 quick runs to win it for Spain. And he makes a good start here, dot ball.
Yeah, so I think we saw, for example, Raja Adil really banging the ball in, but I think Hamza, he'll be a bit more what I would call traditional in this form of the game. Trying to jam in some Yorkers. Jenna will be a little bit jumpy, I think, with just kind of one single off the first 3 balls he's faced, a couple of dots. See if he can get away. Just kind of needs that big shot.
Just blasted through that point area, goes between point and backward point, screams of catch it. It was uppish, but it goes to the boundary. Yeah, you're right. I think Jenna knows that he can't really hold things back here. If he can't get going, then he's far better making way for somebody who can. And gets given the width here, and it's a blazing cut shot through the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's too short, too wide, really. And if you're going to challenge Jenna to that, he's going to take it. Yeah, maybe just hoping you could beat the bat and sneak one past his top edge, but didn't work out too well. Nice shot by Jenna. Great cut.
Oh, great comeback. And this is a peach of a delivery from Dar.
This is better. Way, way, way better. And it's kind of in that middle of everything zone where Jenna's not quite sure what shot to play. It's probably too full to pull, but too short to drive comfortably. And ends up just trying to hoik it, gets none of it. Good contest here.
Yeah, I think you try to get in that gap between sort of fly slip and a wide third man. No, he sort of does go out in the offside though. It's a good shot. I think he knew the area where this delivery was going to be. So still a good option. Gets it over the top of the infielders and 4 more runs. Look at the wrist work here. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, real flourish in the follow through. You can certainly see why Jenna's in the 3 spot. He's kind of a like-for-like replacement for Zach Tribe, who we mentioned was here earlier on, but he's off playing club cricket in Australia. The Australian season is underway already, halfway through October.
I wonder if Spain make a change here. They've got the Southern Cross here at the moment. I wonder if they go to orthodox, long on, long off, and just get a sweeper out on the offside.
The thing is, Hamza has to play ball with what his plan is. I think they are going to do something like that now. They bring the deep square up, so they put another fielder out to the left of screen to deep point. But is Hamza trying to bowl Yorkers here, or is he trying to challenge in the offside channel? Now they bring that guy up. That just went back. Now they put the 3rd back. So this tells me he's going to kind of bowl short and wide outside off. Got the field there for it. This goes full outside off. Maybe a bit of a bluff. And I think that Jenna might have fallen for it. He's expecting something short, but couldn't time up the drive.
Yeah, misses out on it, doesn't he? In the end, it ends up being a full toss, which you're right. I think Jenna was thinking something different coming his way. Wasn't expecting a full bunger like that.
I've got to say, got a few red teams in this championship week. Spain looking fantastic in their traditional red shirt, but Jersey also looking pretty good. In fact, I think we've got 4 red teams out of 7.
Nice looking shot, and well, what's the spin going to go on this? Oh, well done. Well, the shades might go over the boundary rope, but the Grizzly doesn't. That's a really good bit of fielding. I was sort of worried there for a moment for Yasser, whether when he gets the hand on this, he's going to spin back over the boundary, but he does well, makes 2 stops. 1, 2, y no hay 4.
Yes, that's the end of the over. It's 80 for 1 after 5. Gives us a chance to welcome you. And yeah, it was a good bit of fielding because he felt the ball spinning back to the boundary, so he knew his job wasn't done. He knew that Daniel Dolkaya was a little bit too far away, so he kind of just had to army crawl to get up and make a second effort. And look, this is wide open, this competition. I'm really excited because the Netherlands 11, the only side we haven't seen yet in this tournament, they're on next, and they've got the Italians in their first game. So that should be a really good game as well to see what the Dutch bring to the table. Of course, we know they've got a couple of players from last year who are in some pretty serious business at the World Cup at the moment. But really, 7 teams here, all very, very capable, all champion teams. And really, we get excited, don't we, when we get to this point of the ECC?
Of course we do, and I've been saying this all along. I think this week here, this week of cricket here in Spain, Andalusia, I think is going to be the most magnificent, most explosive kind of cricket seen anywhere on the planet. I really do think it's going to be amazing. And look at the first match already. We're seeing some sensational stuff. This could be an incredible match. I think all the others are going to be incredible. We're going to see a frenzy of cricket here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, just expect the unexpected is probably what I would say already. We had kind of a bizarre first innings of the championship week. We had a timed out. We had 5 penalty runs. We had kind of almost world record pace, consecutive extra balls. But you've got to realise as well, these guys, they're warriors out there, but also they got to be a bit nervous. When you come to this point in the tournament, you're human beings after all, and they have a bit of nervous energy. I think perhaps even more so in the first game. But anyway, that was a reasonably good over from Hamza, only going for 11. And so it looks like Raja Adil is going to come back halfway through their 80. That means they need 79 in the second half. So pretty much right on the pace at the moment, Jersey, but pegged back a little bit in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, Jenner hasn't quite found his form. And it's going to be another dot ball. That's a quick delivery from Raja Adil. I think Asa becomes the key. He's on a strike rate of 300 at the moment, but he's not getting that much off the strike lately, have to say. But still, having said that, Jersey, they're more or less where they need to be, but the rate is continuing to go upwards.
So Hamza went off the field at the end of that over as well. Has been replaced by Snehith Reddy, who is the sub fielder. He's also new this week for Spain. I believe he's making his debut. And he plays the cricket for Men in Blue in the Barcelona region.
Miscue from Jenner, but I suppose it's not a dot. Tribe gets on strike, but must be a fair bit of pressure on Asa Tribe, of course, standing in for the normal captain, Charles Purchard, who they certainly did miss him with the ball, didn't they? Gets the ball to swing around a bit. And now he knows he's got to try and keep his team in this contest. It will be a wide. See, this is far down the leg side, but you see that Asa just trying to get the scoop shot going there, misses out on it, but we'll get a run on the board, we'll get another delivery.
Yeah, next 2 or 3 overs really set us up for what could be a huge finish. Which way will they lean? Every ball at the moment is important. You can see not too much between the percentages of these two teams.
Just a single, doesn't get it right, and don't mind this, Spain. We'll take the single, so huge pressure now on Jenner. 9 deliveries, just 11 runs, and I think he's either got to get going or get out the way. And it's going to be another wide, so good work from Awais Ahmed.
Yeah, just jumps across. Jenner tries to get inventive, but yeah, absolutely anything down the leg side will be called a wide unless it goes between the batter's body and the stumps. Obviously that wasn't the case there.
Jersey also missing the likes of Charlie Brennan, who was very good. Made a fine half century against Bulgaria as well. So they're missing a few here. So the new ones coming in, expecting them to go well. This is just another miscue as well. So Jenner not quite finding the middle of his bat. He looks like he's pretty competent with the ball outside the off. That's where he's played his boundary shots. But anything that's into the body, anything that's a little bit short, he hasn't quite got it out of the middle. So a lot of pressure here now with 2 balls to go in this over on Asa, as that rate has gone up to 17 per over. So needs a couple of boundaries here. And that's one of them. That is big. And he finds the middle of his bat. That will go all the way. So that'll release some of that tension. And Spain, just with the last sort of 8 balls or so, find themselves going in front in this battle, especially if you go by the win percentage. Started at 50-50, then it went heavily in favour of Jersey. Spain have come back into it, but Asa, the captain, trying to keep his team with their nose in front here. Big ball this, the last of the over.
Yeah, sure is.
Oh, misses out on it, and he knows he does. Finishes with a dot. So at the end of the 6 overs, Jersey falling behind here now, 91 for 1.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the Carter Oval. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network, and it's time for Game 2 on Day 2 of Group D here at the European Cricket Championships of 2024. It's Italy up against Norway, and we'll swing across for the toss.
Norway, your home team, Italy, your away team. You spin the coin and Italy call.
European cricket.
European cricket is the European cricket.
Heavy ball first.
Italy won the toss and decided to bowl first.
So there you have it. Italy have won the toss and they've elected to bowl. Interesting choice, particularly as the conditions will have some impact on this game. It looks like the sun has actually come out quite nicely now, and the weather forecast is that we should have a settled conditions for the rest of the day, which is very, very good for the remaining contests that we have here in Group D. Italy were actually really impressive for a large part of their game last night against Jersey, but it was their bowling and particularly the early overs in which they struggled. Storm and Stanley Norman took them apart, and one player that I'm looking for a lot more from is their left-arm paceman, Hassan Ali. He bowls with good pace, he's got good bounce, but his radar just seems to be a little bit off at the moment. They've got such a power-packed batting lineup with Sandhu and Naqvi that they can always put runs on the board, but they need to be able to defend them. Look for him to have a bigger game today. As for the Norwegians, really feel like they've come into the tournament a little bit flat. They got sprung by Sweden in that first game, and even in their win against Jersey in rain-affected conditions, they never reached any great heights. Walagari is such a talented player, one of the most exquisite stroke makers on the European continent. I'd love to see him really take this game by the scruff of the neck when they get out there to bat and see if they can put a beefy total on this board and put some pressure on that Italian batting lineup. I sense this could be a really, really good contest and one that will have ramifications for the end stages of this group. Man to take us through the opening battle, it will be Corey Rutgers in the commentary box.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Andrew Ryan. And finally, welcome back everyone around the world. I know you've been patiently waiting for some cricket action on this cloudy but now sunny Sunday, and really looking forward to finally seeing the players get back out to that beautiful Carter Oval. The Italians taking on the Norwegians. It's going to be an 8-over affair. We've lost 2 overs to each side due to those clouds a little bit earlier, but they have finally passed. I think the problem was with the deluge this morning of the lot of rain. Obviously, the side of the wicket and the run-ups were getting a bit soft underfoot. So the right decisions were made, and finally we will get an 8-over game. Let's have a look at the two lineups. 1-1 to start off yesterday. Look out for Hassan Ali. Look, he's negative on the fantasy points. They're -4, but he's a seriously good bowler. Can he get it right today? And for the Norwegians, Raz Iqbal, he's only got 27 fantasy points, but he's also a very, very good player. Those two will go head-to-head straight away. These are the permutations because it being a shortened game. 2-over power play. 3 bowlers may bowl 2 overs, and you'd assume the others will just bowl 1 apiece. And also, because it's a shortened game, there is no bonus point permutations. It's going to be a 3-1 sort of finish no matter what. Let's have a look at the supercomputer, 32 to 68 as well, as we start to get right into what's going to be a fantastic day of cricket. Myself and Andrew Ryan will bring you through all the action in the afternoon and into the late evening, as Vinny Sandhu and Rico Full enjoy a lot of rest. They've done a lot of work on the network over the last few years, and I'm sure they're raring to go for Championship Week. And it is just around the corner. So, looks like there is a bit of a change at the top. Ahmed and Arif are going to open up. Raza Iqbal may be slipping down to number 3 or number 4. That's surprising. We're changing it up today. 8 overs, a bit of a fiesta of cricket. Big warm welcome to everybody in the chat. Hope they're all doing well And on our international network partners, how will this pitch play? It's been undercovers. Ball number 1. Full straight dugout. Good to see Hassan Ali, who's a tall, fast bowler, get through his run-up okay. They've spent a lot of time drying the surface and drying the sort of sides next to the wicket. But it definitely is fit for play now. And, well, these teams, at 1 and 1 at a crossroad. You lose this, you're 1 and 2. You're feeling a little bit behind the 8 ball. Definitely want to get a result here. We'll probably open up the runs account for the day. That one just slipping outside the tram line. But no, we've got a very good day of cricket to come. Obviously, we lost Jersey in Sweden this morning due to the inclement weather. But Netherlands 11, they're on twice today. They've got Jersey next and then the Norwegians under lights. And in the late evening game, just before the lights come on, we have Italy also taking on Sweden. One sort of just wrapping him up for a little bit of room. Slightly short down the leg side, but it will just be a dot ball. Hassan Ali probably would be the first to admit yesterday lacked a little bit of rhythm and just couldn't get his mojo going, but in the past he's been very effective with this new ball. High in the air, and you bet that's going to be the first 6 of the day. And it's well caught out there as well. First crowd catch, first 6. And that's one of the young Jersey players. I'm not too sure who it was, but that's a good way to start. 6 runs in the wheelhouse for Ahmed. Got the levers under it and skies it for 6. See if we can spot the catch here. Who was it? That might be one of my favourites. Could be Theo Pullman, actually. We'll have to wait and see. But good catch, 6 runs to the total. And boom shakalaka, that's even bigger. See you later. Well, nothing wrong with this surface. Ahmed's in, bang and bang. 6 and 6 pick up sticks, and a nice start here for the Norwegians. Hassan Ali's woes with the ball continue. Lovely shot in the wheelhouse, and he absolutely collected it. So pressure on Ali again. Just hasn't been able to execute the sort of length and line that he would have liked so far in this tournament. Full. Gets that one right into that block hole sort of area. Dot ball. So 8 overs. We had a 6-over game yesterday as well, which is pretty rare. I don't think I've ever called a 6-over game before. I don't think I've ever called an 8-over game before. So not too sure what to call this, but you'd think anything in that 100 zone will be competitive, maybe even that 120 area if they really accelerate. Last ball of the first. High in the air, another 6. Ahmed's here to play. 3 6s in the over. It ends up going for 19. Dream start for the Norwegians, who have been patiently waiting to get on the park. And the score at the end of 1 is 19 for 0. The Italians, who last night also went around the park a little bit from Storm and Norman of Jersey. They'll be wanting to take a couple of early wickets here. Let's have a look at some of the stats first. Well, the average 137. What I really find quite interesting, batting first, 22 wins, batting second, 21 wins. So there is a really no sort of favouritism to the toss or anything like that. If you can chase well, if you can set, they both work in big ways. Highest successful chase so far in ECC 24, 164. As we are going to welcome into the team Zayn Ali and into the complex Andrew Ryan.
Our 2 dynamic performers coming into play at the same time. Big Zayn Ali, tall lad, will get a bit of bounce on this pitch, which has dried out significantly. Sunshine coming up brightly. It's hard to believe, Corey, that 3 hours ago we were getting constant drizzle and grey clouds all around. It's dragged down the leg side, and somehow Arif decides one hand's better than two, swings it around for a 4.
I have absolutely no idea how he's caught up with that. That was miles down the leg side. I thought, okay, here's a wide, and he's gone the one-handed Malachi for 4.
I'm not sure Malachi captures it fairly enough. That's an extraordinary shot. He's only just caught up with the ball. It was that wide down the leg side. Unique way to get off the mark. Sort of length outside off stump. So substantially better ball from Ali in his second. So Corey, you challenged me earlier, approximately about 10 minutes ago, to come up with a good name for an 8-a-side contest.
Yeah, what do you call an 8-a-side game?
I'll give you one. So we're here in Spain, so I thought I'd go to the Spanish language. Ocho otra.
Ocho otra.
Essentially 8 encore. You like that?
Well, I like this even more. The old Baximo almost, top edge. I'll think about 2 and have to settle for 1.
Yeah, it didn't really go flying off the bat. Maybe made some contact with the upper body or something as it went through, but either way, certainly didn't go flying over the keeper like we've seen so many balls before.
I can go the Ocho otra. 8
Ocho
overs.
otra.
Yep. I'll tell you what, we've got the 6 over, we've got the 8. Maybe we get the 7 and 9 tomorrow. Complete the set.
I like it. I like it. Always some variety here on the network. Plenty of variety from the bowling of Ali so far. Way down the leg side, good ball on the off, and then that last one, a reasonably well-directed short ball, which had Arif in some trouble as Ahmed started well on strike. Oh, that's actually not gone as far off the bat as expected. It's a one-handed grab, and they've completed the greatest pair catch that you will ever see. Well, Ahmed probably thought it was going for a Maximo, just like I did to begin with, but it's held up in the air, and that's an amazing catch.
Oh, the Azuri Blue are lighting it up early at Cardimer Oval. What a team relay catch that is. He's going at full tilt here, Rhino. Sticks out the right juke, plucks it in the right hand, blows a kiss to the camera, passes it to his mate. That's a 10 out of 10.
They are absolute specialists at these insane catches, aren't they, Corey? And I tell you what, I think that Simranjit Singh down there, who also took the catch of yesterday with another duo effort, he's done brilliantly well. As you said, the one-handed grab, tiptoed around the boundary line and just gotten it away to his teammate in time.
That is an amazing effort. That is sensational. What a way to get your team going on this Sunday. And well, on another day, Ahmed's got his 4th 6 of the innings.
If you're going to be a specialist fielder in T10, then you can't do a much better job of it than Simranjit Singh at the moment, can you?
It opens up a can of worms for me.
Doesn't it? What do those worms say to you, Corey?
He gets no recognition. There's nothing on the scoreboard at all for his part in that catch. I don't like it. When are assists going to come into cricket?
I'll tell you what, how lame is it that a wicket keeper gets an assist for the run out, even though they're literally just taking the bails off as that one pushes through. And yet poor Simranjit, no recognition at all.
Surely we could just, I don't know, you could just open up a little subsection or something, or that should be worth about 20,000 fantasy points.
Why can't we have a hyphenated catch structure? Don't understand it. It's one for our friends in the fantasy gaming world as Zane charges in, another awful delivery down the leg side.
These modern day cricketers, this happens often. I think Chris Munoz-Mills threw one back to Yasir Ali a few days ago, and a lot of the boys in the dugout were giving Chris a lot of sticks, saying, good catch, Yasir. So it would be nice if we could recognise more officially these assist catches.
Yeah, I agree, Corey. It can't be that difficult. One for the network to look at in future. But in the meantime, we're focused solely on this absorbing contest. And that is smacked out of the Cardimer Oval gallery. He was part of my preview, Corey, and I know you're a big fan of him as well. He is one of the sweetest strikers of a cricket ball I've seen for a long time.
Yeah, he really is. He's a stylish player, Rhino, and he's been a lock at number 3 for quite some time for his country. And if he gets going, good things usually happen.
Yeah, certainly do. So that is the end of the second over. And a quick look and a good opportunity to have a look at the standings. And intriguing after this morning's, obviously that first game between Sweden and Jersey had to be completely abandoned, so the teams shared the points. So Sweden still sitting pretty on 8, but Jersey managed to crawl ahead of the Italians with that pair.
Look, the way the group has squeezed, it's a bit of a dogfight, Rhino, because at the end of the day, we say goodbye to a team.
Certainly do.
So right now, I couldn't tell you which team you're going to say goodbye to. It could go right down to the wire. Still don't discredit this Jersey lineup. I think they could always pull off another win, even if it is against the Netherlands 11. They're a good team, and a long way to go.
Certainly is. And I'm very, very pleased, as I'm sure you are, as I'm sure our many, many viewers are, that we are going to get a completed set of games here today. So it looks like it's only going to be that opening contest, which will be falling victim to the rain. And that ball should have been a victim of being dispatched out to the boundary, but Arif drags it out to the fielding superstar, Simranjit Singh.
Great to see so many people in the chat enjoying that moment. Wazart, Johnny, Golam, and Vinny Sandhu's in the chat, Mr. Maximo, saying hashtag team catch recognition by 2025. I like
25. We're usually so nimble at the ECN.
That's slow for us.
Why does this have to take to 2025? ECCW, get it in there.
What a catch that was. Wowee.
Slower ball, it's nicely timed. Got a heavy bat, another one-handed piece of magic. The Italians, who have sort of looked sluggish occasionally in the field, have all of a sudden brought their best to Cardamom today.
Well, this is where I'd be going to get the sort of the anti-corruption guys to check the hands for glue, because that is sticking and it's pretty wet conditions this morning.
That was it. Oh, not quite in the block hole, and Arif takes full advantage. Swung out near the big video board, and it's a Maximo for Norway.
This is a very sort of 8-over affair, isn't it? We're having sixes, amazing fielding moments, and this is going to be a good game of cricket. Norway are sort of this dark horse in the group, I feel. When they click, they're very good.
Belch it. Halfway down the track, you could see that ball was going to end up in the slot, and almost no doubt that Arif was going to smoke it for a Maximo.
Yeah, absolutely smoked. It was overpitched. It's a slower ball, but it was sort of a, how do you describe that? Not hidden very well, Rhino. Basically shown the maker's name. He ain't going to miss out on that. 6 more to the total.
As far as that poor Grizzly, it almost went to meet its maker. It was smashed that hard. Belgit now under pressure in this over. That's much better. That extra half a foot makes a big distance into the block hole, and Arif can only get it away for one. As you mentioned, plenty of folks in the YouTube chat today. It's a vibrant group in there. Paul Kempen saying, hi Vinny. Unfortunately, Paul, you're stuck with Rhino and Rutgers today. Let's have a look at the stats. And what do you take from that, Corey?
Well, I take that the Rutgers and Rhino show could live on forever in people's memories, but also it's the stats that live on in people's memories. 1,003 total Maximos. That might be another one bounce, maybe 4. It'll be signal 4, but how crazy is that? 1,003 Maximos.
It's incredible. It's what do you call? What's the collective noun for a Maximo? A Vinny of Maximos?
A Vincenzo of Maximos.
Vincenzo?
Yeah. I had to think about that for a while. I don't like nicknames, so a Vincenzo of Maximos.
It's not bad. We might go with that. If anyone in the chat wants to suggest something a little bit more more effective, go for it. But those stats are truly extraordinary. So the run rate sitting at 14 and over.
Interesting to see the Maximo rate as well, around that 12.3. So 12 balls out of 60 are always going over the rope. If you like entertainment, you come to the right place. 50 up after 3.
Guaranteed entertainment. Big swing. Didn't look like the greatest contact off the stick, but Arif has got another Maximo, and Norway are cooking with gas.
Yeah, they really are. They really are. They're sort of just getting these half volleys away. I wouldn't say it's out the middle of the blade, but it's enough blade on it. So 6 more to the total, and a little bit of Sweden, Netherlands vibes from yesterday. Obviously a shortened game. Batting first, pile the runs on, and then try to defend it.
Ahmed coming around the wicket. Just gets into a slightly awkward spot, and Arif swings it down for 1. So going back to the chat, Wasamatron, in there suggesting, hello, Vinny, hello, Corey. Just haven't got it right, was it? Attention to detail. But anyway,
was up.
it's all good. As I said, Paul Cameron, James Stewart in there, one of our favourites, John Gray, Dave B. Surprised to see him lurking around the chat.
I've
Great
not
to have
heard
you
of
back.
Dave B before.
Dave
Welcome,
B.
Dave.
Ghulam Mustafa. Just an absolute cast of thousands. It's a nice ball, a little bit of lift, which we haven't seen that often from the bowling of Ahmed so far.
Would you say that so far with the ball they've been guilty of being a bit half-volleyish, Rhino?
A little bit, a little bit. You certainly, out of all things, you just do not want to bowl those slot balls. Top order batters here at the ECC are just too good. They're not going to miss out on those. Ahmed halfway through his over, 7 runs off it. Full toss, inside edge. Well, not sure that's how the Italians drew it up, but they'll be happy to see Gowrie heading back to the pavilion. That's a really big wicket. He goes for 11, and Norway 57 for 2.
Oh, Wally Gowrie, that's a bit uncharacteristic from him, actually. That's a full toss. He was sort of on the back stool a bit. His body weight didn't transfer forward, so he'll have to go. You always feel a bit aggrieved when you get an inside edge onto your stumps. You always feel like it's just, wasn't meant to be that way.
It's just not your day.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately for Gowrie, he will have another opportunity later today. Norway, second game for them. They're coming back for the nighttime game against the Netherlands 11. So he goes for 11 off 6, and this helps Italy keep a little bit of control. One thing we know about this Norwegian side, they will not stop swinging, will they, Corey? They bat hard and they bat deep.
No, T10's a very popular sort of format in the country, and they will go hard for the remaining few overs, that's for sure.
And short of length, just nicely worked off the hip. Classic cricket shot from Sahak, who gets started with the boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a peculiar field. You've got 3 behind point, so there's a huge hole right there on that leg side. If it's behind square at all, it's going to go 4. I don't see many teams have 3 behind point.
No, it's a little bit odd. I'm not sure this is the type of bowler also if I was going to go heavy on the point fielding. Just to update on probably the most important question of the day of the collective noun for Maximos. I quite like what John Gray has come up with, which was a bale of Maximos.
Oh, no.
That's gone bale into his
Into his
melon.
skull.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's okay, because that made a thunderous thud, didn't it, Rhino? That might be a medic situation, surely, because they're going to have to check on him.
Well, it does look like the medic's sprinting down. Hope she's careful because those stairs are still a little bit damp after the rain earlier today.
What happens if the medic goes down as well?
Well, don't we have a backup medic somewhere around the
And
place?
then what happens if the backup medic goes down as well?
Well, surely even if she goes down, you could bring the player to her rather than the other way around.
I always like these sort of concussion tests because I feel one day someone's just going to misinterpret the Spanish and probably fail. Oh.
To be fair, you've got to be struggling fairly badly to fail one of these concussion tests.
You'd be surprised. I don't fail the best of tests. Or pass, sorry. There you go.
Well, good to see. I mean, all part of the protocol now. It's very important to look after the players.
It's actually quite a big talking point in world sport, the concussion at the moment. A lot of sports are trying to find protocols and the best way to know when to take a player off or to allow them to compete. Because when a player's on the field, Rhino, as you know, that adrenaline, you never want to leave.
Yeah, the player is rarely ever going to say, please take me off. But the full check's been done, so Sahak stays out there, and always thankful for the shells. That is a cricket helmet protecting the guys. It's full ball, and probably got what it deserved, just not in the way we expected. Flying outside edge, and it goes for a Maximo.
Well, we were talking about the 3 amigos behind point, weren't we, Rhino? But the Italians are a team as well. They don't seem to have a player back there ever. Last night, Jersey got away with a few sort of top-edge 6s and 4s, but I just feel at Cardimer Oval, it is a spot where you might be able to stop ball, but also take wickets.
Also take wickets. A lot of balls flying over there. This tournament, though, probably not quite the wicket-taking area that it might have been about in the last 2 years. Just feels like a lot more of the Grizzlies are making their way over the boundary in that area that would have previously
Tell you what, if you want
by fielders.
a good science experiment, cut open a Grizzly ball.
Big swing. Well, we might not have to cut one open. Just go and perform an autopsy on that white thing flying through the sky. That's a tremendous strike and a phenomenal exhibition of power hitting.
Oh, my word. That's going to join Haley's comment. We won't see it again for 75 years, Rhino. That was muscled straight. So, well, Norway, I think they're very happy with the start here.
Certainly are. Usman Arif, he's a strong man. He's up to 38 off 12. He's almost done it under the radar. Another big one. It's in the slot. It's not that far from the commentary box, but thankfully we've got fielder extraordinaire Corey Rutgers in here, who I know would always take a bullet for the Rhino.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think might be going extinct if it came up here, Rhino, because that was mullet as well. And I'm not catching one of these grizzly balls. That's 3 in the trot. Norway are racing away with this. The Italians really need to switch on.
Yeah, that's proper slot bowling on that occasion from Sandhu. Bowled very well against Jersey last night, but he's been pumped in this over. Short ball takes him on. It's gone very high off the bat, and it flies down to the boundary again. So the runs keep flowing.
Yeah, they're going to double check that to see if it was 4 or 6. Difficult to see because it went so high, and a lot of players sort of circling around. Arif's race to 44. Once again, Italy employing this around the wicket tactic. I'm never too sure about it.
Well, I like that they're trying a few different things, but it's not working on the basis of their bowling outcomes at the moment.
Pretty sure that might be 6. Just.
Very timid effort from the replacement fielder down on the boundary.
Well, that fielder there had the best view. He might have been doing the fox, but it's been signalled 6 in the end. 24 off 5 this over.
And a half ton for Arif. Big swing. Well, Sandhu finally gets a dot ball. Arif almost stumbles out to deep point. It's the end of the over. Norwegians after 5, 85-2. Corey, what action in the Ocho Otra format of the game? Is it the way forward?
No, I still love the T10. I know the 6-over affair yesterday with Sweden and Netherlands was a bit surprising as well, but 10 overs is our cornerstone. But these teams, good on them for getting out there. Obviously, we had a lot of rain this morning, but it does look good because I think we're going to get all 3 games this afternoon under lights underway.
Yeah, certainly will. This field and the pitch itself also keep drying out because we've got some very strong sunlight. Actually, certainly for me, this is the hottest it's been since I came here about 4 days ago. So it's a remarkable turnaround in the weather.
Yeah, it is. And it's a remarkable turnaround Italy need right now.
Baljat steaming in. That's a little bit slottish as well, but it gets the outside edge. And somehow, despite all of the protection they have in various parts of the field on that offside, it still managed to go for 4. Sahak along to 8 off 3.
Yeah, not the most conventional stroke you'll ever see, but 4 more to the total. And the Norwegians are really ticking here. They're just sort of in that, I don't know, that beautiful hazy area where players are just swinging hard and the ball seems to be flying.
It's like luck's gone their way, but you don't need luck when you're getting a full toss on leg stump. Sahak, too good a player to miss out, and he bombs the Maximo over the leg side.
Yeah, I don't think there's many players that will miss out on that at this level, and obviously he's got that completely wrong, maybe trying to get the Yorker in there, and Sahak sends it into another dimension. Not going to be a no ball, it was probably underway time, but still 6 runs.
This is good striking from the Norwegians. Remember, they only need to keep it up for another just over 2.5 overs, because this is an 8-over innings because of the delay for the rain earlier. Big swing, not great contact. Pereira tracking back. Zayn Ali comes behind him. There was almost another duo catch. But as it is, it goes down and Sahak survives.
Tell you what, if they had done their 3rd duo catch in the space of 2 games, that would have been pretty remarkable. Joy Pereira tracked back as quick as he could, but just couldn't rein it in.
Yeah, needed that. This pair, such dangerous batters, and in particular, Sahak. Class with the bat.
He'll be disappointed with that, Pereira. He made good ground.
Oh, short ball. Didn't need to be telegraphed. It took half an hour to get to the batter. Could have hit it just about anywhere, but he dispatches it over square leg for a Maximo.
Yeah, we've got the double click happening in front of our eyes where 2 players are just in Havana land. And, well, the Italians, once again, you just feel their lengths, their lines, it's all been a bit messy, hasn't it?
Gone for 37, 2 balls to go. Sahak steps leg side. There's an appeal, and it's not that far away, and umpire Charles Croucher agrees. It was a fairly subdued appeal from Singh, but he got the Yorker in the right spot, and I think that's a pretty good call.
Yeah, that's out. That's out for me. He was looking at that one pretty front on, and he just walked across his stumps, looked to clip it, turned into a low full toss, actually, and just didn't get any bat on it. I think Charles Croucher, the sheriff, was pretty happy to send him on his way.
Yeah.
That's just out.
It's a good call. Good call.
Yep.
It's not a man you question, the sheriff, is
Never question a sheriff.
No, 100%
Here's
right.
a good view of it. Striking in line of middle and off and demolishing the base and middle.
Yeah. Never easy for the umpires in modern day T10 or Ocho cricket, but always got the batters shifting around the crease, and it takes some concentration to keep an eye on those impact points, but they do a tremendous job. Our boys in blue here at Cardimer Oval.
I always wonder when our boys in blue, the umpires, are going to start wearing helmets, because the boys in the middle hit it that hard these days.
Short ball, feather edge, and that's 2 wickets in 2 balls for Singh. So after a fairly torrid time, ends up with 2 for 37. So nice finish. And Rahimi goes for a golden duck. Unfortunately, Belgium won't have the opportunity to complete the hat-trick because
Arguably
he's done for the game.
The worst thing that can happen to you in cricket. You walk out for 60 seconds, you feather an edge in 5 seconds, and then you walk back for another 60 seconds with egg on your face. That's a wild willy-nilly shot. And well, Golden Derek's going to accompany him back to the dugout.
Golden Derek's had plenty of time off this morning with first game abandoned, so it's about time he started earning his cash. They're getting towards the later stages of this innings, so the batters down the middle and lower order are going to keep on swinging hard. Look at Derek.
Derek's looking happy. Good morning for Derek.
He looks happy, but has he sort of got a bit of a sort of receding hairline and just some tufts going on the front?
Wet.
What's the
It
story?
was wet because it was wet this morning. Derek's been swimming.
So he's not just coming out with the sort of wet shower look to impress all the female ducklings.
Do we
that
need
are watching.
Mrs. Derek?
I don't know. Misses or just miss? Or... Anyway, Ali starts with a full toss that Arif takes a bit of a hurling swing to, but manages to swipe it to long on. I haven't seen too many shots like that this week.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Arif has a good career in tape ball cricket, the way he sort of whacks it, but can Sahak get going at the back end here also? They'll want 125 from the position they're in. I'll tell you what, that is not an easy chase in 8 overs.
No, certainly not. They're going very well. Run rate up around 17 runs and over. 4 for 4. Eased over the leg side. You don't have to take a big swing all the time, particularly when you've got the natural timing of this man. And Sahak gets off the mark with a 6.
Beautiful batting, really nice batting. I think there's a lot of players that come to Cardimer Oval and they're guilty of trying to overhit it. That's just timed. Down the leg side, clips it nicely, get your full value 6 runs. Rhino, it only has to go 51 metres.
What do you think's the worst ball to bowl? Something in the slot on middle and off, or that?
That, because there's no real path to a wicket.
I agree. Sahak, path to a wicket maybe here. Zayn Naqvi comes around, the wicket keeper. Well, he certainly timed the smack onto his pad in disappointment much better than he did the attempted scoop shot. It's a wicket for Ali. He's now got 2 for 19, and Norway 110 for 5.
Yeah, 110 for 5. They've got 9 deliveries left. And Italy just coming back with a couple of late wickets, but more importantly, their dot balls. And, well, still thinking that 125 is going to be a big chase.
Certainly will be. It's been a good display from Norway. And even those batters that have scored in the lower areas haven't wasted too many balls doing it. And certainly something they were guilty of against Sweden was just a lot of dot balls from trying to overhit. But this batting lineup feels like it's easing its way into the tournament. And already this is a fairly decent total in 8 overs, and they've still got some balls to go. Zayn steaming in. It's a good change of pace. It's just popped to the offside for a single.
It's a good one.
Slim 1 off 1.
Yep, get Arif back on strike. Get him. He's 51 of 16. He's motoring. He's seeing it like a football. If he can have a big closing, maybe get himself up to 75, the team's in a good spot.
I see it like a football. He hasn't had as much strike as you might have liked. Only 16 balls so far, and we've almost completed the 7th over. Short ball, but it really grips in the deck. And tell you what, that's actually one of the better slower balls we've seen from the Italians today.
Yeah, that slower ball into the pitch. Yeah, it's always a nice commodity to have in the locker, isn't it? Players always setting up for the quick short ball, but if you've got that, it's good to use.
Certainly don't want to drop that as a half tracker, because the batter's usually able to adjust their swing. Thought he might have gone for it again, and he does. That's actually a great finish to the over from Ali. As a little bit of action after the ball hits the keeper's gloves. But as it is, that's a completion of the 7th over, and Norway up to 115.
Well, it's all about the stats today. Just having a look over the years. It started with 2021, 2022 being just under 11.6 basically, and then all of a sudden the world shifted, the world changed, Rhino, and batters grew more confident, and the sixes reigned galore.
They've reigned supreme, haven't they? And I mean, that is essentially a Bale of Maximos in order to keep that run rate up to the high 13s, low 14s. But how long until 20 runs and over is the norm?
20 runs and over is the norm.
Sometime in 2038.
If I'm still here, I'll be pretty impressed. Last overtime.
Sandhu just driven down the grade. You never know. By 2038, you might have the national coach of Australia or India just clamouring to be the national coach of Spain, and that will be seen as one of the premier jobs within the world of cricket.
I'll be still holding on to it by then. Year 72. We've come third again in the ECC.
Sandhu charges in. That's a good slower ball inside edge. Looks like it will actually, even with the slower outfield, make its way for 4. So unlucky for Sandhu, actually. Pretty good ball.
Yeah, not a bad ball at all, but they keep operating with so many fielders behind point. No one even in the ring or in the picture around that part of the ground. So anything that goes down there is going to race away, and the Reef gets 4 more.
Sandhu gone for 29, still got 4 balls left. He's going to play an important part for this Italian chase. Really did bat impressively last night. Full ball outside off stump, and it's a swat. Talked about a Reef looking like he hits the ball almost like a hurler in Ireland, and it's a great example of it there. It's almost a sideways slap at the ball. It's an extraordinary swing plane.
Just a ridiculous shot. It is a slap. It is just a slap down the line for 6 into the trees. And, well, he's been the cornerstone of this innings. The Norwegians are going to be up to a total they'll feel comfortable with, and the Italian batting lineup, they're going to have to click if they're going to want to chase this down.
One of the great things about giving exposure to players from so many different parts of the world, isn't it, Corey, that you just see unorthodox techniques that can still be incredibly effective. And great to watch Arif out here today. He's really impressed me. Sandhu comes for the slower ball, hit hard, and it's another excellent catch. Well, the Italians have been phenomenal in the field in this game. Nice to see them just catch one with only 1 player involved, but nonetheless, it's an excellent grab by Zain Ali.
Yeah, saved a couple of runs as well. You don't want to miss that and go for another 4. So another dot ball on a wicket. Interesting to see the supercomputer at 50-50, Rhino. If you ask me, I think Norway is slightly ahead, but yeah, he'll have to go. And well, there is a little bit of a pause. Maybe the umpires have asked him to hang around. Nope, he's leaving now. Good catch.
Excellent catch. This ball was actually hit relatively hard, just didn't get enough elevation. And Ali really kept his balance as he moved forward, only dived at the final time possible and executes an excellent catch. So continued a very strong fielding performance from the Italians, and they've needed it because this Norwegian batting lineup have been on song so far as Reef makes his way back to the dugout. 61 off 21, did his job with 8 Maximos. Strike rate of almost 300. And a well-deserved round of applause from both the substantial crowd and his Norwegian teammates. So it's actually a good turnout considering the weather conditions. It's a Sunday here in Spain, so great time to be out at the Cardimer Oval.
Yeah, just a beautiful day, isn't it? It's just good to have fans come out and enjoy the cricket. 2 to go.
Good slower ball. Just manages to beat the fielder coming around from point. They will investigate the possibility of a second, but no opportunity as Raza's come out to the crease.
Honestly, the Norwegians win this. Italy are still in that danger zone to even get eliminated today, which a lot of people, when they looked at the groups and the draws, they would have said Italy would be pushing the Netherlands a lot.
Could Italy still get relegated?
I'd have to look at the numbers, but
3 points at the moment?
I think mathematically, yes, but I believe it would be tough.
Oh, good slower ball from Sandhu. Calls the keeper through, so there's no run there. Not sure why the Norwegians weren't pushing through. That's a missed opportunity to add 1 to the total, but at the end of 8 overs, they have racked up a score of 1, 2, 3 for 6. So, as you said, Corey, I think they'd be pretty happy with where they're placed in this game.
Yeah, I think so. You take that at the start in an 8-over affair, and 123 in the border. Reef was the man of the hour, a marvellous 50. And that really felt sort of ECN cricket. Some crazy style shots. Italy trying to come back into it. A crazy catch to start the day. Probably one of the best we've seen at Carter Oval. And, well, this game still very much alive.
Yeah, it's offering a lot. Cracking start to the day. And played in beautiful, bright sunshine, which I'm sure all the players and the fans are happy about. And Norway look like they're pretty pleased with their efforts. The batters walking off with big beaming smiles on their faces, which is always good to see. But we know this Italian batting lineup has got power aplenty. They showed it last night against Jersey, and it's pretty good batting conditions out here at Carter Oval today. The ball looks like it's travelling pretty quickly across that outfield. They've got a big chance of pulling this down.
Yeah, it might come down to that first 2-over power play. A 2-over power play, will Italy be able to get off to a flyer? Who knows? We'll find out very shortly. Let's have a look at the highlights. The clouds, well, they went away behind the mountains. The umpires finally got us out to the middle, and the action was ready to rumble.
Yeah, certainly was, and there were big hits aplenty, and the Norwegians got off to a very fast start. Great work from the Jersey guys out there, not involved in the first game, but they're still keeping themselves in good nick. A round of applause as the boundaries and the Maximos just came with such regularity, but they were stopped temporarily by one of the best pairs catches you will see.
Yeah, seriously good catch. Great composure to pass it to his mate while he's on the fly. He's going 100% there. And, well, we've seen a lot of them, and we saw the chat. They started calling for the assist in the scorebook. I love it. Really good catch.
Yeah, Corey Rutgers always thinking ahead. It's a horizon scanner up there with the best of them, but Arif just continued to obliterate the bowling here. He's got such a unique way of striking the cricket ball, but great consistency. And, well, then the lens turned onto the left-hander, and Gowrie, unfortunate inside edge. Would have loved to see him at the crease for a little bit more.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see him hang around. There was another Baximo. We've seen a lot of it. Well, Arif, how do you describe his batting? Because you wouldn't say it's pretty, but it's very effective.
Incredibly effective. As I said, I think it's like an Irish hurling swing, the way he comes through there. It's almost a little bit of Owen Morgan in the way that he used to. He actually grew up with a hurling stick and has that sort of almost round swing play. Go and check it on YouTube before you mock my comment, Rutgers, and you will soon be acknowledging the greatness of it. We didn't really have to acknowledge the greatness of Sahak on that occasion, as he was pinned LBW by a big fat full toss by Belgian. But the lower order continued to try to swing hard, and the Norwegians will be very happy with this total.
Yeah, they'll be very happy. There was a couple of late wickets for the Italians that just peaked back the run rate a little bit. But overall, when it's an 8-over game, you get anything in the 120s, you take it with both hands. There were some funky shots right at the back end. Zayn Nakvi not going to drop that easy one for the keeper as he took a few strides to his left. And Italy, they did close out the last over, not too bad. Arif with that ridiculous slap shot over the offside. He did end up making a marvellous 50, and he'll be happy with his work if he can sort of close out a good day today and a good finals day tomorrow. You just can't count out Norway. They play a lot of this T10 format. That was an amazing catch there also from Zayn. And, well, the Italians, I think they gave it their all in the field, threw their bodies around. And overall, they've kept themselves alive. A little bit behind, but definitely alive in this run chase. Let's have a quick look at the scorecards, shall we? Everyone in that top four actually getting in and playing a nice little T10 innings, but it was Arif, the man of the hour, 61 off 21. Only 2 extras from the Italian bowlers. That was really impressive. But overall, 123 at 15.38. Pretty good batting display from the Norwegians. Can they follow it up with the ball? Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard as well. And the Italians tried a lot of different combinations. Obviously, Sandhu's been effective in the middle. Got a little bit of tap in this one. But Zayn Ali coming in, 2 for 20. Happy with that. Also a quick fire, 1 for 11 for Nick Ahmed. Surprised he only got the 1 over, but they used Hassan Ali also very early. And the big left armer just isn't finding his mojo at the moment. So 123 for 6 is the score at the break. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ECN Network. We're at the halfway stage of this game between Norway taking on Italy-Norway. Batting first in the first innings. And 123 was piled on. It's going to take 124 for the Italians in 8 overs. It was a very wet morning at Italy-Norway, but thankfully the sun has come out from behind the clouds and we will get a couple more games in today. Zain Naqvi, he's on strike. You got Ravi with the ball in hand. 2 boundary riders are deep mid-on and deep cover. Here we go, ball number 1 in the run chase. Shorter ball, pulled away. I'd say it's hit high on the bat, but it might go for a 4. It will. Zain Naqvi's a good player. He loves pace on. We will start this run chase with a 4. And that does give me a good moment to bring in Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Corey. And a good start from Zain Naqvi. You usually see him deposit those balls over the fence for a Maximo, but just goes for the little gentle pull on that occasion, but nice start for the Italians. Not a great ball from Ravi.
He's probably their barometer, isn't he? If he gets going, 123 is not going to be enough. A seriously stylish player.
Ravi pins him on the pads. Dangerous game though. Got the fielder sort of a little bit almost 45 rather than traditional fine leg on the 30, but not much other support.
No, that one just angling in, going down the leg side. I think Zain Naqvi would be a little bit disappointed didn't get any bat on that, would have raced away. So, a 2-over power play obviously adds a different side of intent. They're going to want to get on with it straight away. They've got a good top 4, the Italians. Someone's going to need to click.
Certainly will. Naqvi's probably the likely customer here at the top. Ravi, full ball, a little bit of away movement, called wide by umpire Joe Foster. He gets an early workout with his arms.
Yeah, it looked like the off-speed delivery from Ravi and actually swung a little bit in the air. So, one more to the total. Really feel like this power play is do or die. If the Italians don't get off to a flyer, they're going to fall well behind. I think they're going to want to be near the 40 mark.
Ravi charging in. Short of a length, that's a much better ball from him. Mentioned yesterday, I think, Corey, that he's a pretty capable player in the longer formats of the game, Ravi. Maybe less comfortable in this 10-over or this 8-over shootout format.
Well, I think he could be capable at any format. I think he's one of those hit-the-deck bowlers, tries to keep the seam as upright as possible, get it to nibble either way, and he's been a cornerstone of the bowling lineup for the Norwegians for many years.
Certainly did get a bit of nibble on that last ball. Drops on a decent length. Nakpi doesn't get a perfect piece of it, but he does send it for a Maximo. So Italy up to 11 for none. Still 2 balls left in this first over.
Yeah, another cross-bat shot that didn't really come out the middle, but it had enough to go for 6. And Nakpi, he sweats on that sort of length. He loves playing the pull and the hook, and this one he hits quite straight. Doesn't get it out the middle, but it still goes for 6.
Yeah, certainly. Such a good striker. Saw what he could do in that first game for Italy up against the Dutch when he sort of single-handedly kept the Italians in the game with the bat. Ravi full toss, not punished. Dicing with death, giving Zayn Nakpi a full toss in that area.
Yeah, they might want to just check the height for this. Looked like it was an off-speed ball. It's close, you know, but probably all right. He's had a lot of those this week, just going under.
Yeah, I think it's a good call by the umpires. Final ball. It's been a little bit of a wayward one from Ravi, but gets a dot here, and it turns out to be a pretty good over given the run rate required for the Italians. It's decent length popped up. It's going to be better than a dot. He sends Zayn Nakpi back to the pavilion for 10 off 6. And that is a big step towards winning this game for the Norwegians. The Italians 11 for 1 after 1.
Boy, oh boy, not too sure about the shot option. It looked like he checked his shot a little bit, and he's a good player, but he'll feel like that's a soft dismissal. And in the end, the over only goes for 11. It picks up a wicket, and when it's only a 2-over power play, Rhino, that hurts. 11 isn't many.
Yeah, certainly does. Nakpi's he's almost gone off the boil in the last 2 games. He started so well in the tournament, but it's just not looking like the same beast that we've gotten used to.
Yeah, a little bit soft that. He'll be disappointed. He's a good player, but I'm sure we'll see more of him in the next game later tonight. Does give an opportunity to someone else in this batting lineup to come out and maybe show us what they can do.
Well, no, they've got some depth. Sandhu was excellent last night, the big left-hander, so sure he'll play a part as well. It looks like Zayn Ali, who is very good for them in the field and bowled positively as well. And taking up the attack, Mohammad Sher Sahak, right arm pacement. See, the team's done an excellent job with this pitch, haven't they? No problems with bowlers slipping over. Just as I say that, Sher Sahak decides to bail out of his run-up.
Yeah, I think he got the old Fred Flintstone halfway through and dabba dabba do and had to pull out. So he's a good bowler, Sher Sahak. Got a lovely back of the hand slow ball. Kisses the wicket when he keeps the seam up and gets it to fly through a little bit. You know, good start this for Norway. Italy, really surprised so far in this tournament. A lot of people, when they saw the group, so you've got to look out for that dangerous talent side. They're always in the finals week. Rhino, this year it's looking difficult.
Fantastic year on strike. Big swing, but not great contact. He will manage to make it 3 for 1, though.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's the double ton.
Oh, no.
I don't think we even had a chance to acknowledge this last night.
It's ridiculous. I really felt this year we were going to get a couple at the ECC. 200, Rhino.
Did you raise the bat last night for double century?
No, I didn't. Not yet. Hopefully this game, it wouldn't. Yeah, you never know.
Oh, that's very possible. Sher Sahak onto a length. Not well timed, and it's straight in the hands of Usman Arif, so he continues a phenomenal game, and a wicket second ball for Sher Sahak. And Ali goes back for a golden derrick. Italy 12 for 2.
Oh, the Azzurri Blues struggling with the blade, aren't they? It was a full delivery. It's his first ball just every now and then. That's cricket. You're not going to hit it out the middle first ball. These guys aren't robots. You will make mistakes. He cloths it to mid-off, and, well, Norway, they're well ahead now.
They certainly are. It was the right shot to go for by Ali, but just didn't make good contact at all. And very, very simple catch, and he's having one peachy game, Usman Arif. Won't take too many easier catches, but they have started very well with the ball here. They've got a pretty decent attack, Norwegians. discipline, as you said, Corey. Some good changes of pace. And Shesa Haak deciding, after taking a wicket, that he's going to come around the wicket to try to subdue the left-hand power of Rajmani Sandhu. Geez, he hit some good shots last night.
Last night he lit it up. He lit it up with bat, with ball. Player of the match performance. Can he do it again?
Up against another pretty good all-rounder. From the back 40, looks for the quick single. Throw fired in, but Sandhu makes his ground. It's good bowling from Shesa Haak though, just outside off stump, so it's sort of in that in-between spot of, does he try to give himself a bit of space to flash over the offside or pull it?
Oh, it's dream power play. 2-over power play. This is a dream for the Norwegians, bowling very well.
Full ball in the leg. It's actually a great conventional shot from Sandhu. Just a little bit over-pitched by Shesa Haak, but driven neatly through the gap for 4.
Yeah, just held his shape, stayed leg side of the ball, and wasn't that far away from being a Yorker. He actually gets a lot of power into it. Low full toss. A lot of players, when they get that low full toss, it sort of just, the bat will turn in the hand and you don't get away, but that's a lovely cricket stroke.
David Warner-esque with the front foot sort of being splayed a little bit to mid-wicket and the hands thrashing through the ball.
He was a popular character, wasn't he?
The bull.
Good riddance.
Not one of your favourites? They better make sure that he's not watching. We had Usman Khawaja on the stream the other day as Sandhu. That one's a little bit more T10 style-y, lofted on the offside. Pretty remarkable shot, and it goes for Maximo.
Yeah, lovely shot. He looks like a player that's just in a top form. Last night he had 5 6s in a row, almost pulled off the magical 6 from 6. And while Rajmani Sandhu's at the crease, the Italians will still believe they can get this massive total.
Geez, I'd love it if David Warner popped up in the chat and just started sledging Corey Rutgers. Wouldn't that be a moment for ECN history? Shesa Haak. Well, there's a moment as far as this game goes. Decent length and mistimed by Sandhu, and Walid Gowri tracks back and takes a really good catch. 3 wickets down in the power play, and Italy in big trouble, 22 for 3.
Well, it's 3 wickets in the power play. It's all from bowling that heavy length. They're not drivable balls, and the Azura have been trying to get lofted over mid-off, lofted over mid-on, and they haven't been able to. So 3 wickets go down, power play complete. They're going to need 102 in the final 6 overs with the field spread, Rhino.
Yeah, tough. They've got the batting line up to do it, but Norway's bowling and fielding very well at the moment. A question for you, could this be the game that turns around Norway's tournament? They managed to get away with one against Jersey without playing particularly well yesterday, but you get the feeling that as the sunshines come out, the game quickens up, that this is more Italian conditions.
Well, they've responded well after being demolished, it has to say, by Sweden, which no one really expected them to be, not swept, but sort of walked off the park. And to come back, they were a bit plucky versus Jersey, got the win, maybe the rain helped. But this performance, they can take a lot from this if they win.
Ravi coming in for his second over. Big swing, but drilled along the ground, so only a single. Very disciplined stuff from the Norwegian attack.
Yeah, very disciplined. I like that they've gone back to Ravi here. Don't hold him back. Dominate the first 3 overs and pull away as much as he can.
Dusty has been out there since the start. Barely been able to face a ball, and Shiko has come to the wicket. Played some glorious flicks to the leg side last night. Very artistic batter at the crease. Swung hard, flies over and goes for a Maximo in that area around third man. Not quite as aesthetically pleasing as most of his shots last night, but just as effective.
We're going to have to name that shot. What can we name this shot? Because it happens too often now in this game.
Maybe we can open that up to the chat. Can we go a little bit more creative than the Baximo?
Yeah, I'd like something more than the Baximo. I think the Baximo is more for a top edge pull. I mean the drives that are flying for 6.
Yeah. Anyway, have a crack, viewers. Flying ball towards third man. Ravi, a little bit dudded on that last ball. It was a pretty good piece of bowling, but still ends up with a 6 in the scorebook. Chico edge, keepers put it down, and not only that, it will roll away for a boundary. Tell you what, Corey, if Italy chases this target down, then you might look back at that moment as the turning point. Kaiser Ahmed moved reasonably well to his left. Looks like he just got stuck before he launched into a dive. Only knock it away for 4.
He sort of checked his movement. The movement's good there, and then he doesn't go again and has to lunge at it last moment. Can't even stop the 4. So handy boundary, 91 of 33.
Oh, Chico, shaky start, but he's 10 off 2. Oh, he's not going to be there for any longer, though, as Ravi has come up with a scorching middle stump Yorker. What a delivery. And the Italians are now 33 for 4.
I don't think there's anything better in the game than a cartwheeling middle stump. Brett Lee would have liked that one. What a Yorker from Ravi. That is picture perfect, and the Italians are in disarray.
Certainly are. Ravi probably would have been frustrated after the previous 2 balls, going for 6 and 4 when he's felt like he's had the batter in trouble on both occasions, decides to take it out of the hands of anyone else.
Lucky you didn't impale the keeper, Rhino. That is absolutely perfect. Hang it in the Louvre.
Certainly is. Interesting, that's where Chico hit most of his boundaries last night, was flicking towards square leg, and you can see the instinctive tendency of that bat face already going very square of the wicket on the leg side. Ultimately, that was such a good Yorker, needed to jam down hard, but wasn't good enough to deal with it. And 4 wickets down, this is an uphill climb for the Italians. Pereira coming to the crease. We need a captain's knock from him. Intimidating man to bowl to. Posing figure. Good length ball, and Pereira pays it respect.
Enjoy Pereira as a player. He's a serious player that can chase anything down, and he just hasn't had the sort of tournament or first day that he would have liked. But if he gets going, Ron, I've seen him hit massive scores for the Italians before. So he gets an opportunity here, and they need a real captain sort of innings.
Yeah, certainly Norway couldn't have started much better than this, but Italy's not out of the game. 90 runs in 31 balls, so it's a big ask, but I've seen teams do it from here before. Good strong hit, but just down to Arif coming off the long off boundary. That's an excellent second over from Ravi. He ends up with figures of 2 for 24, and Italy 35 for 4. Interestingly, Corey, supercomputers still saying that Italy's a 1 in 5 chance to win this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't go 1 in 5, maybe a 1 in 7 for me, but the supercomputer is all knowledgeable.
It's all about the data. All about the data.
I'm not too sure the reference.
It's just a bit of a sports industry thing that people are obsessing with data all the time. I like insight. Data. So change of bowler coming up here for the 4th over. So after this over, remember, it will be the halfway point of the innings. This is only an 8-over contest. Slight reduction because of the field taking a little bit of time to dry up this morning. And Mushtaq coming in for the 4th for Norway. That's not off stump, but well inside the wide line. So Dot to begin his over, and Dastagier, he's only faced 4 balls, only scored 3 runs as well, but he's played very well for the Italians last night, but it feels like he hasn't played a shot in anger so far.
Yeah, I never understand when a player leaves it like that. You might as well just swing and hope for the edge, even if it's a wide. It won't matter if you play and miss.
Square drive's gone out of fashion, disappointingly.
They need to get going here.
Another one in that region. Good block-out bowling, and that's outstanding footwork from Raza Iqbal. Didn't he show some flexibility to get down to that ball?
Oh, I'm not going to allow you to say that. Use your hands, skipper, use your hands. But I actually like this field they've got. They've got the deep backward point, sort of the fly catching short third, and another point there. I enjoyed this one because I think you're bringing in 2 types of edges that can be caught.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I thought you were actually trying to rename the deep third man as fly catching third man.
Yeah, I think that could stick.
Mushtaq full ball. Pereira eases it straight down the ground. That's one of the most relaxed Maximos you'll see today. He's got such a heavy bat, this big beast. And Mushtaq served him up a full toss. And the batter of Joy Pereira's class has no problem in just smoking it straight back down the ground. It's pretty good when it comes to just hitting it as hard as he needs to. Really reduces his risk going for the Maximo type strokes. Big swing. Nice ball from Mushtaq in the corridor outside off stump. Good bowling from the Norwegians. Not necessarily doing huge amounts with the ball, but just enough, and they're putting it in areas which are making the Italians take accentuated risks. And the Italians need boundaries. They need them super quick. Oh, that's an awful full toss. I know Pereira took a couple of steps down the wicket, but an easy call for umpire Joe Foster, and you can add to that no ball the Maximo, and Pereira's on a free hit for the next delivery.
Well, these are those little swings, Rhinos. I was just catching a bit of breath out back that a no ball six can swing things violently, and we haven't seen it in a while. I was thinking that the Norwegians have had exceptional control, but if he can get this free hit for six, Joy Pereira, he's a momentum player. When he gets going, I tell you, Rhino, he is mighty destructive.
Yeah, certainly is. It's hard to stop a man of that size once he's got forward momentum. It's a good ball, though. A little in-swinging Yorker. Daskia probably a little bit pedestrian with his running between wickets, and keeper did well, got the glove off quickly. Had a shy, but Ahmed couldn't hit the sticks.
That's the 50 up as well, but it's taken 3.5 overs, and obviously being an 8-over game, we're almost at the halfway stage. A lot of heavy lifting and a lot of work to do against a pretty disciplined bowling attack, but I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Well, it hasn't been a great start for Italy, and yet they've scored 50 off what is almost 4 overs. They only need 74 off the back half to win. Mushtaq with a big appeal. I'm not sure if it's bat before wicket these days.
I don't think it is. I think if it hits the bat, it's definitely not LBW. That's one more run to the total. 51 on the board. 4 overs complete. Italy need to get a groove on, otherwise it's going to fall away pretty quickly.
Not a bad little over from Mushtaq there. Goes for 16, but has made sure he hasn't given away a supersonic over to allow the Italians to get right back in this contest. But they're not out of it, and for so long as Pereira in particular can stay out in the middle, they will hold some hope. But in terms of the run rate comparison, Norway on top in this contest.
Yeah, absolutely, and another seam bowler coming into the attack, so it's this array of quicks, and this is going to be Wahidullah Sahak. He's a little bit different. He'll come right arm around the wicket, 3 backward points. It's a different sort of field, but hey, it was effective yesterday.
Wasn't it? Didn't we love it yesterday too? It's the pad that's coming from the wide angle. It's a tough one for them to give, but Daskia, he's almost on suicide type runs at the moment. He's just dawdling.
I don't know if he wants to retire himself out or whatnot, but he really looked in trouble for the run out there. That's probably the right decision. Coming around the wicket, it's really difficult to get a right armour to get a dismissal unless it's a low full toss or Yorker. That's missing off stump.
Yeah, great. Enough doubt there. Oh, he's hit the stumps on that occasion. Might even be a classic nutmeg. Pereira is castled and on his way back to the dugout for 14 off 6, and Sahak's got the radar on now.
I don't think I've seen more stumps cartwheeling in a day of cricket that's only gone for 15 overs. These stumps are flying. That is the perfect Yorker from around the wicket. I don't think big old Joy Pereira ever picked it up. Oh, that has nutmegged him fully.
Seen more cartwheels than a junior gymnastics competition here today, Corey.
What were you doing there, Rhino?
It's not the question you should ask, Corey. Disgraceful stuff. Joy Pereira making his way back to the pavilion. Disappointing because he was probably the man that Italy needed to base the rest of this chase around, particularly with Dusty Gear struggling at the other end. They don't need a miracle just yet, but they do need someone to stand up, and Baljit Singh coming to the crease. And, well, if there's a man who needs to make amends for giving away a few runs with the ball, it's definitely Baljit.
You don't think this win, if they were to win from here, you don't think that's in the miracle category now?
Not quite miracle, but be a pretty good one.
I'm calling it a miracle. If they are in the last 3.3 overs to turn this around, miracle.
Will you go for the same thing you did last night? Will you work for the ECN for free for the next 10 years if they win this? Is it that levels?
I regret some words that I say in the past, Rhino. Those are right up there.
I mean, at least it's not on recorded television that's available for eternity. Just drilled out.
This is now, this over, 1 for 1 off 4 balls. It has really slipped away. We've only got 3 overs after this. I think the big problem is this man, Ghulam, unfortunately, we know yesterday he showed us glimpses, but he just looks like he can't get his timing, and the longer he's there, if he doesn't get it going, it's game over.
Yeah, he's sucking up a lot of balls at the moment. Sahak comes around the wicket. Big swing while he's responded to the Rutgers criticism and launched a massive bomb over the leg side. And Sahak, who had bowled such a good over up to that point, gets annihilated.
Yeah, lovely shot. That time it's in the wheelhouse, and this is the small margins. If you miss that Yorker from around the wicket, it really is a hit-me ball, and he gets it. So can he get this for 6 and make it down to less than 60 in the last 3 overs?
They do need to keep the Maximos flying. Short ball, not a great one from Sahak. He just doesn't have the protection. Not that it would have mattered, because that has carried the boundary by a good 10 metres, and Dustiger has suddenly erupted like Mount Vesuvius.
Yeah, that is something they need a little bit more of, as another over is complete. And, well, maybe that window of opportunity opens up again for the Italians.
Yeah, certainly does. They need to keep the boundaries coming nice and quick, but I reckon we've still got some entertainment here today. Great to be here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan with Corey Rutgers. And Corey, you said it would almost take a miracle for Italy to win this game. Changed your mind after those pair of Maximos?
No, a miracle. I think it's going to take a mini miracle. They've gone 6-6 and they still need to go 60 off 3. That's stretching it, because I think one more wicket, you're into that lower order. It's already 5 down.
Yeah, this over needs to be a big one, if nothing else than to just keep them believing. Nicely driven down the ground. Elegant shot, but unfortunately will only be 1.
Look, never say never, and obviously they'll push it as far as they can. They're a 10% shot on the supercomputer. I guess in the last few years we have seen massive comebacks at the closing stages. So never say never, but I think this Austrian bowling lineup, they've got a good amount of pace, and I think pace at the moment has been working from this end.
What about the Norwegian bowling lineup? Big swing across the line. Not sure what the Austrians have got to do with this contest, but we can investigate that further.
Well, neighbours, aren't they?
It's basically the same thing, isn't it? They wear red.
Very good countries, very good cricket teams. Easy to get them confused, Rhino.
Oh, isn't it? Isn't it? Steaming in. Big swing, but not great contact. Coming in from mid-wicket, takes a comfortable catch, and the Norwegians are moving fjord to victory here against Italy.
When you look at how they started against Sweden and grew against Jersey, you said they're sort of timing their sort of tournament. At this game, at the moment, this is a complete performance with bat, in the field, and with the ball. A joy to watch from them.
Yep, certainly. Can I get a bit of acknowledgement for the quality of the fjord?
I did.
Comment?
I did think that was good, but I'm so in this game right now, I just couldn't recognise it.
You were not in the zone. You were dipping in and out here at the moment, see Rutgers. Either way, the Norwegians are putting on an absolute show here. Been very good in the field, and it's been disciplined bowling performance. Said earlier, they're not trying to do anything particularly spectacular. They know they've got runs on the board, and they know if they bowl good lengths and they stop the Italians particular from getting on the front foot where they like to strike, that they will have some opportunities, and they're making the most of them. Big swing out to mid-wicket, but he took the last catch. Waidul Sahak. Just keep it to the 1. So Sher Sahak's got figures of 3 for 14 here. It's been very good bowling effort from him. Italy 68 for 6. So still some 56 runs short of this target and are quickly running out of deliveries. Oh, full toss. Italy would love to get some bat on that, send it for a Maximo, and would have given them at least a ray of sunshine. As it is, bad balls not punished. Dastiger just does not feel in the rhythm at all today.
Brilliant bit of keeping as well. Saves 4 extra runs, so top work.
It is Dastiger who will have the free hit. Now there for what feels like an eternity. It's only been 11 balls, but aside from consecutive Maximos earlier, he hasn't really been able to do much, but that's a lovely shot. Speared in to the leg side, a little bit slottish from Sahak, and he gets drilled to the boundary, so Dastiger makes his way up to 22. Scrambled seam. Played a pretty good shot there, a lot of bottom hand, but check the shot enough. Nicely struck. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Well, when he makes contact, Dastiger, he can send it a long, long way. That's a fantastic end to the over, and these late over flourishes continue for the Italians. 79 for 6, 2 overs remaining.
Not just keeping their hand in the cookie jar, aren't they, Rhino? And at 28 for the opener, he's been there in age. He's had no real support. Can someone from the bottom or lower order just offer a little glimpse of what they can do? And, well, they're not out of it just yet. They're holding on, Rhino.
No, they're not. And they have got the specialist fielder, Simranjit Singh, coming out next as well, who is living a bit of a charmed life here at ECC 2024. So maybe he's the hero that Italy needs, but Arslan Mohammed will be on strike in the meantime. He's only been out there for 1 ball. Sahak finishing with really good figures, 3 for 25. He's 2 overs. Kamal Mushtaq coming on for his second. Ball outside off stump, almost into block hole range, and driven down for the 1 to long off.
He's quite a skiddy customer, isn't he? Difficult to get that elevation, always putting in the right zone. But this is very interesting. A lot of permutations around the relegation battle as well. If Italy are to lose this, there's still some things that could go on tonight which might mean Guernsey could be safe. Italy could be on the chopping block.
Well, Italy, they'll get the 1 point from this loss.
Well, we're just discussing that in the background. We've got to double check some playing conditions.
Well, let's double check those before we commit anything else. That's nicely struck over the offside though. Dastiger, 32 off 14.
Yeah, well, they get it down to 40 off 10, and we've seen crazier things happen on the network. He's starting to click at the right time. That was a lovely shot over cover.
Yep, good backlift. Got the bat plane flowing through in the right direction. And hits it pretty sweetly out for 4. So he's making a late run here, Dastiger. Needed more from him in the early stages. 40 off 10, it's still possible. Oh, tried to grab that out to fine leg. Must have been very close to off stump.
Oh, I just feel like that wasn't the option for now. He just started to click. He started to get it around the ground where he wanted. He's well out of his crease. He's well outside the line of the ball. A couple of technical errors there.
Yeah, certainly. Tell you what, it would have been the sort of length ball that he's tended to put away more often than not. Once again, hittable length. Keeper comes in shy at the stumps. They might look to go for the double. Dastiger's partner sends him back as Arslan feels like keeping the strike.
That's another one where you go for the suicide second, and if you get run out being Arslan, it doesn't really matter. Dastiger was going to the further way. So, yeah, these little things have crept into the Italian game. Norway just need to close out. 2 good balls here, you close it out. However, a 6 and a 6 opens it back up.
Certainly does. Game is not over. 39 off 8. Mushtaq can really almost close the door here with a good pair of final deliveries. Hit up, hit high, and straight down the throat of Raza Iqbal. Doesn't have to move too much from his fielding position, which will suit Iqbal just fine. 7 wickets down, and Italy are almost out of this one.
Yeah, it feels like the door is almost slammed shut. They've been very impressive, the Norwegians, with bat and with ball. I think they've done a very good job in the field as well. Looks pretty clean overall. And, well, that man on your screen tried his best. He was there from the start, but never really got his flow today.
Indeed. It's a crazy group, isn't it, Corey? Just can't get a read on these teams of who's in form or who is just generally inconsistent. So Arslan back to the dressing room for 2 off 3.
Yeah, it's an interesting group, wide open. Still, obviously, I think the Dutch, when you put them in a 10-over game, they're going to be the leaders. But Sweden, Norway, and they're probably in that running for second. Italy just dropping down a bit.
Simranjit Singh, fielding superstar, comes to the crease. Big swing, but can only jam it out to the offside for the 1. And that's the end of the over. Italy, 86 for 7.
Well, right now they're in net run rate damage control. Every run will count. This is what's coming up. Next Jersey going up against the Netherlands 11. And, well, obviously that Netherlands 11, will they go back to all their spinners? Shariz Ahmed, Sakib Zulfikar, some very talented players. But great to see they're giving Damien van den Berg a go. Really talented left-handed batter. On the other side of the tape, Jersey, there's only one man that we really want to see. Now, I want to see them all, but there's one man that stands out.
Storman Stanley Norman. I know you're talking about him. Rudders.
He can play.
Seeing here's where he can play. That ball's just sort of died off the deck, and they will manage to get through for 1. Rahimi comes in to close things out for Norwegians.
I'll tell you what, it was 38 off 6. It's reopened the door.
Hasn't it? It's just ajar, just slightly.
Is it ajar or is it closed and you've got to hammer it back open?
Maybe just use your hotel room key. Oh, I'll tell you what, that was a slot ball on off stump, and it's exactly the sort of ball that Dastagear was probably hoping for. Needed a Maximo there, and given they just took the 1 run, Italy are almost out of this, and certainly not without some generous help from the Norwegians in the form of a few extras. Just jammed out and played slightly awkwardly, but down to backward square position, and Simranjit goes through for the 1.
Really looking forward to tonight's game. Norway take on the Netherlands 11, and watching their paces live here, I think they'll enjoy bowling under lights.
I think they will too. They're a bit of a dark horse.
They are, aren't they?
They are surging. I like teams that gain form throughout the group stage. He struck down the middle of the ground. Elegant movement from the Sheriff, getting out of the way. Unflustered. Signals 4.
I'll tell you what, if he had been hit, he might have gone the quick draw back at him. The Sheriff, lovely shot, 4 runs. As Italy just trying to save their net run rate here. They don't want to be in a position later that a shellacking could hand them a relegation.
They've got to keep going. Wide ball from Rahimi. It's the sort of permutations that all the teams have to keep in mind here at ECC 2024. Hasn't the relegation battle added some jeopardy?
It really has.
It's given us something to talk about. Latter stages of games too. Dastagear, ball drops onto what should have been a helpful length, but a little bit of a change of pace from Rahimi, nicely bowled.
Yeah, what a complete performance the Norwegians have rocked up today. And I have to say, there's 3 facets of the game, obviously, and you add a 4th, the mental side. I feel like they've gone 4-0.
Tremendous stuff. Great analysis from Corey Rutgers. Ball's heaved with the bottom hand over to long on.
How many sides of the game out of those 4 can you dominate and still get a win, you think, Rhino?
Would you call it, out of those sides, would you call this a rectangular formation or a square format where they're all equally important?
Yep.
Final ball, Rahimi. In the block hole, Simranjit tries to go through for the 1, and he gets whacked in the shoulder by the Grizzly for his trouble. Might regret scooting through for that single. Gives a bit of a look back to the Norwegian fielding group, but that is a tremendous win for the boys in red, and frankly, a disappointing performance from the Italians.
Yeah, the Italians still looking a bit short of a gallop in this Group D in 2024. Good win from Norway. They keep their chances alive of that double chance later tonight. Obviously, we're going to have a close look at the table and where everybody is. But overall, the Italians, they'll have to go back to the drawing board because they could be on the chopping block, and so could Jersey. There's a lot of permutations to wrap up our group stages for the Premier Division.
So much happening, Corey, and so much to look forward to for the rest of this day. But in the meantime, let's celebrate an exceptional all-round performance from the Norwegians. All 4 sides of cricket, they have completely dominated in this contest. And frankly, they've made the Italians look a little bit second-rate, which, given the Italians whacked an absolute mountain of runs against Jersey last night, is some surprise. But a big contest coming up next. Jersey, 2 losses from 2 matches, but that washout this morning probably gives them a little bit of a leg up, but they have got the Netherlands 11. Very well credentialed, talented team. A couple of names coming in from them, and a couple of great names in that Jersey side too. See Patrick Bogona come into the team. Agent 611, Barney Aston in there too. Love to see more of him. But before we do that, let's have a look at the highlights from this Norway versus Italy contest. And even though the Norwegians scored plenty of runs, he gave the Italians a better than average shot of trying to chase this down. Zane Nakfi hit a boundary early on, but a very tame dismissal at the end of the first over.
Yeah, it was the first 3 wickets all caught in mid-off and mid-on, and on another day you smack them over the top and everyone's happy and smiling, but there's days in cricket where batters quaff it, the bat turns in the hands and you don't get your timing. In Norway, well, they pounced. I think this was the big one. Rajmani Sandhu, who came out, he hit a 6, he looked good, and we're like, is it going to be the Rajmani show again? There, another one just splicing away. The 3rd player caught inside the power play, and that was pretty much curtains from there.
Yeah, it wasn't anything magical from the Norwegian seamers. They just kept on hitting slightly short of length very hard. The Italians do like to get on the front foot, and they really didn't allow them to get too many comfortable shots in this innings, and ultimately the Italians largely self-destructed with the bat. This was a lovely ball from Ravi in swinging Yorker, and not for the first time today, the stumps went flying.
Yeah, the stumps did go flying a couple of times. The old cartwheel came back just like circa 70s with Jeff Thompson and Dennis Lilly. Joy Pereira, he's a good player. He came out, and for a brief moment I was getting ready for the Pereira show, a no ball 6. I thought maybe now they can get ticking. But that ball there from around the wicket, try playing that, Rhino.
Yeah, not easy, but Sahak also copped a bit of tap at the end of that over. And that was the sort of first moment that we thought maybe the Italians can actually claw their way back into this contest, but it was a short-lived fight back, and Norwegians just kept on taking wickets. They were solid in the outfield. Really, really good all-round performance from them, and ultimately seen the shortcomings of this Italian batting lineup twice in the first 3 games that they've played at this tournament, and they've got a match-up against Sweden coming up, 4th game tonight, which is not easy. The Swedes are on fire. They are on top of the group after the first stages, and that will be no easy task. So plenty of work for the Italians to do, not just in the context of this group, but also in the context of ensuring that they remain in Challenger Division, in the Premier Division. We'll have a quick look at the batting scorecard, and Italy's score of 97 for 7 off 8 overs. And Corey, aside from Dastagir, who really was a little bit pedestrian throughout most of the innings, there wasn't too much else to celebrate.
Yeah, not too much else to celebrate. 39 for him, but also a pretty sedate 39 off 20. And yeah, that very well-known batting lineup, Zain Ali, Joy Pereira, Rajmani Sandhu, Baljit Singh. We've seen them at Carlton Road for years. Unfortunately, they're not having a great tournament with the bat.
No, shooting blanks really. There was good performance all around from the Norwegians. 5 wickets between Ravi and Sher Sahak, the 2 opening bowlers. They were very, very good. You look at that economy rate, everyone was just pretty solid, not giving away one major loose over, and ultimately Norway has thoroughly deserved this victory here. So they take the points in match 7 of Group D, winning the game by 26 runs. Very, very strong performance. That will give some confidence for them going into their final game, which is the last game here today up against the Netherlands 11. But that Netherlands team is on show next up against Jersey. That match will start in only 16 minutes. And it should be an absolute cracker. So Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network with Corey Rutgers all day today. Next match coming up, it's the 3rd game of the day. Please join us on the network for that.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, thank you for joining us on the network here today. It's time for Game 3 of the second day of action here at Group D of the European Cricket Championships 2024. A really important clash in the context of this group. It's the mighty Netherlands 11 coming up against the youngsters from Jersey. Let's go to the toss and see what happens.
So Netherlands, you are home team, Jersey our team. You spin the coin, you are calling. European cricket and the Andalusia, who won the toss?
Who have a ball first?
Netherlands won the toss and decided to bowl first.
So there you have it. The Netherlands have won the toss and they've elected to bowl here in Game 3 today. An interesting decision. Their bowling attack has had an up and down tournament so far. That all-spin attack really worked wonders against the Italians in their first game, but they somewhat came undone against a big-hitting Swedish outfit last night in what became a reduced overs game. But they really struggled to contain the Swedish bats, even as they were taking wickets occasionally. But they'll be looking to get themselves back on track here today against Jersey. Jersey also have had an up and down tournament. They leaked a mountain of runs against the Italians last night, but almost managed to snatch victory in the end as Storm and Stanley Norman played an absolute gem of an innings. He's a young man, just as much reputed for his bowling, but with those long levers, he can hit the ball a long way and was given good support by his skipper Birrell, who accompanied him last night as they gave the Italians a real fight. As you can see, conditions have improved markedly here out at the Cardimer Oval, and we should have bright sunshine for the remainder of today. The outfield's looking great and the pitch is playing very well from the evidence of the last game, so we should have plenty of runs in this contest today. I think it's going to be an absolute shootout here. No idea who's going to take the victory, but I'm sure one man who will have an opinion on it. That's Corey Rutgers up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, for that lovely introduction. Looking forward to this game as these two teams come out to the beautiful Cardimer Oval for a 10-over affair. We've had an 8-over game, we've had a 6-over game, but this time we get the full allotted 10 overs. And I do believe everyone around the cricketing world always love watching a bit of the Dutch, the Orange Dutch, but they'll be up against a very good young Jersey who obviously we know are missing a few names due to the amount of cricket they've played in 2024. They've given the young'uns a bit of a go. Let's have a look at some of those young'uns and look at the top of that order. Corbell, Norman, but I do expect to see Daniel Birrell, who's listed a lot lower there, to come out to the top. Good to see on the Netherlands 11 side. A new name, Damien van den Berg, plays his cricket at Kampong Cricket Club and he gives it a whack, the tall left-handed batter. So he gets an opportunity to debut here and we're almost set to go. Netherlands go into this as firm favourites, and you'd have to imagine if Jersey had their main players here, it might be a lot closer, but can Jersey put up a good fight and maybe pick up a point, which would then mean they are safe from relegation? That is the circumstances we're watching now. Jersey and Italy, remarkably, are on 4 points apiece, while Guernsey sit at home and watch. Now, Italy play Sweden tonight, Jersey play here. A point will save Jersey nearly. They don't have to worry about anything else. Even a win would get them into tomorrow's finals. But if they don't pick up a point and get swept, that net run rate, it's not that far away because there isn't that much volume of cricket. I'm hearing rumours. Netherlands chase anything inside 6 or 7 overs. It could be down to 0.01 and we'll have to wait and see what happens. Before we focus on all that, let's make sure we get to the cricketing action out in the middle. A warm welcome to all the viewers around the world. I hope you're doing well wherever you're watching from and everyone in the chat. Great to have you with us. And also all our international network partners. Ben Fletcher's got the ball, the tall left arm seamer. He'll enjoy running in pretty hard here. It's going to be Storm and Norman. Big Stan Norman on strike. Batted beautifully last night. Ball number 1 of this T10 match. Well, just picks up where he left off yesterday. Short down the leg side. Bit of a loosener from Fletcher and just picked up beautifully over fine leg. 6 runs to start. You feel that big Norman really holds a lot of keys to this batting lineup. If he can get going for an extended period of time, he might that jersey up to a score they believe they can defend. Shot, lovely shot, short wide, and he just pumps it over the offside. This man last night took down the Azzurri, the Italians, with a marvellous score in the 80s. And while he was at the crease, we thought they were going to chase a massive 1-6-4. What a nice start from him in this one. It's short, it's wide, he just times it beautifully over the offside. Another lofted shot over the offside. Shouts a catch, and it will carry for 6. Well, Big Norman is in good form. A 6, a 4, and a 6. Lovely way to start this T10 International. And Jersey, who probably do know most of the permutations and what's going on, they'll know they want to get to a decent score here and make it really difficult for the Dutch to A, get the win, but also to put them in a safer spot for next year. Well, that's high in the air. This is a big moment. Clayton Floyd isn't going to drop it. Nice catch from backward point. He tracks back about 5 metres and holds on to it. Nice, safe catch. And in the end, it's just a little cameo from Norman, who'll be disappointed because he was looking $1 million. And the score now is 16 for 1. Big Ben Fletcher picks up a wicket. That'll give him a bit of confidence as well as he finds his sort of T10 international boots. Decent length delivery. Swinging back in a little bit, but yeah, just sort of hitting high up on the blade, maybe a bit early on the shot. And the first wicket does go down. Nice safe catch in the end from Clayton Floyd. He doesn't miss many, and well, might be the last time we see Big Norman for a while. I hope not. He's a very good player, and I think he's got a long career ahead of himself. Just a little change to the field. Looks like the third man's gone a little bit squarer. As Pullman, Theo Pullman, comes out at number 3. Well bowled from Fletcher. A little bit too quick there for Pullman. Oh, a little bit funky. Arnav Jain's down there though, and he's going to hold on to it. So 2 wickets in the over. Theo Pullman goes a little bit funky early. There was a deep sort of third who went square before that delivery. And in the end, he gets around to it, holds on to the catch. And a dream start for the Dutch 11. As Pullman will have to go for a derrick, a duck. And the score is 16 for 2. Lovely catch from Arnav Jain, who did the mopping up, and that does give me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend and co-commentator Andrew Ryan.
You take your opportunities, Corey, but it seems like the Jersey boys aren't at the moment. I admire the creativity of that shot, but unfortunately, probably not the right one to play, particularly to that particular ball. Well taken catch by Jain down there on the boundary, but Jersey did not want this start. 2 wickets down after a very, very bright first few balls, thanks to Storm and Norman. Theo Pullman goes back to the sheds almost as quickly as he came out. Not resting on the shoulders of Daniel Beryl, the captain of Jersey and opening batter. Katidia, who copped a bit of tap with the ball, has come out to join him. 2 wickets down, 16 on the board. Big swing as Corey Ellenbaas comes in for over number 2. Beryl taking himself wide of leg stump. And you mentioned how much the chase here is potentially very important for the Dutch in the context of Jersey surviving within the Premier Division. Corey?
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of circumstance that is playing out. Obviously, Jersey and Italy are still not completely safe. 1 point would do it. But first things first, they go into this game, they're looking for the win. That's what you got to do first.
Short ball, Beryl hasn't made good contact, but fortunately for him, drops well short of the field. That's a direct hit. He was very sluggish going up the non-striker's end. Umpire Joe Foster has referred it to the video umpire. This is closer than we think, Corey.
Well, he towed it off the bat and then started ambling through the first few strides, and Sebastian Brutt was watching, he was foxing. And in the end, a direct hit. He could be caught napping here, Rhino.
Yeah, we'll have a look on the replay. Really, really sluggish run. Go into slow-mo just here. Stretches out. Looks like he's going to just be safe.
Yeah, I think he's just in, and I mean just. So saves the blushes of the skipper of Jersey. I don't think he'll be ambling through the next one.
Yeah, if he was run out there, I don't think that would have been making his Instagram highlights package as umpire Foster signals not out, but a lovely piece of fielding from Sebastian Brutt. He's a quality cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just clean. He's a very clean cricketer. Offers you a bit with the bat, with the ball, does a job at deep mid-on as well, and captains this team very well. Ellenbaas had a tough day yesterday. Good to see him with the new ball here today.
Yeah, looks like he's bowling with confidence. As Katidia faces up, big swing across the line. Nice little off-speed ball.
At what stage do Jersey go, okay, we might not be able to get this win, but we got to bat to safety. We don't want to get bowled out sort of thing, because we're trying to look at the numbers. We know net run rates, it gets a bit complicated, but some of the numbers are saying if Netherlands chase something around that 6-over mark, then they could really be in danger.
To be fair, the Netherlands going hard for 6 overs. You've got to be scoring probably in excess of 100, 110. As Katidia gets a big, thick edge, trying to pull that ball over the leg side, and it does make its way down to the boundary for some much-needed runs. That'll give him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, nice shot. Interesting to see that Ellenbaas actually operates with deep mid-on and deep mid-wicket, because he is a bowler. Even in Dutch cricket circles, he digs it in. It doesn't matter what format. He loves digging it in. So he's probably one of those few opening bowlers you could have a deep fine leg or a deep square, but he's going to operate with the 2 straight men.
Yeah, he's got an action which really dictates that he's going to be trying to hit the pitch hard. Gets the delivery point quite nice and high, and the body drops forward at the same time, as Katidia not being particularly convincing in these first 2 shots, but it's gotten him 10 runs, and Jersey make the way to 27 for 2.
Yeah, 27 for 2. Doesn't matter how you make him. Get some bat on it, and the ball flies at Carter Oval. So 6 more to the total. Despite the wickets, the run rate's okay.
So bright start. Love to find the middle of the bat eventually. Final ball of the second over. Short of a length ball. Katidia slightly nearer the middle of the bat, but just poked out to the offside. They'll take the single. He'll keep a hold of the strike for the 3rd, and Jersey, at the end of 2 overs, 28 for 2.
You know what, Rhino? I have to say on the Jersey behalf, I've been mighty impressed with these youngsters. Obviously, we know they're missing a lot of players. This is the table right now, and well, quite remarkably, you see Sweden and Norway at the top. There's been rain, there's been matches cancelled, there's been shortened fixtures, so it's all a little bit crazy. But for Jersey and Italy, they need to get to 5 points minimum to guarantee Premier Division next year.
Yep, so we've got that relegation battle potentially taking on. But tell you what, if you're Norway, you're looking on this with interest too, because you're currently sitting in 2nd position. They have got to take on the Netherlands this evening as well. So they can probably hold their qualification spot in their own hands no matter what happens in this game. As Jane comes to the bowling crease for the 3rd. Short ball, not particularly powerfully struck, and that's a tidy catch from Sikander Zulfikar, and Katidia, after a bright start thanks to a couple of top edges, he goes for 11, and Jersey 28 for 3.
Now they need to be a little bit careful. I think they need to have a few words and maybe consider what's the right total to defend inside 7 overs or whatnot if you are going to lose, because you don't want to get rolled. That would be the big red flag here. And Arnav Jain picks up a wicket from a shortish ball outside off. Didn't get any timing. 3 wickets down. But yeah, let me expand on that a little bit, because maybe some viewers don't know. Jersey Cricket, they won the sub-regional again, and then they've been in Kenya.
What is the sub-regional?
Sub-regional.
Take us through with the lingo.
So they've had a busy year, T20 internationals. They've also played 50-over cricket recently, but the sub-regional international ICC qualifier to get to the World Cup. They will be playing the Netherlands main team next year, but they're missing a lot of players also. Unfortunately, they just went to Kenya, so all of them have been there, and they've brought a more young sort of development side here. And that has some ramifications in other ways, but you just can't keep making players play over and over. They've given the youngsters a go, and he's going to be a tall order.
A man who does know Carter Oval reasonably well, Elliot Corbell, has stepped to the crease and swings his first ball away for a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets that one away. There was a shout of catch. I think that's Musa Ahmed at square leg who gave it a diving chance, but 4 to the total. So as we know, there's no tribes. There's no Jonty Jenner, Samawera, Lawrenson. There's a lot of good players missing, but I think the youngsters have actually proven there's a good bit of depth in sort of Jersey cricket coming through.
Yeah, certainly is the case. Impressed with Carnegie at the tall left armour, at the top of the innings with the ball, and obviously Storman Stanley Norman has had a tremendous tournament, one of the players of this group. Corbell steps across the offside. Can't beat Musa on that occasion. Mixes up his speed well, Arnav Jain. Does bowl a pretty good quick ball as well, coming around the wicket for the right-hander Corbell. And they've just brought Sebastian Bratt there from long on, and they've now got deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. Watching what Corbell is doing. They'll have to try to change up his attacks. Clever piece of bowling from Jain, particularly given the first 2 balls that Corbell had faced.
Yeah, really good bowling. Gets a little bit of extra bounce, and I think he's enjoying this matchup. Last couple of balls of this power play. Netherlands ahead at the moment. What can Jersey muster?
Well, he's bringing the fielding changes, Jain. Just brought up deep backward and put the deep fielder out to point. Corbell, probably a lot of thoughts in his head about what to do, so he just takes a swipe across the line, manages to hit it for 4. Good batting from the young man. He goes to 8 off 4, and Jersey finished the power play 41 for 3.
We might have one more to go, actually. Just looking at there, maybe one more. I've got him on 37, Rhino. I think you've jumped a gun, or maybe you've taken a glimpse into the future.
Maybe.
If this goes for 4, I'm a little bit freaked out.
Hey, I'm not going to tell you what's going through my head at the moment. Corbell takes a little bit of a step to the side, can't make contact, and that is the end of the power play, and Jersey are in fact 37 for 3.
There you go, 37 for 3. Look, the run rate's okay. If they can get themselves to 120, that'll be pretty difficult for the Netherlands to chase down and really demolish their net run rate. Having a look, not too bad, 16, 12, 9, but they'd love a little bit of a partnership. Not going to get easier though, because the main man from yesterday for the Dutch, Clayton Floyd's going to bowl.
I love a bit of Clayton's left arm orthodox spin. Looks like he's going to take up his attack from around the wicket to get things underway. I'll keep a fairly attacking field in place. Short man at both fine leg and third man there for the cut shot that flies the top edge. So fielder almost gullyish in a way. Drifts on the pad's touch, and Farrell plays it neatly for 1. This game hasn't sort of really reached any great heights at the moment, certainly not from the Jersey batting side after that early Storman Norman flourish.
Yeah, it was a flourish to start, wasn't it? A 6-4 and a 6, but obviously then the Dutch pulling it back in. They were surprised last night from Sweden in a rain-affected game, but in 10 overs, this team you think's pretty difficult to beat.
Certainly. Well, he's hit in the air, but it will drop just before the outfielder. So Corbell takes a single. Disappointingly for us, we had agent 611, Barney Aston, down to bat at number 4 on our list. We still haven't had sight of him, 3 wickets down. Feels like he could be an X factor coming down the order.
I'm sure he'll get his chance.
That's looped outside off stump. In normal cricket, that would be an awful ball, but actually fairly effective one in this T10 format.
Well, just having a look, I think they're checking if it's on the pitch or not. Don't think that's going to be effective, Rhino. I think that's a no ball.
There was, from where I was sitting at a slight angle, I was thinking, geez, we snuck that in the wide line. That's a miracle. But anyway, it is a free hit, and Good call in the end. Drifts, a little bit of off-speed pace, and it's going to be caught, but Birrell, as he seems to want to do, just has a little lumbering walk to the other end.
Yeah.
Disappointed he hasn't been able to take advantage of the free hit.
Yeah, he hasn't got his timing just yet. Hasn't got his timing, but if he clicks, we saw him hit the long ball last night. Corbell's come out here with some good intent, but you can see 6% shot to win the game, but I think there's a little story within a story here.
Off stump, Corbell takes a bit of time to reach it, but gets enough bat, and they will try to scoot through for the second. He is quite quick between the wickets and moves well, so they'll double up.
2 more to the total. You know, I like that he's trying to use his feet. That's the way you play, Clayton. You've got to be pretty funky with your crease. If you sort of just stand leg side of the ball, he'll bowl that really slow one wide and makes it very difficult to hit.
Across the line, no contact. Nice piece of bowling from Floyd. So he's only gone for 6 so far in this over. He's having an absolute ripper of a tournament so far.
And I think it was just 1 over yesterday where Sweden got a hold of him a bit, but the other 3 for the day for him were very effective. Can he get out of this over with no more damage?
Corbell, he's enjoying moving around the crease, and he's made great contact with that shot. Races away to 17 off 9. It's a good finish to the 4th. And Jersey, 1 short of the 50. They are 49 for 3 after 4.
Well, a little partnership brewing here, which is very important for context for 2025, you feel. You can see a couple of wickets in the first, but they've responded okay. And not going to get easier, though. We're going to see the very talented young man, Shariz Ahmed, who's off to Oman. And a matter of weeks, actually, going to come in to bowl here.
Good to see, good to see. Speaking of Jersey, though, just shows how the T10 game has developed, hasn't it, Corey? You sort of got the feeling at the moment that the Netherlands are right under control here, and that it's been a bit of a sedate start from Jersey. But they're still going at over 12 and over. If they keep this up for the 10, they're at 120 pace.
Yeah, it is a crazy format, and sometimes you look at that scoreboard and it's racing away without you knowing. Shariz Ahmed, here we go, ball number 1 for him.
From the back foot, nice little bit of jump off the deck.
This man's a talent, beyond a talent. Yeah.
You enjoy watching it, don't you?
There's certain cricketers that make your hair stand up off your forearms, off your chest, wherever it is. He is a talent.
I might set you back there for a moment as Ahmed comes in for his second delivery. Nice bit of flight, Birrell. Just sort of almost the tall man's struggle against the leg spin, isn't it? You stay too far upright, hard to get a read off the bounce of the pitch, and just the hands flashing at the square cut, not catching up with the spin. Dyson with that wide line. Hands got through that shot, though, without any problems at all. And after 2 dot balls, we finally see a Maximo.
Yep, 6 to the total. That one slightly over pitch. Nice shot from Birrell. Holds his shape this time and gets it away for an important 6. So on to 55 now. Are they batting themselves to safety? Maybe even a surprise victory, Rhino.
You never know. They're a plucky unit, this
A
Jersey
good bowling
group.
attack.
Certainly do. Bit of air. That's a 3rd consecutive cut shot. And he's missed. If I'm Ahmed, I am keeping this line and length until he proves that he can smack this to the boundary.
Yeah, 2 more to go as then we're at the halfway stage. I think Jersey will still be pretty pleased with their start, considering the opposition they're up against.
Uses his feet, actually cracks a lovely cover drive. Got easy power, Birrell. Smacks it to the boundary. And Ahmed been under a little bit of pressure as he's used his feet on those couple of occasions.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? I look forward to watching Birrell bowl later as well. Bowls a very heavy ball, puts it in the right areas, but overall, he's shown that he can do it a bit with the blade as well. Last ball, the 5th, Rhino.
Short, wide, and edged. So Birrell's going to be probably quite disappointed with himself on that occasion. That was actually an ordinary ball from Ahmed, but well taken by the keeper, who stayed low, because that was a tough catch, Corey.
Yeah, Noah Kroos, he's a seriously good talent with the glove. I know the Dutch like him a lot. The 2 men they're going to Oman combining there. And well, Shariz kept that very wide. I think it was right off the cue end, right off the toe of the bat, and that's a massive wicket.
Yeah, it was a big one. Birrell found his range on a couple of occasions, but didn't look entirely comfortable against the leg spinner, and so he goes back to the pavilion and was a wicket that Jersey really didn't want. I mean, that is a really wide ball to get out to.
Yeah, that hurts. That really does hurt as he goes for 13 off 11. The score 59 for 4 does give us an opportunity to bring you up to the Dream Box. Welcome up for what's been another interesting day of cricket so far. We've got permutations about relegation, but more importantly about this group. Who's going to get the double chance and who isn't going to be here tomorrow?
Yeah, certainly. I mentioned it earlier in the coverage, Corey, that really, really interesting game this evening. Norway versus the Netherlands 11. So ultimately, whatever happens to the Netherlands here, and they look like they're, I wouldn't say in complete control, but they've started very well. They win this game, but they've still got to try to overtake Norway later this evening. And Norway played exceptionally well against Italy in the last game. And they feel like they are the team that's on the rise in this group. But we also haven't seen Sweden today, who were the big fast start runners yesterday, as this ball is popped up and a very easy catch for Braat coming from the long on boundary, and Jersey lose their 5th wicket, 59 on the board.
Oh, 5th wicket down. It looks as Keeb Zulfikar's come in. Also another player of seriously big experience around the world, who's at the 50 over World Cup not long ago in India. Comes on, gets one to bounce a lot, and it's back to that sort of spin brigade, the Floyd and the two leggies. They do a good job. A nice easy catch there for Sebastian Braat, who came in a couple of yards.
Yeah, he's very, very competent fielder, nice soft hands, and always gets himself into good positions. That's a nice grab for him. And unfortunately, Jersey just losing a steady stream of wickets here, and the batting depth is going to be sorely tested in this game. Wasn't a bad little effort from Elliot Corbell, but eventually makes his way back to the pavilion. And so plenty of pressure here on Bo Gurner. He's just come to the wicket. And Jack Kemp at the non-strike is in. Oh, makes decent contact with that first shot, but there is a sweeper coming out there from the point boundary, and they'll keep it to 1.
Yeah, 1 more to the total. So Gurner and Kemp now have a job to do. Really important sort of phase for them in this game. You've got to accelerate, but you also don't want to be 7 down with a couple of overs to go. Not going to be easy.
Right, so Kemp gone first ball last time. Just a single to get his account open. Good chance to turn to the YouTube chat. Always place for fascinating views. We've got Monica Ramos Acosta in the chat. Daniela Shibrita. So good to see the ladies in there. And at the same time, Dave B lurking around alongside John Gray. Paul Kempen still with us, which is great to see. And, well, they get to see a tremendous stroke down the ground as Gurner has just come up with an easy straight swing for a Maximo.
Yeah, every time I feel like Jersey could implode, these youngsters are finding the boundary at important phases. Lovely shot there against Keeb Zulfikar and goes dead straight. Lovely batting. Not many teams have a fielder there.
Don't. It's a short ball, outside edge, and it does beat the fielder at short third man. Good effort, but Gurner paying off because he's swinging hard. So 10 runs off the last 2 balls, and Jersey's had a couple of these little flourishes throughout the game.
Yeah, they have. And look, fortune favours the brave. He gets extra bounce here, Zulfikar, but a little bit of bat races away. Despairing dive from the man in the inner ring. That's Damien van den Berg, who just couldn't rein it back in.
That's a good ball. Just, you spot them out of the hands sometimes, Corey, and as soon as he released that delivery, you knew it was going to be a peach. So the end of the over for Zulfikar, he gets 1 for 12. Jersey 71 for 5.
Yeah, 71 for 5, so 4 overs to go here. Jersey putting up as much of a fight as they can. Having a look at that lineup. A lot of starts, Rhino, 16, 13, 11 and 17, but no one going on for the big one just yet.
Not yet, but where there is life, there's hope. Kemp out there. Love to see him get a few away. Talented young player. Jersey have had wraps on him for a little while. Ahmed comes on for his second over. Good air. It's it in the block hole. It's pretty well played. Got to love a spinner who's got the control to actually of length to be able to get it in the block hole consistently. It's quite a weapon against players really going the bash.
Yeah, they've got 4 very different spinners when you think about Floyd. Keeb Zulfikar's a leggy that gets a lot more bounce, whereas Shariz is a bit more skiddy. He actually, surprisingly, has a very good wrong one.
Floats it outside off stump. It's actually a pretty decent strike and coming within range of our commentary box. Fortunately, he got a big enough piece of it, and That's a cracking strike from Gerner. And tell you what, he's another one of these Jersey youngsters who's got big levers and really can hit a cricket ball hard.
Oh, what a shot from the youngster. A little bit of width, and he put his hand straight through it and said, Shariz, you've got to go fetch that one. Nice batting. And, oh, Jersey still looking at that 120.
17 off 5. Short ball, goes back and cuts, but underneath it, it feels like the shot and the length that the Jersey players have had much more trouble with from the leg spin pair.
Yeah, they've looked good at anything over pitched, and when the spinners sort of hit that very good length, they've struggled with the cut shot and the cross bat shots in this innings so far. That one there.
Well, he's challenging him. That has turned a fair while, so must have just nicked part of the wide line.
Gives it a rev, doesn't he? Really gives it a rev.
Generate that much turn on this Kardama deck. Short ball swung straight down the ground. That is a mighty, mighty stroke. He's got some natural timing. Bo Gerner, and a few nods of approval from the Jersey dressing room.
Yeah, definitely. That's gone quite a long way. He's got some quick hands. Back of a length this time. He sort of just baseballs it straight. So 6 more to the total. Jersey, if they get to 120, they'll be happy with that effort.
Oh, having a crack at our camera people up there on the scaffolding. So Ahmed's gone for 23 now. 1 ball to go in his spell. Short ball, elevation on the cut shot. Will it just drop in? Oh, it's an excellent effort, I think, from Arnav Jain out there on the offside boundary, but fumbles the catch, and Gerner survives, thankfully, for Jersey, because he's powering their innings at the moment. They are 85 for 5, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, big moment. He got there. He got 2 hands to it. Arnav Jain, I think he'll be disappointed he didn't hold on to that. The Dutch have high fielding standards, and at the level they play back home and whatnot, 2 hands to the ball, he'll be a little bit disappointed, the talented off-spinner.
Certainly will. Having a look forward, Corey, I know this is something that you're really looking forward to here in Spain in not too distant future. So from the 9th to the 20th of December, we have the European Cricket Championships for women, also split into the Challenger and the Premier Division. So plenty of extraordinarily talented female cricketers coming out here to Kardama Oval. That should be an absolute treat to finish off the year. Bright comes in with his right arm medium shot. The stump's not that far away, but Gerner has to take the single.
Yeah, 1 more to the total. I reckon direct hit there and he might be in trouble. But Gerner's playing a very good innings here, 25 off 10. Getting his team up to something which could maybe force a little bit of a wobble later.
We've had a hello from Daniela Chirita in the chat.
Hello.
Saying hello to the new commentators, Corey.
It's my first week and still feeling a bit like I'm growing into it.
Clearly thinks we sound like amateurs. But anyway, I'd love to have you in the chat. Daniela.
I feel like there's not been enough Bale and enough Maximo lately.
Maybe also because the team haven't bothered to do the commentators graphic with our incredibly charming faces as they do for Maximo and Rico. But anyway, we can have a word about that later. Great to have you in the chat, Daniela. As Brat continuing this 8th over. Sort of a length ball.
Shot.
Pretty good connection that's come out of the screws. Crashing through the offside, and there's some awkward smiles and clapping in the Jersey dressing room, but Gerner really giving them a chance in this game.
He's given them a red-hot chance in the game, and maybe more importantly battered them to a score which is safe. I can't see the Dutch chasing a 130 inside 6 or anything like that to demote the Jersey national team into the Challenger division. Yes, they've brought the kids, but they've been very impressive.
Doing it for the kids. Brat gets slapped over the offside. That's actually, it's not an easy shot to play. It was not a bad ball at all, but showing he's got some power. Getting through the offside. Slower ball. Gerner picks it, just slightly mistimes his stroke.
Yeah, good change up. That's one of his favourite ones, sort of that rolling, slow leg cutter, but it's a very slow ball he does bowl. You have to be perfect. If you get that wrong, big full toss can get dispatched.
2 balls to go and Brat's over. Lovely shot. Once again, nicely timed, but it will only be the one on that occasion. Just having a look back to the YouTube chat, there's a bit of Corey Rutgers sledging going on there at the moment. Our old mate Wayne, normally Viddy has to babysit Corey, but Corey is all grown up now.
Well, you know, sometimes time passes and the hair gets a bit more silver and the maturity strikes you just when you least suspect.
Right, comes in short of a length ball and gets in a slightly awkward position to play it. Can't make contact. So that's the end of the 8th over. Jersey 94 for 5.
I reckon they might go back to a little bit of spin here, but 94 for 5, Matt, can they go 12 and 12, get it up to that sort of 118 mark? The Dutch doing exactly what they need to do, you'd imagine. They'll feel pretty comfortable chasing this score under 120.
Yeah, it certainly will. Out of interest, Corey.
Yep.
You know, the Dutch have sort of messed around with their bowling lumps and like. If you had to pick their 2 best death bowlers to take the 9th and 10th over for the big games, who would you go for?
The best death bowlers?
Yep.
Tough question.
Comes on to bowl his 2nd over, 12 off his first, and he's just hit straight down the ground by Gurner.
I haven't seen much of Big Ben Fletcher personally. I know he's come into the Dutch cricket scene this year playing at VRA in Amsterdam, but I like the look of him, and he has genuine pace. I reckon I'd be giving 1 over to him. And my other pick, as that's been hit away for 1, would actually be Sikandar Zulfikar. He's a very effective sort of, he's got a knuckleball, which is quite nice, and he can hit a Yorker pretty consistently. I think I'd be going with those 2. Pace on, pace on. I just feel like when you're at the death and you're defending, spin's always a little bit risky.
Yeah. What about Ollie Ellenbass not getting a look on? He's got
for me,
a bit
he's
of
in the middle.
change-up action.
He's in your enforcer in the middle.
Speaking of change of pace, Floyd's ripped that really quickly and beaten the outside edge of Gurner.
Floyd looks like he's back to his best from 2022, where a lot of players couldn't figure out how to hit him.
Yep, probably hasn't watched the 2023 highlights quite as often as that is hit very, very high. And Gurner's got a fantastic piece of it. He is playing a gem of a knock here. Races along to 39 off 16.
Oh, we were talking last night about Norman, who looks like a player for the future for Jersey. Maybe here's another one. Gurner is batting beautifully against a very much vaunted attack. These players have played all around the world. And the young fella from Jersey, well, he's doing a very good job.
Certainly is. Loaded up. Oh, that's a mega strike. Well, Floyd gave it some air, challenged Gurner to take him down the ground again, and he's accepted the invitation and smashed a Maximo.
What a shot. That's the one that's had so many players in trouble, the slow, wide one. He just reached it, and he fetched it, and he hit it about 100 metres. What a shot.
I know we've gone on about the levers occasionally, but between Gurner and Storman Norman, these boys, even if they're slightly out of position, can reach across and make up for it. Can't on that occasion. It's a relatively wide ball, but stays inside the offside line, and that's the end of the 9th over, Corey. It all did happen in the 9th for Jersey. They're up to 108 for 5.
Yeah, 108 for 5. They'll want at least 12, maybe even 15 off this last one. And tell you what, the Guernsey team, who are probably sitting back on their island, are a little bit twitchy right now, because if Jersey get a win or a point, that means there's only one team out of Guernsey or Italy, remarkably, going down.
This is incredible scenes, isn't it? The relegation battle is almost as interesting as who can get through to championship week. These two fighting hard for Jersey. Kemp 4 or 5, though, needs to get going in this 10th. A step away, pokes it only just a square leg. Well, tried a little bit of creativity, the full toss, but Sebastian Braat picks up a wicket and figures a 1 for 9. Jersey now 108 for 6.
Yeah, I don't mind the option. You had fine leg in the ring, and maybe that's the sort of zone that he likes to play. Little ramp, little cute shot, but hit right toe of the bat, really low on the blade. And didn't get any elevation nor speed, and he has to go.
Yep. Low full toss from Braat, not easy to hit. It had to go a long, long way out to the offside. Trying to scoop that around. It was nicely taken catch by man you were just talking about not that long ago, Ben Fletcher, pointing out to one of his teammates. He probably told him to be on the button there. And so Jack Kemp has to make his way back to the dressing room. He falls an agonising 96 runs short of his century. And Jersey now really into the lower order.
Simpson comes out to wield the willow. Even if he doesn't hit a boundary, get the one, get the young fella back on strike.
Gurner's been so good. Short ball from Braat. Well, he does better than that. goes for one of the more effective shots this week. And Simpson, first ball 4.
I think the effects mic almost got blown to pieces there. Lost an eardrum. Fortune favours the brave, they say, Rhino. 4 more to the total.
I thought you were about to talk about yourself. What on earth happened there?
That ball hit right next to where the effects mic is, and I've got my PGM turned up through the 9s. It almost blew me apart.
There's nothing he won't do for a magnificent call, Corey Rutgers. Slower ball, well held by Simpson. He swung it away to the down corner boundary for a 4, so good start for him. And Jersey poking around that 120 range. Not a total that Netherlands can't chase down, but enough to make them a little bit nervous.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they've got a very deep, I should say, batting lineup. They'd have to have a huge collapse here, but you never know in this game of cricket.
Simpson just making his way to square leg to capture his thoughts halfway through this 10th over, as Sebastian Grant was already well into his run-up. Simpson takes a big step down, drills it straight down the ground. So he's done everything that's asked of him. Pair of boundaries and then single to get Gurner on strike, who is one big hit away from his half-century.
Yeah, I tell you what, it would be nice for him to get it as well. He's deserved it. He came in at a really tough time. It was 50 for 5. Everyone was thinking maybe Jersey could potentially get rolled here, but another boundary, a big 6 would bring it up, and a marvellous 50 it would be.
Slow ball from Brat, and Gurner's done a good job of reading those. They might push through for the second. Well, Simpson was trying to do the right thing, coming back for the second. Also, really clever fielding, Corey. They know they wanted to get Gurner, and the throw went straight to the keeper's end. But as it is, Gurner stood firm at the non-strikers, so it's Simpson to go.
Yeah, Simpson has to go. I think Gurner will learn that in the future. You're worth just trying to get the 2 to get yourself back on strike, but maybe he's outfoxed all of us. He's going to get a nod out here and improve that average.
Most important thing, team first policy. He was running the first one hard. Simpson really, really keen for the second, and strategically the right thing to do.
That's another man dismissed. Good little cameo, though. You take your 9 off 3 at the back end, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see him bowl 2 overs very early in the run chase.
Yeah, expect a bit of fire from him today. He can get a few wickets early for the Jersey bowling attack. Get their backups, make him think that they can genuinely take this win. So final ball of the innings. And it is Agent 611, Barney Aston out to the crease. He's got 1 ball to create some magic. And he does, he plays it nicely down the ground. They were thinking about taking the second, but as it is, they'll both end up not out. 100 strike rate for Agent 611, but it's been the innings from Gurner. 46 off 19. Great shot making from the young man. He was hugely impressive today, Corey.
Yeah, it's been mildly impressive. This very young Jersey side who have come over with a lot of their academy kids and under-19s players have made 119. I think they'll be pretty happy with that effort because it's a very good Dutch team, but I think the Netherlands, when we're looking at the match as a whole, they'll feel like they can chase this pretty comfortably.
Yeah, certainly will, although it looked like it would be much more comfortable midway through this innings as they really got into the teeth of the Jersey batting lineup. But Gurner played a gem of a knock. With young kids like he and Storm and Norman, there's plenty of promise for the future as we have a quick look at the highlights. And it was the aforementioned Storm and Norman who got them off to a great start. But unfortunately, before the first over ended, his innings was prematurely brought to a close. Nice piece of catching, and then poor old Theo Pullman went out there and tried to get a little bit rinky-dinky and popped the catch straight up and well taken by James.
Yeah, it was a high-risk shot that didn't pay off for him. Arnav Jain then came in with the ball, picked up a wicket with his very first delivery. Nice safe catch there by Saqib Zulfikun. Well, it was up to that middle order and Birrell who went out there to open, to hang around and try and get them up to a score that's not only defendable but maybe even for safety to get a point. This was a bit of a cheap wicket given away, you'd say. So wide, would have been called a wide, but a toe-ender through to Noah Croson was never going to drop that. And at this stage, when the next wicket fell, it was 50 for 5. I think there were some whispers around saying, oh no, will they get rolled here? Potentially being a lot of strife. But this man came to the crease, and what an innings he played. Gurner comes out 46 off 19 with 6 big sixes. This was a huge moment. Arnav Jain dropping one that he probably should have held. Definitely something he's looking to work on with his fielding, but that dropped catch kept Gurner at the crease, and he cashed in. He put Floyd away for a couple of big sixes over his head. That one as well launched many miles. Probably the next one was the best of the lot. It was put slower and wider, and he absolutely bombed it. And it's a huge six here at Cardimer Oval, and that dressing room got a little bit more confident. Took us down to the back end. Kemp caught by Fletcher off Brant, trying a little bit of a funky stroke around the corner. The bodies were flying around at Cardimer Oval. Shrews Ahmed always a live wire, but overall, in the context of the game, 119. I think Jersey are pretty happy with that score. Netherlands will be comfortable in chasing it though. Let's have a look at the scorecard, shall we, at this beautiful Cardimer Oval. And, well, 119 on the board. 12 runs and over it's going to take. It was Gurner, 46 at the bottom. A couple of cameos here and there. I think the 9 off 3 from Simpson also important, as Jersey got themselves to a score that they'll feel should give them at least 1 point in this game, maybe even all 3 points. We'll have to wait and see how this one turns out. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? As a little bit of information gets passed over my desk as well. So it's going to take around about 6.3 overs. And if they chase it inside 6.3 overs, then that might be Jersey falling down to the bottom of the table into the relegation zone. Interesting, 2 for 16 for Fletcher, 1 for 9 for Arnav Jain. We've got some circumstances coming up in this one that I'm really looking forward to. 119 for 7. It's going to take Netherlands 120 for the win. Can Jersey steal a win, or at least make sure they get that point? We'll be back in a little over 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Carnham Oval. Looking forward to this second half of this T10 international game. The Jersey team have come out here. They've batted first against a very good Netherlands 11. They've actually done quite well. The young fellas have gone out there and put on a respectful total that they'll hope might get them a win, or at least 1 point, 119 for 7. Whereas the Netherlands 11, they'll be looking to chase this quickly and maybe get themselves into the driving seat for a double chance a little bit later tonight. Looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. Musa Ahmed and Clayton Floyd have gone out and to open the batting. This is the bonus point equation, but there is another equation that is pretty interesting. If the Netherlands chase this inside 6.3 overs, is what I'm hearing, would mean that Jersey would go into the relegation zone with Italy to play one tonight. Now that is interesting. Guernsey hoping for the Dutch win in 6.3 or less. This is going to be extremely close. You never know. If the Netherlands get off to a flyer, maybe they could do it inside 6.3. I think Jersey will be bowling their main bowlers the first 7 to make sure of it. But the thing is, Netherlands, they'll just be looking to play a good game of cricket. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out. Ball number 1. In the air, gone. Well, cricket's a funny game, isn't it? And Jersey are thinking we want to take all 4 points. Clayton Floyd gets a low full toss, just sort of skews off the bat and goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Not the perfect start for the Dutch. He'll be disappointed with that dismissal, but what a nice moment that is for the young bowler. Carnegie brings it back into the bat. He's been swinging it well all tournament, and finally he gets some reward. Score is 0 for 1. Just that low full toss sometimes. It skews off the bat turns in the hands, and things can happen. So a bright start from Jersey as I welcome back my good friend and co-commentator, Andrew Ryan.
The man who loves a good low full toss, and particularly when it's successful and takes a wicket. So, tell you what, the smiles from Clayton Floyd, I think it's masking a little bit of frustration, but Carnegie getting the early wicket. And one thing you did not mention, Corey, catch was taken by Agent 611.
I'll let you call that because I know he's one of your favourites as Noah Croce comes out at number 3 now.
Barney Aston, you cannot keep him out of the game. Carnegie with the early scalp, and that's a nice delivery. He's been in another one. These impressive young discoveries.
He's been very good. I think he's been excellent.
Yeah, I agree. I like his action. He's got good control. Enough movement to confound even top order players. Do a quick field check here.
Yeah, they've got
good tight ring on the offside.
Yeah, fine leg and deep mid on. Fine leg's an interesting one.
Full ball. Placed out. Birrell will have a shot here, and it's not far away. Gutsy running from Croce. It might have been the second wicket if that was a direct hit.
Tell you what, Jersey, this young team have come to play, haven't they? They picked up a big wicket early and he had to run around the bowler there, and I reckon direct hit he might have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Carnegie doing good work of creating a blockage in the middle of the pitch, and big lad, so knows how to do the deviation around the roundabout. And I wonder if we've got Big Rod watching today. Rod,
yeah, I think Rod Croce will be tuning in.
If you're around.
Sure there'll be a lot of Dutch viewers around watching this.
Father of Noah Croce. I'm sure he's very proud of his young man shows that's not a good ball, and it's actually whipped for 6. That's a great shot from Ahmed.
Yeah, Musa Ahmed gets a full toss to start. Just the lefty-righty combination, throwing young Carnegie a little bit there. And, well, when it's a full toss like that, you just have to get some bat on it, and that's exactly what he does, 6 runs.
Yeah, excellent shot. He's a nice natural timer, one that we probably always haven't seen the best of here at Kardama. Maximo off his first ball, give him some confidence. Carnegie, too much width outside off stump, and Ahmed's good enough to open the blade, and consecutive Maximos from him and the Netherlands, 13 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot, 6 and a 6, and Musa Ahmed's one of those players that when he gets going, you can't rein him back in. He can go on a flyer or a tearer, and sometimes he can be 70 off 20, scary high scores at a huge strike rate. So Jersey need to be careful. It's been a good first few deliveries, a couple of boundaries. Try finish the over well.
Great name, Musa, isn't it?
Yep.
Gives us the opportunity to refer to a ball as being moosed on this ball, and he does. That is properly moosed over the leg side. A full toss, which I'm sure we will check on replay. But he is flown out of the gates, Musa Ahmed, 18 off 3.
This could be a no ball. Oh, it's very close.
Doesn't look great for the Jersey team.
Yeah, that's very close. Sometimes they go your way, sometimes they don't. We'll just have to wait and see what the umpires feel on this one.
Carnegie certainly getting ready to bowl the next ball, and yes, the call does come in. So what started off as a really good over has gone downhill quickly.
Wow, can you believe it? All of a sudden, this over's gone for 20 with a ball to go. That's going to be a wide as well, Rhino. But look, what a good start to get the wicket and a couple of dots and a single to Croce, but 18 off 3, a free hit. If this goes for 27, you know what I'm going to start talking about, Rhino.
Tell me.
You know, I don't want to bring it up yet, but this could go down to the wire.
Certainly could. There's a bit of stuff in the chat too. Brian Caldwell from the Noisy Budgie Brewery, which is a fantastic name for a company, saying that the relegation thing has added a lot to the tournament as Musa just pokes the ball to the offside. Kempfield's well. Hard to come up with a direct hit though, and so they'll scoot through for the 1, and the Dutch at the end of the first over are 22 for 1.
Well, if they were to keep this rate up, I guess we can touch on it a little bit. If they keep this rate up, then they actually would eliminate Jersey down into the relegation zone. And isn't it amazing in sport when you have this relegation zone, who comes up? Some of the best days in world sport are teams that are getting promoted and demoted. It's an amazing thing to watch, and the passion and the cultures all collide. And yeah, we could be in for an interesting 6 overs.
I mean, as human beings, we love to see misery, don't we? And so the team's not only suffering the indignation of coming last in their group, but also plummeting down to the Challenger division. It's just such great drama. And speaking of drama, our boy Rod Croze has come into the chat. He is watching.
Of course he is.
Family in both Australia and the Netherlands are checking out the stream, so great to have the entire clan with us. And great to have Stormin Norman come to the bowling crease, but he's been greeted unceremoniously by a scorching hot Musa Ahmed, who goes to 25 off 5.
Oh boy, you've got to be careful when Musa Ahmed gets on a tearer. He's one of the best, and it feels like he could be on for one here. Interesting start to this chase. I think we're looking at the game within a game here. Netherlands, you'd imagine, would get to 120, but how quickly will they do it?
Big mountain to climb still as Stormin hits Musa in the guts, and he'll go through for the single off the leg by. A little bit of discomfort from the diminutive opener.
Yeah, a little sort of inside edge maybe onto the body as it's given a run as well. So Noah Croce, who's come out at number 3, we talked to him quite highly yesterday about his ability and what he adds to the Dutch setup as a whole. We'll enjoy sort of maybe the extra bounce of Norman. Look out for one of those ramp shots.
Oh, Stormin gets scooped around. That's a pretty decent shot, and one right out of the Rutgers bag.
Well, you're not going to credit that call?
I wasn't really listening.
Well, apparently you weren't. You said he's going to ramp here. Well, nice shot for 4. And Croce is a very talented player. Obviously, can go 360. And I think Norman, with his extra bounce, that will suit Croce a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't actually a bad ball from Norman, but he's actually done very well. Good late movement of the wrists. Excellent batsmanship. Stormin gets pumped. The leg side swat You've talked him up throughout this tournament, and this might be the game we see the best of Noah Crows.
Well, he's a very good player, and he's very good at picking length early. He's one of those few players maybe you're better off going a bit fuller than shorter to or anything, because he's got such a good swivel pickup shot.
Pressure back on Norman, 17 off the first 4 balls. Goes late, hits a hard one. It's called wide. He would have loved to nick a little bit of that wide line.
I tell you right now, they're going at 20s. If they stay going at 20s, Jersey will go into the relegation zone. Now, I do love that we've added this to the tournament.
So much pressure here, Corey. Some magic from their young superstar. Drifts into off stump, but that is class with a capital C. Beautiful shot from Cross, and goes away to the boundary for 4.
Well, there must be some nervous people watching from the islands right now. Both sides of the tail are both watching this and wondering how it pans out. What a good comeback after losing a wicket straight away. Last ball of the second.
Oh, Storman comes back with a very good ball. Crows had to think about the single for a moment. He would have been gone, and he hasn't pulled up a little bit short from taking that quick single. Anyway, it's the end of the second, and he almost got coat-hanged by Norman just drifting his hand out to call the end that had to be thrown out. There's such drama here, Corey.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama at the ground right now with how this is sort of panning out and the way the Dutch are going about this chase. Look, these are the permutations. If Jersey don't pick up a point in this game and Netherlands chase it inside 6.3 overs, the numbers are telling us that Jersey's net run rate will fall below Guernsey, below the dotted line. So it's 6.3, and if it's 6.3, it's going to be Jersey down. So it's very, very interesting. Very interesting.
So much water to go under this ECC bridge. And Jersey have brought one of their big guns on to bowl. It's the big left armour, Simpson. Great shout out to Jules in the chat, who's saying that they're very lucky to have a great set of voices behind the microphone today. That's an excellent way to get yourself referenced in the YouTube chat. And that is not an excellent way to start from Simpson. The ball slipped out of the front of his hands and gone for a massive
yeah, I think he's just lost it there. It swung quite a lot, but it's been called a no ball for height straight away, so over the waist height. And I think Simpson's not too happy with the call, but that looks pretty high, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I mean, ultimately, it should be a no ball for something, because that is one of the worst balls we've seen in the tournament so far.
To be honest, though, brilliant keeping, because if that is no ball for height or maybe off the pitch, he's actually saved a couple of runs, the keeper. So going to be a free hit here, and there's a lot of games within a game going on.
Bit of pressure here on Simpson. Free hit from Crows. Timing the ball nicely. Swing, gets it in an awkward spot, so it's popped up. Won't be too much damage, and Burrell will come around to keep it to 1.
Yeah, didn't get that, Crows. Good comeback from Simpson. I guess Jersey's in a scenario here as well, Rhino. Realistically, you're probably bowling your best 7 overs straight up. Straight up. I don't think you're going to rotate or anything, because look at the game scenario, but look at the tournament scenario. So go your best 7. Get your best defensive skills going and see if you can take a wicket or two or a couple of dot balls.
So much pressure on Jersey here. So much to lose. Simpson steaming in. Short ball, not a great one, but fortunately for the Dutch, Musa doesn't get a great piece and will just swing it around for a single.
Yeah, that's okay. Just a single there. Not too much damage.
Simpson's recovered from that wayward opening delivery. Which is wide across. You think, Corey, that Crows will be feeling more or less comfortable trying to get his scoop shot going against the left armour?
Oh, this is a difficult one to do against Simpson, because he's actually swinging it away from the right-hander as well. It's a bit different from the traditional left arm over the wicket where you see it come back into the pad. So I think what Croce might be wanting for is just that bit of width and try and hit it over the offside.
Yeah, I agree. He's got a little bit of an inside-out action, Simpson, and does get a bit of late curl. We see there as the wicket-keeper takes the ball in front of second slip.
So 50's already come up inside 2.2. Jersey, obviously, we know that they've had to bring a young team, have been impressive so far, but they've just got to be careful in the next few overs not to waste some of the good work they've already done this week.
job here for Simpson. A lot resting on his experienced shoulders. Short ball. It's pulled nicely, but it's straight into the ground. Cardinal Sinnott, Cardamar over.
Yeah,
Oval. You want to be hitting that up.
It's pretty brave, isn't it? It really is brave. So pulled it away. And obviously straight to the fielder. Been given one bounce for the over and one for the shoulder. Simpson having a big shake of the head, but that was over shoulder height.
Yeah, call from the umpire. Not too much disputing. Rose hasn't quite gotten his innings into full rhythm now. 17 off 9. Change of pace. Only just gets enough bat to carry the field here. It pops about a foot inside the boundary line. Moral victory for Simpson, but it goes as a 4 in the scorebook and Crows up to 21.
Yeah, didn't really get that one out the screws, did Crows, but he got 4 nonetheless, and they're sort of hovering around that 20 and over, 20 and over. And well, Jersey really need an over just to maybe get a wicket and see a new face who might take a little bit of time to get going.
It's actually a pretty good ball from Simpson. He really did feel like he'd beaten Crows, but well, he got enough bat on it and carry the infield. Onto the leg side. Doesn't punish him again. Crows will be disappointed here. He's had 2 opportunities with short balls on the hip or up at shoulder range and the leg side.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Simpson, despite sort of spraying it a bit this over, it actually delivered a very good one for the country here. This is only 9 off it with the wides.
Left armour on ball to go. Get out with a dot. Oh, he certainly doesn't. He gets spanked for a giant Maximo. And a great finish to the over from Crows. The Dutch 3 down. They're going at 20 and over, 60 for 1.
Well, game on, isn't it? So many permutations for a couple of countries here who are all watching maybe a little bit nervously. Crows gets one. They're going at 20 and over. If they keep going at this rate, we're being told that maybe it might be Jersey going down instead of Guernsey, but that doesn't mean Jersey are out still if that was to happen. Italy need to get a point tonight. Tell you what, relegation battle. Never thought we'd be doing this in cricket, but it is pretty different.
It is, certainly is. And you've got some good teams who are on the cusp here.
Tell you what, it'd be pretty hard on Jersey, who have had an amazing time in Kenya with, I don't want to say they're main players, they're sort of superstar, they're what word would you give me, Rhino? They're more...
premier, more accomplished players.
Yeah, of course. So they've had to bring a young team, but boy, oh boy, it's a tough one right now.
Speaking of boys, I am pumped here because Agent 611 is stepping up to the bowling crease. Barney Aston, I've been calling for this the last 48 hours, and finally he's gotten his opportunity.
Well, here we go. They've gone to the young fella in a huge pressure moment. They've got 3.3 balls to limit them getting these 60 runs. Otherwise, the numbers are telling us it's not good for Jersey. I am surprised by this. I'm really surprised Birrell's not come on to bowl. Maybe a little bit too much workload in the last couple of months, but anyway, their call.
First ball wasn't a bad one from Agent 611, just dragged down the leg. What a challenge for him, bowling to international cricketer Musa Ahmed. Oh, good ball, beats him with pace outside off stump.
Yep, well bowled, young man. Tell you what, if he was to get Musa Ahmed out, that'd be a nice little scalp for him, wouldn't it?
Certainly would be. The ball there, he's sort of just in that corridor where difficult for Musa to swing into the leg side. Aston steaming in. Musa charges. He does get decent contact on that ball, and it will carry the boundary for a Maximo. And the Netherlands rolling towards this total, but Jersey just doing enough to keep themselves in the challenge, the Premier Division as part of this relegation battle. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Did you ever used to watch some of those football day relegation battles? Someone would score a 94th minute winner and all the crowd's going crazy and they've get the radios out as that's top edge and that's going to be gone. The young man gets one. It's your man, Rhino, picks up a wicket.
Oh, the Agent 611. What a piece of bowling, and the huge wicket of the gun bat from Netherlands, Musa Ahmed. That is a fantastic moment for the young man, Barney Aston, and a well-deserved wicket as well. And the second one's down for the Netherlands.
Yeah, second one down. Well done, young man. He put it short again. He trusted himself with the bouncer, and in the end, gets a little bit big on Moose Rahman, who's faced bouncers from Rabada. He's faced them from Marco Janssen. He's faced them from Njoke from South Africa, but he hasn't faced Agent 611.
He hasn't. Well, he has now, and he will remember the name Barney Aston as he wakes his way back to the Dutch dugout. Goes for 33 off 10, and a great wicket for Aston. Well, should have been at the bowling crease earlier.
Here comes a man that's sort of jumped onto the scene recently in Dutch cricket. Damien van den Berg opens the batting at Kampong Cricket Club with Max O'Dowd. Gives it a whack. He'll be a little bit nervous. Good luck to the young man who's given a go in this one to come out at 4. I wonder if he knows the permutation. See, this is the thing. I don't think the Netherlands know what sort of... They're playing the deal maker in two sort of bailiwick nations about what happens.
Good use of the term.
Thank you.
Aston steaming in. Goes short again, top edge. So he got the uncontrolled shot, but van den Berg gets away 4 off his first ball.
Well, that's quite high, and he's just looking to the umpire to say, how high is it? Let's have a closer look.
I'll tell you what, from his standing position, given he's about 3 metres tall.
One thing about Damien van den Berg, I tell you, when he hits it, it goes.
No doubt. Sort of the long and the short of it. And as far as this matchup here, Aston, slight change of pace, and it's hit straight down the throat. Birrell takes the catch, and Agent 611 doubles up in his first over. He's got 2 for 11, and the Dutch now 71 for 3.
Could you imagine if it's Agent 611 which keeps their country in the Premier Division? I tell you what, you've been crying out for him to get a bowl runner. You're so happy right now.
Get in there, Barney. Doing a job for your bailiwick, young man. This is an extraordinary performance. His skipper has thrown in the ball, and he has responded with 2 wickets. And it is the skipper, Birrell, gives him a big point of congratulations. This is a wonderful over.
Looks like a young Shariz Ahmed's going to come out next. Damien van den Berg, well, didn't get to see much, 4 and out. The old backyard rules have gone a bit stricter, but looking forward to watching Shariz. And, well, Agent 611 finally got a go, and he's picked up 2.
Tell you what, if you just flashed into the ground at the moment, you could think this is about an under-14s match. He's got the tallest group of players in the centre of the wicket. Aston comes in, final ball, short ball, only just over the head of the backward square fielder on the 30-metre circle. So Aston ends his over 2 for 15, but the Dutch 75 for 3 after that double wicket strike.
Wow, it goes for 15, it's 4, and that was pretty high as well. There's a few players saying they want to have a look, but look, this is the topic. We've never had this before on the network. I'm getting messages flying in from Mr. Maximo himself. So, if the Dutch chase this in 6.3 or less, Jersey go below Guernsey. However, if they chase it in 6.4 but go over 123 runs, like end with a 4 or a 6, also Jersey go below Guernsey. The way that Jersey is safe, guaranteed safe, get it to 6.5 or later. We are in a battle of the bailiwicks right now.
Oh, you and I, we've got to count from now on.
Isle of Man are sitting back at home going, well, look at what's going on here. World War III could erupt right now.
Did you just try to do a Manxy accent
Don't
there?
you start.
You did, didn't you?
Oh, they're going to go to young Toby Britton. Well, I like this change. I think Toby Britton's got a lot of talent. There's 15 balls for Netherlands to get 45 runs to cause utter chaos in the Premier and Challenger division.
Oh, it's going to be a big next 2.3 to 2.5 overs.
Oh, look at the byplay. Britton coming around to Noah Kroos.
Yeah, that's good stuff from these two. It's called wide. But look at the way Kroos is setting up here too. He's premeditating the shot to the leg side. He's batting about a foot outside off. And after all of that, just strikes it down the ground for a single.
It's getting tight. It's getting tight, isn't it? Now, who would have thought that Rhino and Rutgers would be calling in the first relegation battle?
Oh, well,
that's 3 hours.
Fairly appropriate given our respective positions in the hierarchy of ECN commentary, but what a day to be here.
What are we looking at? 2.4 overs at least to guarantee for Jersey to be safe. 16 deliveries of the best defensive bowling you can muster.
They're not drowning yet, but the hand's gone up to the lifeguard that they may need a bit of assistance.
Oh, they must be a bit twitchy.
Ringing the fielding changes. Drops on the leg,
no.
no contact, but that's huge.
Oh, no.
A wide that also goes to the boundary, so 5 runs, and Britain's gone for 7 and only 1 legal delivery.
Well, can you believe it? That 5 wides really hurts. This is why the lefty-righty partnership is super helpful. And oh, you just feel Shariz Ahmed's going to like this matchup.
Got the entirety of St. Helier gripped at the moment. There's a big appeal. He loves it. He calls for it. A great response for Britain. Well bowled, and Ahmad is out. Second ball. He goes for 4. It's also the 4th wicket down for the Dutch with 82 on the board.
Oh, can you believe it? What a response from young Britain. I absolutely love this young man. He's got a long career ahead of himself. He picks up Shariz Ahmed. And every time you feel like the Dutch are going to steal well, all 4 points, but also play a big impact on the tournament for the future, they lose a wicket.
Oh, don't they? This is excruciating tension at this ground. Ahmed, short stay at the crease for him. LBW to the left arm orthodox of Toby Britton. So the Netherlands, 82 for 4. It's hard to describe the tension here, Corey. All the players know it. The fans know it.
Do you think the Dutch know it?
Well,
I don't know if the Dutch know. I think the Dutch are just playing, but I know a couple of other nations who are listening would be knowing it.
The Dutch have less incentive to necessarily try to get Jersey
What happens
out.
if the Dutch like Jersey more and they just block it?
Don't think that's going
Sorry,
to happen.
Guernsey.
I think that's, I'm not sure.
Tell you what, you know what is happening next year?
That would be a
Netherlands,
diplomatic incident.
I'll tell you what is happening next year.
Britain drifts onto the leg. Fortunately for him,
Netherlands
doesn't
play
get swung away.
Jersey in the sub-regional qualifier final, so they might go a little tactical jab first and try their best.
Create a bit of psychological trauma for the boys in the island as Britain changes his angle to over the wicket. Oh, the big reverse, but straight to the 45.
Tell you what, this is a very good over from Britain, considering it was 7 off 1 ball. What a comeback.
Yeah, it was a garbage start, wasn't it? But he's done well.
Oh, he's done real well.
Changing over around the wicket, sorry. He's mixing things up. Yeah, and it is struck very nicely. That's carried our commentary box by a good 20 metres. And Jersey need to get rid of Crows. They've managed to subdue most of his teammates. But while he is there, there is still a pretty decent chance that the Netherlands will get it within the target overs.
Well, they're going to do it, you'd imagine. They're going to get the win, but it's the story within a story. Our first ever relegation battle on the network. Oh, no.
Oh, it's a full toss.
Oh, I reckon that's high.
Now look at it. First and foremost, he's lucky that he hasn't been pumped to the square leg boundary.
Well, they haven't moved at the end of the over. They all know this is high. This is very high, and he's very, very lucky. That not getting hit for 7. Oh, it's a high.
Oh, it's tightish.
I'll tell you what, maybe not. Maybe we're wrong.
Everyone's
I don't want to be an umpire. He's got away with it.
Big call from the umpire.
It's a massive moment.
Hands the cap back to Toby Britton, and the young left arm orthodox breathes the biggest sigh of relief.
This is what is going on. We've never had it on the network before, but if Jersey can make sure they hold on to, well, that the Netherlands don't get the runs inside 6.3 or 6.4, Jersey will stay up on net run rate over Guernsey. I'm sure Guernsey are watching back home. Explain what a bailiwick is.
It's the two islands within that are Jersey and Guernsey. I'm not sure where the word comes from, and it's to be honest, it's a slightly awkward description of the constitutional governance structure of those islands in particular, and describing the relationship they have with the UK. And obviously, there's a few complexities there. But anyway, yada yada yada. They're not necessarily described as full countries in that way. Go and check the Jersey and Guernsey Wikipedia articles if you are interested. Zulfikar on strike. Pullman comes in, big appeal. I think that's swinging down leg. But either way, well, just happy with the 1. So we're into the 6th over here, Corey.
Yet I just feel like Jersey are just doing enough at the moment. A couple of dot balls, a couple of singles have crept into it.
Tell you what, I'm disappointed that Agent 611 hasn't got his second here.
I do like
Theo
Agent
Pullman is probably the best option for Jersey at this time.
Just got to hold their nerve here, Guernsey. Got to hold their nerve.
Have you just done the combo country of Jersey and Guernsey?
Yep.
That is beautifully played by Crows. He's showing his class in this innings. Moves to 38 of 17.
I'll tell you who's got the most pressure around the world right now. Vinny Sandu, who's done the calculations for us. Because if he's wrong and it's a 6.5 or a 6.2, it's not good.
And, Maximo, he's sat at casino tables working out odds for long
Many
enough.
moons.
He doesn't mess around with figures.
Oh, so what is it? 26 off probably 1.1, 1.2 overs. It's close.
Pullman into the block hole. Really good ball, and it also gets Crows off strike, although Zulfikar at the crease can hit a big ball.
5.3 overs down. So many permutations right now.
Oh, the tension is excruciating.
This could erupt in, this could be a huge issue in the world. World War III could kick out over the islands.
Don't joke about stuff like that, but it will create some diplomatic tension. Pullman.
Oh!
Seed of the day, the big in-swinger from way outside off stump, and he sent the stumps absolutely flying. What a ball, and a huge delivery to come up in the context of this battle for survival by Jersey.
This is a genuine battle for survival right down to the 90th minute. We're in extra time, and he's come across with a header flying across the box into the top right. That is a big fish to put in your pocket. Well bowled, young man.
Brilliant ball. We've lauded him all throughout this group stage for his ability to get the ball in the Yorker region. This time he snapped the wrist for the huge in-swinger. Great seam position, curled at the right moment. And Zulfikar says goodbye to the Carter Oval for this game, 1 off 3.
Oh, here's Sikander Zulfikar, and I'll tell you what, he's given some heartbreak to nations before. I was on the other side of it.
Any personal experience in this story?
Team Europe captain. But does he know that he's playing a part in something bigger?
All in Jersey's hands now, swung across. Oh, it was such a tough chance for Carnegie. You got the feeling that he didn't think it was going to carry to begin with, and then it's a long way down for the big paceman, and you can see the anguish on his face.
I'll tell you what an over from Pullman, and what a wicket that. He could have had 2 Zulfikars for 2 balls, but you just feel Jersey going to hold on here. Sounds crazy because they're going to lose the game, you'd imagine, but they're going to stay in the Premier Division.
So important.
Big ball.
It goes wide. Pullman trying to start it wide outside off stump. Didn't get the in-swinger at all on that occasion. Who do you go to next, Corey? Do you go back to the relative experience?
I'd go to Birrell, actually. I think he's the I know he might be a bit sore maybe, but he's got genuinely high-level experience. He's the skipper. Put it on his shoulders.
I think both of these two won't mind his pace, though. Pullman drifts it into the stumps. Not well connected by Crows. Carnegie, who's been on his hands and knees a fair bit out there at long on, does well keeps it to 1, and the Netherlands 98 for 5.
What an over. Look, all the calculations say that the Dutch just losing their mojo at the back end here. Unless it goes 6-6-6 and they get in 6.4 overs the runs and a bit, then I still think it's not there.
Maximo will be having absolute conniptions if they get too close, and his calculations need to be rechecked.
I'm interested to see what the table looks like after the next couple of deliveries, that's for sure.
Well, I thought it was the skipper, Birrell, coming on to bowl. Then it was Britain who stepped up to the crease, and in the end, it is the captain, Birrell, who's going to take the ball. There's a fair bit of chat amongst the Jersey team. Ultimately, that clock is probably less relevant for them at this stage when it comes to survival.
No. Burn the clock out. Take 10 minutes if you need. Survival is everything. This is so good to see, good to watch on the ECN that we've got a relegation battle going on. Doesn't happen much in the cricket universe.
Certainly doesn't.
And it is Birrell. Tell you what, I love that. The skipper goes, come on boys, on my back.
I'd love to say that he just took charge there, but it was a conversation between about 3 people with some reluctance from a few of them, desperation from Britain to take the ball again. Birrell charging in. Can the skipper hold on?
I reckon they're holding on. Wow.
But a little bit of a tickle on the hip. That's a useful outcome to a ball that could easily have gone to the boundary.
Oh, that's a massive outcome. That is gigantic, really. Just hold your nerve here, Birrell. Don't deliver any no balls or anything crazy like that.
Jersey It's a question of survival.
Did it get some pad?
Short ball, crunch to the leg side. Stormer Norman gets his big buckets and his praying mantis-like legs behind it.
So the only way we see them going down now is if Mr. Maximo really got his numbers wrong.
Wouldn't that be? Be messages in about Nova saying, sorry, boys, had a few more balls to do it. Zulfiqar on strike. Short ball, big swing, top edge, and it does go flying down to the hill. And that's a big, big Maximo. But Zulfiqar 7 off 2. It's going to take a bit of a miracle now for Jersey to get stuck in that relegation spot. But for the sake of completeness of your barrel, you wouldn't mind getting through this over with just a few more runs.
Basically, just no ball 6. Anything like that to open that door back up. Just make sure you bowl 3 legal deliveries. Even if they all go to the boundary, you should be okay.
The Netherlands.
They just lost
They need
their flow.
15 off 3. Keep in mind, they're going for the bonus point here. 15 off 3 required.
Whoa.
Swung away to the leg side. That's the danger. Bowling that line when you've only got the man at 45 on the leg side up inside the circle. So the Dutch need 11 off 2 for the bonus
Vinny
point.
Sandu, I hope you have got your numbers correct. Mr. Maximo, I hope you're right, because if this goes for 6 and 6 and he's wrong, bit of egg on the face.
Isn't it? Particularly, you can imagine if so. What do they need? 11 off 2.
This
so
is a
I guess
no
2
ball
6s
6.
only just creep them past the target.
Honestly, it could be a decimal point.
Well, big swing. It's gone flying and it's gone for a Maximo. So the Dutch now need 5 off 1 ball for the bonus point. If Maximo's calculations are right, Jersey survived the relegation, but not sure we're completely confident to call that just yet.
Tell you what does a no ball 6 here do? This is
too much tension.
Get the calculators out, everybody. It's going to go down to the wire.
Birrell's just got to come up with a block hole Yorker here on off stump. See if he can just keep it to a single. Zulfiqar lifts it straight down the ground. Well, you never know. Jersey, we think, has survived relegation by 1 ball. As it is, the Dutch have completed the mission of getting the bonus point on the final ball of the bonus point over number 7. Zulfiqar continues his rampage at this ground. What an unbelievable game, Corey.
Well, I'm not very good at calculus or mathematics or anything, but I've gone to get the calculator out because I reckon we're going to be down to a fraction of a point.
Yeah, let's hope Maximo hasn't done any sort of hardcore rounding up as part of this. We were talking that Jersey needed to ensure they didn't get the total within 6.5 overs. They've chased it down in exactly 7. So we'll wait for confirmation, but in the meantime, big game coming up. Another team that is in the relegation hotspot, the Italians.
Yeah, look, Italy, it's pretty simple as well. They're going to have to make sure they get a point, or could you believe it, the Italian could be gone. But I find it hard to imagine that Sweden wouldn't. I just think this might be a tight game. I don't think they would get swept.
Yeah, but you thought it was going to be a tight game when they played the Dutch last night. They spanked them, Corey, so anything can happen, but we'll have a look at the highlights. Weren't there plenty? And a wicket first ball from Stormer Norman. That was an amazing, from Carnegie. That was an amazing start for Jersey. And then Musa came out, finally started to find his Maximo range and played a little gem of an inning.
Yeah, he really did. He got them going and he made these permutations become a lot more real. Noah Kroos, he was there the whole time for 41 off 21 and, well, he hit 4 4s and 3 6s, did his job, but made sure that the Dutch got the win. But we were talking about the permutations until Agent 611 came on and took 2 wickets.
Tell you what, Little Barney's over might have saved Jersey's skin here, and Agent 611 has done a job for his bailiwick, and if they do survive, they can thank that young man for it. Gutsy call from the skipper too, Beryl. Good catch down there at long on, and that double wicket strike really got back on top, but Great Britain, the left arm orthodox came out, dragged 5 wides to begin with, but responded with a wonderful piece of bowling for an LBW decision. And then it was Zulfikar Central from then on in, Corey.
Yeah, it was Zulfikar Central. He came in late. I mean, he's a player that easily should be batting 3 in T10 cricket. This was Saqib, who got an amazingly good Yorker to start his innings, and Theo Pullman got another wicket. But Sikandar Zulfikar, he does what he does. He came in the back end, 23 off 5, and the calculators are still working.
This is tense times, and imagine everyone watching back in the bars and the homes in St Helier in Jersey. We've got a few nervous moments before we confirm what the situation is as far as the relegation battle here. But in the end, great win for the Netherlands too, because that bonus point could become very interesting depending on what happens later on this evening. Remember, we still have 2 games to go tonight. Italy versus Sweden next up, and then the Dutch are back. Finish things against Norway. Look at this batting card. 1-2-1 for 5 off precisely 7 overs. Remember, it was 6.5 overs that was the magic number for Jersey. Crows batted well for 41 off 21. Like to see a little bit more acceleration from him though. Musa Ahmed very good at the top, 33 off 10, and then Sikandar 23 off 5 at the end.
Yeah, it's a funny old one, isn't it? They get the whole 4 points, but the story within a story was very interesting. Theo Pullman's over. My man, the Pull man, 1 for 9, keeps them in the Premier Division, we believe.
Yep, well, the last 3, Aston, Britton and Pullman actually bowled 3 really good overs. In the end, the skipper, Birrell, you were calling for him, Corey, but he got slapped for 23 runs. And will it be enough for Jersey? Well, the end of match summary for match 8 here. Netherlands have won quite comfortably by 5 wickets and chased that target down to the bonus point in 7 overs. By the time we come back on air for the next game, then we will be able to confirm what the situation is for Jersey and their chances of relegation. In the meantime, though, it's half an hour until we see Italy and Sweden take the field. That should be a cracker of a game. Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network with Corey Rutgers. We're here all day. 2 matches still to go. Please come back and join us for this next big battle, Italy versus Sweden.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's time for Game 4 here at Cartamar Oval in Group D at the ECC 2024. Really big clash coming up. It is Sweden against Italy. Let's go to the toss.
Italy, your home team. Sweden, your away team. Italy swing the coin, and Sweden is calling.
Ready.
The European cricket, you won the toss.
And we bat first.
Italy won the toss and decided to bat first.
There you have it, the toss won by Italy, and they've bucked the trend today and actually chosen to bat. We've seen teams preferring to get out there with the ball, probably because of the heavy conditions we had from rain earlier in today, and the pitch has still got a little bit of moisture in it, which has probably given the seamers a bit more help than usual. This turns into a must-win game from Italy, not just for their chances within this group, but they are also on the edge of the relegation battle, and so plenty of pressure on them. They do have a gun batting lineup though, but the man they need to step up is their opener, Zayn Naqvi. He started the tournament like an absolute rocket, but from that point on has really struggled to find his rhythm, struggled to find the middle of the bat, and the runs just haven't been flowing. But he's a player who steps up in the big games, so I'm expecting him to do so today. As for Sweden, been very impressed with their top order batters, but I'd love to talk more about the bowling. It's been a really, really well-rounded bowling unit, and the person that I've loved so far has been Adver Darby. He's a 16-year-old left-arm orthodox spinner. He's got no fear. He's been prepared to throw the ball up, work within the tram lines, been very intelligent bowling, and he's been a huge reason as to why Sweden's been so successful here at this tournament to date. This should be a really good clash, two contrasting styles, but teams that like to go hard with the bat and have plenty of options with the ball. Going to be an absolute cracker, and someone who will enjoy this contest more than anyone. Up in the commentary box, I'll hand back to Mr. Corey Rutgers.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, for that lovely introduction as we get into that nice sort of evening where the sun's going down, the lights are coming on, and the ball goes around corners. It's the Italians taking on the Swedes. This should be a good game of cricket. Looking forward to how this one pans out. The Italians, well, it can go one or two ways. They could have a stormer tonight and definitely make sure a finals tomorrow, or they could get decimated and get relegated. That's what's going on in the evening fixture. Sweden, let's focus on them a little bit. They've been sensational. Cher Ali's making a lot of runs, which is always a good sign. We like the look at Galani with the ball as well. And Fahad Sahak, look out for him. He's coming to the lineup. And Nasir Baluch, if he can get the left arm swing going around corners, he's a very dangerous, dangerous bowler. The Italians, they need their batting boots to hit good tonight. They've been sort of clothing the ball quite a lot. They'd love to put on a big score under lights at Kardama Oval. 65% to 35 on the supercomputer. It's amazing what a year does. I think if this was the same fixture a year ago, it would be the other way around. That man on your screen, he has a lot of responsibility for the top order of the Italians. And here is the breaking news we were discussing for Jersey have held on the skin of their teeth by 2 deliveries. They will not be going down. Guernsey currently in the hot spot, but Italy are not safe yet. If Sweden were to bowl them out cheaply, let me have a look at the numbers again. If they were to bowl them out cheaply, you never ever know. It could be right down to the wire again. And imagine if the Italians went out in a boil over. Now that would be a real shock. So we're all set to go. Baluch at the top of his mark has the ball in hand. First ball to Naqvi. Can't wait for this. Little edge. I'm pretty sure that's an edge into the turf. I don't think that's a drop catch, even though the keeper feels like it was. Little low full toss. He gets the toe end and it goes into the deck is my guess. Let's have a closer look. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell you what, that might be a genuine edge, and that could have been shelled. Well, maybe that's why the keeper's so disappointed. I like the slip as well. Why not? Be aggressive. Oh, bowl from Nasir Baluch. He's got the radar. He's got the radar going in here. Very nice. Bit of swing, and Sweden have played a really good tournament so far. They've been mighty impressive. That famous 6-over victory yesterday. As I get to welcome back good friend and co-commentator for this one, Andrew Ryan.
Great to be on the game for a long call with you today, Corey. Naqvi, none of his first 2. Baluch, a little bit more room on that occasion. Glad he's rediscovered the off stump, but that ball didn't swing in particularly well. Naqvi had enough room to open his shoulders, hit him over cover for 4.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. It was over pitched and he gets it away for 4, just skews off the bat a little bit. 4 to the total.
Seam was in reasonable position, just a little bit scrambled, didn't catch the inducker, and as a result, Naqvi, good control on both sides of the field. And he knows he needs to produce. Let his nation down the last couple of games. Dastagir's out there with him. He's very good last night. He struggled somewhat despite top scoring for them in that last game. That's what we've seen more of from Flourish in this tournament than we're used to. Dragging the ball and really dragging his delivery arm across his chest. He's a little bit out of rhythm.
Rhino, we don't often get to do this. We're going to have a little bit of a guest commentator, Switzerland international and ECN good guy. Jason's going to be joining you after this delivery for a little bit.
So you're getting dumped out of the commentary box for this, not me?
Let's just say a couple of overs of Spanish work wouldn't go astray.
Corey Rutgers, man, with so much responsibility as Flourish. Nice ball, tailing back into the right-hander, but Naqvi hits truly through the line. A little bit of a lofted shot, and it's his second boundary of the over. Italy, 9 for none. It's a bad ball, just probably a little bit too much in the slot, and easy pickings for Naqvi. Very well balanced player. Increased diminutive stature. Needs to get his in-swinger going. It's drifted onto the pads, inside edge, but scooped through for the 1. Dastagir to the batting crease for the first time in this game. 10 for none with 1 ball left. Bit of chat from the Swedish team out there in the field. Been very lively throughout the tournament. A few late fielding changes, now pushing the man back to long on. They're persisting with the backward square on the boundary. Given the in-swing of Flourish. Short ball, makes contact off either the bat or the hip, but either way, flies away to the boundary. And it's not a bad start for the Italians. They are 14 for none after 1, so reasonable start in the circumstances. It was off the glove of Dastagir. And great time to bring into the commentary box a man who does not hit many off the gloves, but usually off the middle of the bat, Swiss superstar, Jason.
Oh, what a great introduction. But normally I do, but this tournament was a bit of a hit and miss for me. But yeah, great to be here.
Great to have you here, Jay. We'll get to probe your thoughts for what it was like being out there in the middle of Cardimer Oval as Khalid Zahid comes on to bowl the second over. Good bowling attack that this Swedes have got.
Really surprised by the Swedes, honestly. They're such a strong, they could be such a strong side of that bowling clicks, and looking at it as a batsman as well, always looking at that delivery every single time.
Slightly short of a length top edge, and it's going to be easily taken by the wicketkeeper, AJ Mundra. Zahid, he's a little bit quicker than he looks, pretty casual run-up, but generates some heat off this Cardimer deck. And Naqvi's poor end to the group stage continues. That's his 3rd successive failure, and the Italians 14 for 1.
Little bit of kick on that end. A little bit of kick up and a little bit of pace off that delivery stride, and batter just couldn't wait for it. That top edge just ballooning up over to the keeper.
Surprising with Naqvi, isn't he? We've seen him score bulk runs here at Cardimer over the last couple of years. Very talented batsman, but the amount of mistimed balls he's played, even when he's stayed in, it's just rarely seems to have found the middle of the bat aside from that opening innings.
Yeah, not a shot that I would have said is outside of his playbook either. I would have thought that would have been way over the boundary for him, but turns out that the ball was just a little higher than expected. I think also the kick off this end is probably what he wasn't expecting. You can, as a batter, not really expect the ball to bounce as high sometimes, and this time it bounced extra, and there we have it.
Still a pretty fresh Grizzly in the second over. That's a gorgeous delivery from Zahid. A little bit of nibble off the deck, and a welcome to the crease. Zain Ali.
Just a little bit of movement just does so much in this game. I mean, you can see the shape that he's got with that seam. Whoa, just barely missing the edge of the bat.
Beautiful seam position, bolt upright. great wrist position when delivering the ball. Hit a little bit of away movement again, but Ali steps down the crease, short of a lane, cracks it for a Maximo.
Danny in danger out there. One of our ball boys extraordinaire, always running to the ball as quickly as possible. But yeah, that's another one of the key issues with the extra kick, is that when somebody's good at the short stuff, they're really good at the short stuff, and so it sends the ball miles.
It's great to see a ball retriever running towards danger rather than away from it. They're some of the bravest cats out here. European Cricket Championship 2024. Goes the other way, drifts into the pads. Fielder coming back from inside the circle. Does well to retrieve the ball and then gets rid of it quickly. That's Abdur Sadeh coming back from the square leg position.
That's always dangerous down that end. At this game in particular, you've got a really, really difficult spot into the sunlight. So it's really hard sometimes, especially if you're the keeper and the ball's being thrown in, that how do you look at that? How do you see it when it's directly in the sun?
Yep, gotten used to that doing the game intros over the last couple. It's a very difficult position out there in the middle. A little bit quicker, mistimed, up-ish, but it will get a boundary despite the brave efforts there of Abdur Sadeh, who had moved out to deep square leg. And Dastagir, he's ready to unleash in this game, batted a little bit conservatively in the last, but he does like using that bottom hand to drag across to mid-wicket.
Big effort in the field. I mean, you have to really stretch to get that extra foot out there, but I think they made a great effort.
Wants to go for the quicker one, drags it outside the wide line on the off stump. So Italy 26 for 1, despite the loss of Nakbi. It's a very deep batting lineup. Any thoughts if you're the Swedes, who you think is particularly dangerous in these coming 8 or so overs?
I mean, I've played against this Italian side, and yes, they may be a little bit different to what I've played against, but there's so much batting that they could perform.
Big heave, not well controlled though, and that's a nice snare. Emil Zuvak, he's such a talented cricketer. Sure, we'll see him opening the innings for Sweden later on this evening, but takes a very neat catch, and the second wicket down, Italy 26 for 2.
Like I said, if I was Italy, I wouldn't feel too worried, but knowing their position previously, this could be a pretty dramatic game for them. So let's hope that somebody clicks. They really need to get their batting shoes on at this point.
Certainly do. Well, both openers back in the pavilion now, so not a great start for them, but this Swedish bowling attack, not necessarily coming here with a reputation of a series of express bowlers like many others have, but they all know how to bowl cleverly in this T10 format, and they bowl to their plans, and I like their field settings. They really know how to bowl to this defensive structure, and tell you what, if Nasser Lelouch can get his radar going, they will go a long, long way towards winning this group.
He's got a great opportunity here. I mean, it's always the opening bowler who, when they go well in their first over, that third over coming into the attack is always going to be dangerous.
Ali on strike, lashes out to the offside, and that's gone like a tracer bullet. The point boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. Just waiting, and letting it arrive right onto the middle of the bat. That slightly wider delivery. Sending it.
I like the position that Ali took up before that ball too. We've mentioned a few times that with the wide line, having a few extra centimetres with the ball only needing to just tickle it, the batters really should consider giving themselves a little bit more an off-stump position as the change-up from Lelouch through to the keeper.
I think probably the change-up in this tournament, I feel, have been the most effective of any tournament we've played so far. All of the change-ups, right on the line. That's a great call from the umpire as well, and a great delivery.
Sheriff, Charles Croucher, sitting at bowler's end at the moment. That's the ball that's speared back in, just in the slot though, and Ali is a clean striker of the ball. He's tall, he's lean, he's got long levers, and he's launched that ball for a Maximo.
Just a little bit too much in the slot there. You can see what he's trying to do, trying to get that Yorker in, but he needs to get a little bit fuller, and then maybe he's there.
Good line though, he's just getting enough tail in if he can get it up to more block hole lane. See him skittling Ali. the moment the batter's feeling far more comfortable. Nice response from Flourish though.
That's that sort of length that's really dangerous from this end. You know, you got that little kick back and it bounces and moves a little bit extra from that spot. So I think if bowlers want to look for that danger spot, it's either there or on the toes, and that's how this game goes.
Cool. You got some good overs in during this tournament, despite the washout on finals day. As we've just got 2 more to go in this over. Drags that badly down the leg, lucky to not be punished.
Watching the batsman move a little too much there. Yeah, and I did get a couple of overs in, and I was really happy with a couple of overs that I did bowl. So just watch that again. Batter moved really early, and I think the bowler just got caught off guard by him moving, dragged it down, trying to follow him, but went way too far that time.
Yep. And the extra punishment from Flourish, he's almost got him coat hanging by umpire Charles Croucher as he's walked back to his mark. The referee's blown a penalty for a high tackle.
Oh, and another one. This time I don't know if he's got a little bit of a rhythm issue, but yeah, just needs to keep his focus now. Really, that's the tough time. You've got your heart's racing, your breath's pumping, and you gotta get back. You gotta get your radar back onto how you were bowling in that first over.
Having a chat to the Swedish management this morning, they say there's no injury concerns with Flourish, but he's certainly not bowling to his capacity at the moment. That's I was going to say a better ball, but it's been slaughtered over the cover, the boundary from Maximo, and Ali's raced along to 25 off 8.
If you thought the last one was a tracer bullet, I don't know what you thought that was. It must have been a laser, because that was absolutely slashed.
Very uncomplicated technique, doesn't he? High bat handle, and really gets the elbow in a good position. And as you say, the ball is raced off his bat.
You know, you mentioned somebody who I was worried. If I was a player, I'd be worried about. I think when I played against Italy, one of the people I kept an eye on was always Baljeet. Baljeet was somebody who, when we looked at him, we always wondered, where do we spot this guy's weakness? I mean, you can look back at the games that Switzerland played against Italy, and he absolutely sent it. So I think if you wanted a name, that's probably who I would have gone for in that time.
Well, the name's Ali. Moment doing the job, but I'm sure we'll see Baljeet towards the middle part of this innings. Being joined out there by Rajmani Sandusa, who still hasn't faced a ball as yet, but he batted beautifully against Jersey last night. But it's been a little bit hit and miss. Change up, but swing it down the ground very conventionally by Ali, and that will bring us to the end of the power play. And Italy 3 overs down, and they are 47 for 2.
I mean, I think Italy maybe would have wished for a slightly better power play, knowing the position that they're in, but you'll take whatever you can get at this stage. And looking at the table, Sweden and Italy, as you can see, taking the 2nd and 4th place respectively.
We'll take a pretty big win from Italy here for them to leapfrog Sweden, and obviously if they do it while capturing the bonus point, then they could end up on equal points. But plenty of things that can still go on in this group stage. Obviously, it's a bit of a single swing for Italy as well. Still the threat of them being relegated if they have a particularly poor game, and given the current form of these two teams, Sweden win is a distinct possibility.
Sahar coming in now to bowl. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can get the ball moving a bit.
Well, not getting much chance to do anything off the pitch as he's bowled a full toss. We'll have a look at it on the replay, but I suspect that he's going to be called a no ball. Not a great start for Sahar.
What do you reckon? I think
they've just crept in, and I guess he has taken a step down the wicket, which will be in the bowler's favour.
Yeah, that's always dangerous. You know, you're always trying to push that length if you're a bowler, and you're always trying to get that toe, the toes of the batsman, but just a little bit of a slip in the hand, a little bit of a wrist position movement, and bang, you're bowling that no ball like it's nothing. So this format of the game really pulls it out of you.
Not that much difference between a full toss and a good Yorker. 30 off 10 though. He's hitting whatever comes his way. Blank ball and off stump, and it's a slightly unconventional looking cut shot, but timed it well all the same. Pressure on Sahar, boundaries and consecutive balls.
Actually, if you looked at it, I thought it was a pretty decent ball. It had a bit of movement off the surface. It had all sorts of different things happening there, and he did well to ride the bounce, the extra bounce and the extra movement. So I thought, you know what, pretty good shot, and actually found the gap there. So everything you would have wanted if you were an Italian batsman at this stage.
Good to see someone play a proper cut shot, or at least something that resembled it. Anyway, there's generally open pastures if you can beat the fielder who's at point or backward point. So many players just focused hitting to the leg side, try and hit an elevated form. Not runs to be had there.
Not a great start from Sahak, really, if you look at it, but it's not all the way failed yet. He's still got a full over to bowl, so.
Well, outside off stump, it's been hit high, and Ali's got enough of a piece of it. Not quite as clean as some of his other shots, but it is a Maximo, and it takes him along to 40 off 12. Italy 61 for 2.
Sandu really sitting on the other end and just getting to watch the show. It's just a great shot. He's put it a little bit too full, trying to push for that Yorker length again, I assume, and just not in the right slot.
Not so. Sahak maybe wishing his captain didn't throw in the ball at this stage. 14 off his first 3 deliveries. Gone for the short one. And it's not great bowling because there's not huge protection, or any protection for that matter, down at fine leg, but fortunately for the Swedish paceman, make great contact and they'll just move through for the one.
Sometimes that's the trick though, really, isn't it? You set up your field for one delivery and the batter just sort of thinks, oh yeah, he's never going to bowl a short one, and then bang, quicker than they can expect, that short one comes. So you never know. As a batter, I always get a little bit caught off guard when they give me something that the field is not set for.
Man, that's very hard to set the field for Mani Sandhu, and frankly, the distances he was hitting last night, it really didn't matter where the fielders were standing. He could really do with him catching fire. It's a hard from around the wicket. Oh, big swing. That's a glorious shot. Carries the boundary on the offside by a good 10 metres, brings a rapturous round of applause from his teammates.
In the words of our dear Corey, that's been mullered.
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 Is that your attempt at an Australian accent?
I can do a better Australian accent than that, I reckon. You know that.
Sounded a bit half-hearted.
Yeah, it was very half-hearted. It's just because it's Corey and we love him. And we love him.
I think you need a bit more high-pitched for the Rutgers voice as well. 6 off his first ball. Oh, comes down the track, gives himself some room, and he launches Sahak to the offside boundary for a massive Maximo.
Watch out in the fan zone. That's absolutely launched. That is so well hit. And Sandhu didn't have any of the strike until now. Probably was wishing that he had a little bit more of it until this point.
Beautiful batting in Italy at the end of the 4th over. 74 for 2. That over from Sahak has given the run rate a decent boost. He lost the 2 wickets, the 1 over, but apart from that, these two starting to put together a nice little partnership. Ali's been the main runner to begin with, but Sandhu started this game ablaze.
Yeah, with the 600 strike rate, you can't really complain. I mean, look at him. He's absolutely flying. That's 2 shots made in anger and 6 runs from each of them, so can't complain.
Oh, man, I've been very impressed. Well, I say man, still a boy technically under the law. 16-year-old Advait Darbe, the left-arm orthodox spinner. He's been so good. Although interesting challenge for him. He's got the right and the left combination together for Italy, but Ali will be on strike to start with. That is the line that he's bowled so well so far in this tournament.
What a talented young man. Advait has got a huge career ahead of him if he keeps bowling stuff like this. I mean, you can just watch it day in, day out.
Drags that one a little bit to the leg side, but not punished by Ali. I shouldn't say to the leg side, just where the batter was set up. But it's a slow ball, a bit of a half tracker. He hasn't lost control that often at this stage so far.
He's really tried to hit that hard because Advait is not giving him anything. He's literally not given him space. He's not given him the right length, and he's just dropped it in exactly the right spot. If you're a left-arm spinner, this is what you should be learning from, in my opinion.
Continuing, good start. A little bit of air. Sandhu charges, beats him in flight, but manages to get enough stick on it to drag the ball behind square for 1.
I reckon if you're Advait Darbe, you're looking exactly at the right spot when you're bowling to Sandhu, because you can just sneak it through that gap. You'd probably have his balls right there and then.
He does bring the bat around from a fairly square position. Roundhouse swing on that one. It's this one from Ali's gone high. Darbe says it's all mine. And he tries to catch it in almost bucket-like fashion, falling backwards. Unfortunately, doesn't get due reward, drops the catch, and Ali survives.
I have to admire the confidence from the young man, though. It's a shame he's dropped it, but look at him, absolutely confident that he wanted the ball, putting up his hands, telling everybody, no, that one's mine. Nobody else take this is my wicket. And unfortunately didn't go his way, but I like that sort of confidence going into a game like this.
He's a confident young man. Great over for him so far. 3 runs off 4 balls. Nicely spun into the deck, keeping it tight, and the fielder will come around and keep it to 1. So let's say Ahmed down there, deep in wicket position.
Always an underrated skill, boundary fielding there. And though it wasn't really moving at rapid pace, Ahmed made a lot of ground to get there.
Another excellent over from this young spinner. The bright talents of Swedish cricket. Charge, and it's stumped. AJ Mundra. Quick hands with the gloves and brilliant bowling from Darbe. That's a wicket to put into the memory bank. That's wonderful stuff. He ends his first over 1 for 4, and Italy a 78 for 3.
What a talented young man. I mean, what a delivery. Look at this. As a right-handed batsman, he is your absolute worst nightmare. Moving it off the deck, absolutely the right length, and trying to charge down, he does not get a piece of it at all. It's almost like he didn't know where the ball was, but that was just how good the delivery was.
Tell you what, Jay, his consistency of being able to bowl just inside that wide line is extraordinary, and he's really rarely let a bad ball go in this group stage so far. Wonderful stuff, and a huge wicket for Ali. Viewers, great to have you with us for Game 4 here today. Andrew Ryan on the European Cricket Network, Kosane and Swiss superstar JC. Your thoughts on the opening 5 overs here?
You're very kind. I thought the opening 5 overs have been a bit of everything. Every supporter here should have something to be celebrating. You know, the Italians having some great success there. You know, Sandhu coming out in actually smacking some in some anger, but some great bowling there from Advet really brings it back for the Swedes. So we don't know which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes at these tournaments, as we see Saeed Ahmed come and take up the attack, and big flashing batter like Saeed gets a good bounce off the deck, really sends it down a bit quicker than you expect. But sometimes you bring players along to these tournaments to give them some experience in national colours, give them a few overs, but Darbe's turned into an absolute weapon for the Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the type of bowling he's putting down, you have zero complaints as a coach. And, I think everybody here should be learning from a young man like that. Is that just absolutely perfect from this one too?
Yeah, that one's almost started outside of the wide line, but Ahmed gets some late swing. He's had a lot of success over the last couple of years for the Huddinge Club in Sweden. He's very familiar with this Cardimer Oval deck.
That one being absolutely right within the tram lines is where you want to be as a bowler, you know, keeping it away from the batsman.
Spears onto the stumps a little bit more. It's driven high and handsome enough. Lovely stroke from the left-handed Sandhu. And it's a much-needed Maximo for the Italians, 84 for 3.
Yeah, coming at a point where they're really looking a bit down after that over from a bit, Darbe, and then this was a shot where they really are breaking the shackles loose again.
While between boundaries, the Italian Sandhu swings the hips to the leg side immediately. He's put it very high and gotten a good piece of the Grizzlies. So consecutive Maximos just keeping the Italians in this. 90 for 3 after 5.4. Their run rate, Jay, is not too bad despite the loss of the wickets.
If I was the batters at this stage, I think I'd be looking and be feeling pretty happy, hoping that Sandhu really sticks onto his run rate right now. But good to see a little bit of confidence from the Swedes still there. And Ahmed with a change-up, exactly showing you what you can do even when you're under the pump.
Yeah, lovely change of pace. To be honest, it's a much better line. Saw from Ahmed those first 2 balls basically right on the wide line, and then he's drifted onto the stumps. Consecutive deliveries, gone back to the tried and tested method, because Sandhu, I think the bowler coming around the wickets, really keeping his body weight leg side.
You know, get some really good late movement there. And for me, as somebody who naturally bowls an in-swinging delivery, I like to come across the left-hander.
Certainly, it's the case. Great over from him. Goes for 12. Italy 90 for 3 after 6.
Good position for Italy. I mean, you've still got 4 good overs here to really ramp up that score. So hopefully Dara Shiko's in batting now with Rajmani Sandhu can really make some impact at this stage. But like we said, you never know with this Italian side. They bat all the way down, and hopefully they get some away. But Sweden will be looking to stop them as Advait comes back on for another over.
Lovely ball again, a little bit of flight, plenty of dip. Just wonderful bowling from him.
What a talented young man. Just watching every single ball here, he is absolutely bang on the money.
Spins wide. I don't think that's a bad ball at all, though. He's aiming for that wide line as much as possible. He'll take the occasional wide.
Yeah, with the change of rules as well, he watched the batter move and moved with him, so I don't think that's a bad delivery from the young man.
Shiko particularly strong on that leg side, and that's precisely what he was waiting on for Darbe to drift onto the stumps. Probably the wide on the previous ball might have encouraged him to just go a little bit straighter.
It's a mental game, cricket, really, isn't it? So you watch it and you think, oh, this is easy. They're just swinging the bat. But sometimes little tiny changes in mentality can really make a big difference.
If you can get a big spinner to rip from off stump, Shiko does go leg side very, very much so with the almost a side on bat. Won't get a chance to do it now because he's struck a single straight down the ground, which brings the left-hander on. So a bit of a different look for Darbe. Looks like he's changing to an over the wicket line.
If I was Shiko, I'd be thanking my stars. This boy's looking extremely dangerous. This is probably the safest place to be is the non-striker's end.
Yeah, gets into the block hole, and Sandhu's walking. Darbe celebrating. It's the second stumping of the innings. Another tidy piece of work from the wicketkeeper Mundra, and that's a fabulous second scalp for Darbe.
What more do you want? That is absolutely world class. I mean, look at him and the way he keeps it away from the batter. Batter's being tempted to come out of their crease, and well, the rest is history. Sandhu has to walk and hit with another scalp.
He may as well just keep walking in the same direction that he came down the track. It's saved him about 5 steps as he makes his way back to the pavilion. Beautifully bowled from the youngster, and cannot overstate how impressive he's been.
He's not really put a foot wrong. I mean, aside from that one wide delivery, I think he's been absolutely on the money. And if he just keeps on going like this, you might see a very, very promising young star in the near future.
He is one that Sweden can bank on for the future. Already part of their under-19 side, so he's had some international experience, but a very different thing coming here and bowling at the short Carter Oval boundaries as Pereira, Italian captain, comes to the wicket. Once again, I don't think he's going to mind the wide call out there, because he's certainly better pushing the ball out towards the tram lines rather than drifting onto Pereira's stumps. Beautifully bowled again. Pereira plays it late. It's the opportunity for Sher Ali to potentially have a ping at the stumps, but he can't take it cleanly. There's all left to go for the over.
Big effort from Darbe here, and enjoy a big batsman to come in at this stage. I mean, you've got 3 overs left after this, and you really got to make the most of it at this stage when you've just crossed the 100 mark.
Darbe pushes it outside off stump, and the sweeper will come round. Got the reliable arm of Ahmed. There's an appeal. I don't think there was any chance that Pereira was out of his ground, although we'll have a quick look at it hopefully on the replay, although the umpire's not interested at all. But fair bit of fielding from Ahmed as we reach the end of the over.
Yeah, cracks in that throw, and end of the over. We can watch it back and see before the Italians scamper through for their second run. Let's see if that looked pretty well safe to me. So the Italians moving on, and this is what we have for the rest of the season right now.
So much cricket coming up. We're obviously a long way through the European Cricket Championship at the moment, and Championship week coming up next week before we go to the sunny plains of Malta, one of the always favourite destinations on the calendar before we hit the Italian land for finals day there, the Spanish Encore tournament, and finishing off with the European Cricket Championship for women. So fantastic way to conclude.
Super excited. Super excited for that event.
Pereira on strike. Gilani, first time we've seen him in the innings. Just flicked. No run. Keeper will have a shy. Mundra is going to hit the sticks, but Shiko safely makes his ground.
Great accuracy with the gloves on, and they scamper through with a little tickle on the pads there. Gilani with a bit of a leg side start, but I don't think the batter was expecting it, so no harm, no foul. Batter well in his ground. They seem to have scampered through pretty quickly. He was definitely backing up there, a skill that we practice quite often as the Cosney boys back in Switzerland.
As one should. It's amazing what an extra metre can do if you're running between the wicket.
I do have a question for you, Rhino. Considering that the Swedes are on for a pretty interesting chase later on, I just was wondering, how often have you come across the Sweden-Switzerland? Oh,
Wow, that's straight down the throw. We'll come back to Jay's question in a moment. We know Chico loves to flick to that part of the ground. Unfortunately, not enough elevation, and Gilani gets a wicket. Second ball, fifth one down for the Italians, and 103 on the board.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one for Italy. You got to really feel for them at this point. But now here's the big boy coming in. I think it's Baljeet Singh who's walking out to the middle, who I've been looking out for.
You nominated him as a big danger man. So let's see how Belgium goes. But sorry, Jay, returning your question for the Swiss
yeah, how
clash?
often have you been asked, you know, you live in Switzerland, how often have you been asked that you speak Swedish? Or have you heard of that clash happening quite often?
Not often, probably only weekly. No, that's not complete. I think the bigger one is Jay and I both live in a gorgeous little part of Switzerland called Lausanne. I think the more common one I get is, oh, you're from Luzerne.
Yeah, that's a pretty common one.
Far more north in the east of northeast of Switzerland. It's always speed in towards off. Gilani's an unusual customer, isn't he, Jay? He sort of he doesn't look like he's particularly threatening. He's got more subtle changes to his bowling that immediately meets the eye, and he's difficult to get away.
Yeah, he doesn't look like the usual customer, and apologies, I was wrong. It wasn't Baljeet yet. It seems like Ahmed's come out instead, but we will see him a little bit later on if the Swedes keep bowling with this furious fire that they try to put in with the Yorkers there. Gilani dropping it down.
Keep an eye if you can, particularly if you get a close-up on Gilani's grips on the ball. He's gone for the cross seam on that last occasion. It looks like, at least from his preparation here, he will do the same thing here. So maybe just trying to get a little bit of natural variation between the seam and the flat of the ball. Spears on the off stump, does get the false shot, but as has been the way throughout this tournament, top edge down to third man has gone flying for a Maximo, and Italy needed that. It's been a bit of a barren last few overs.
Sometimes edges like that really show you how tough that bowler is to face. I mean, one of the things I always notice as a batter is when the bowler doesn't have a traditional run-up, it's always a little bit harder to figure out where they're going to release from or what timing they've got. So that's probably where Gilani's getting a little bit of an advantage too.
Speed into the toes, that was the quicker one. No chance of getting an LBW decision on that occasion, but it does keep it to just one run off the final ball. So we've got 2 overs left in this one, and Italy have got a base, but they need to accelerate in the last 2 if they really want to try to put a big total on the board against Sweden. They are 1-1-2 for 5.
Yeah, you can probably see now that that run rate just in that last over dropped a little bit with the 2 wickets falling in the 7th and the 8th. So I think there's a little bit more that Sweden want to get from this bowling innings, and I think Italy will be looking to really accelerate in these last 2. And if you were the batting side, you'd probably back yourself with 5 wickets in hand for the last 2 overs, but we'll see what they can post up as a total.
Certainly will. It's obviously a big ask, particularly when you're getting down to batters 7, 8 and 9 to come in and blast from the word go as Syed Ahmed comes back to the bowling crease. Fumble from Mundra, but I'm sure there would have been a play at the stumps.
I think it's a good point. A good point there is it's a bit tough, really, when you're at this stage of the day as well. The light coming in at an angle probably makes it a little bit more difficult. I mean, you've got all the floodlights are already on, as you can probably see in the feed.
Here coming back for his second. Bit of a one-handed loft, almost the bar style, but this time with the top hand instead of the bottom hand. Flicked backward square, and it's a Maximo for Pereira.
Probably a necessary 6 at this point for Italy. Looking at what the supercomputer was saying, I think the supercomputer's doing a lot of maths for this game. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, and I think Italy will be looking to really launch into this over.
He's tentatively poised. His last 2 overs prove telling in this contest. Slightly short of a length, but it's big on Pereira with a little extra bounce and pace off the deck. So it'll just be a single.
Quicker one into the deck there from Said. So he was probably looking to rush Pereira a bit, and Pereira did a good job to come down on that one, but probably not the runs that Italy wants. So they want Pereira to be flying at this stage, and 5 balls gone with only 9.
Sweden will be happy with Ahmed on strike. Hits it high in the air. Fielder coming in from mid-wicket. Judges it well, but unfortunately after his 3rd attempt has fumbled it. That's unlucky effort. He made good ground coming in from deep mid. Did Farhad Zahak. Continues a tough game for him.
Just took it a little too easy at the end. You see him completely relax and take it like it was nothing, but you got to stay focused right up until that ball is clenched in your fists.
Ahmed, a little bit angry. He'll probably be happier that that ball, which wasn't a great one, hasn't been put away.
Somehow nothing happens from the following delivery as well. A little bit of a scamper and a panic there for Italy. They need to screw their heads back on, because this game could run away from them pretty quickly if they don't get these last 2 overs.
7 balls left to go. Swedes are probably pretty happy if Ahmed pushes a single and keep Pereira off strike for as long as possible. Fielder in from deep backward square. Swing and a miss. So Ahmed's 9 off 7, which has helped the Swedish cause a lot. And it's the end of the 9th over. Italy 1-2-2 for 5.
Zayed finishing with the figures of 2 for 21. I think that's really, really well bowled from him, especially in that second over, trying to put the pressure on these 2 batters.
Do you have any talks within the Swiss team, and particularly the power play overs where you're bowling with the field up, and usually the gun batters from each team on show? Did you have any discussion as to what you thought was a reasonable runs per over rate during the power play?
You've asked a question that we actually didn't personally discuss. I think we said, you know, if you go for less than 10, you've had an outstanding day. But we play it ball by ball. You know, every ball, whether it's a dot or a boundary, is a win, and you've got such a limited amount of balls as a bowler. So we'll see what Syed Ahmed can do with his.
Short ball, but good bit of acceleration off the deck. I mentioned during his first over, he is a big, strong lad, and he is quicker than he looks. He really does generate some pace, but also because he's got an action that isn't particularly taxing, his ability to deliver the slower ball is really well disguised. He's a tricky customer.
Yeah, it would be really tough to face somebody like Syed Ahmed in the game. So just watching every single delivery as one gets edged, flies way over the boundary road for another maxima.
One of the most profitable areas on this ground. The Baximos are flying. It's not quite a traditional Baximo over the keeper's head, but the top edges are flying. And I feel like in previous years, so many of those balls have ended up in the hands of the 3rd-man fielder, whereas they just seem to be carrying an extra 5 or 10 metres this year.
Don't know if everybody's put on a bit of pace, but almost a Yorker there. Puts Pereira on his skates, but luckily dips away from that.
It's good bowling from Ahmed. Pereira doesn't mind giving himself a little bit of room to the leg side, so he speared it ball in, and I think he might have actually nutmegged himself, Pereira.
Yeah, I think that definitely went through the legs, but what a good ball from Syed Ahmed.
1-2-9 for 5. I get the feeling if there's not some big bombs here in the last 3 balls from Italy, that Sweden will feel pretty confident chasing this, but there'll be some fireworks to come. Big swing from Ahmed. He hasn't got the power. He does have the power to take it over the boundary, but that hung up there for an awful long time.
That's got snow
Zahak
on
thought
it.
he was in the chance for a catch.
That's got snow on it, Rhino. That's absolutely in the stratosphere. That went so high. It probably hung up there for a good 5 to 6 seconds, just saying hello to the birds.
Yeah, well, Adbat Darbe may have turned 18 and be able to go out to bars by the time that one came down. It was up there for an eternity.
Well, with his cricketing career on the future, I don't think he's that interested as Ahmed comes in for another delivery.
Good ball, difficult one to get away. Pereira looking for the second. To be honest, he should be looking to try to face this final ball. Ahmed gets 16 off 9, helped a lot by Maximo on the last ball.
Last ball of the innings. Let's see what Sweden can do, and if Italy can make the most of it.
Oh, the outside edge goes flying down to 3rd man. It's well fielded by Galani, and Pereira just ambles the non-striker's end, so no chance of doubling up, and that's the end of a pretty good controlled bowling performance by the Swedes. The Italians, a little bit of a late flourish, or at least late partnership by these two, but they end up 137 for 5. The power lineup they've got, they might have expected to get closer to the 150 range, but it's certainly something to defend, Jay.
Yeah, definitely something to defend. I mean, you'd be looking at that with a little bit of disappointment if you were Italy, just thinking, you know, 150 is a power score, but with the lights changing, you never know what could happen, and that second innings is brutally important for Italy. They've really got to stick it down and see what they can do.
Well, the one thing that Swedes haven't had go wrong for them is losing both openers early in this tournament so far. And I'll be hoping that Charlie and Amal Zuvak could do exactly the same thing here today. But the Italians kept fighting hard. They kept swinging hard, as they love to do. And they've got themselves a reasonable total on the board. Umpire Charles Croucher enjoying having the pill in his hand as he walked out to the middle. And Nasser Baluch bowled a much better first over. In fact, wasn't that far off having an early scalp. Big outside edge, and they even gave him the slip to start with, but eventually it was Khalid Zahid who got the first one. He came on and bowled a very, very good second over. Nice bit of movement. Well, Zubak, safe pair of hands from him. He made what was a very difficult catch look easy.
Yeah, making that catch look easy, and Avid coming in and making batters absolutely question everything as he up front drops one that looks pretty easy, but you know, the ball swirling up there in the air, so I don't blame the young man one bit.
Might have dropped it because he thought he was going to get tackled by AJ Mundra coming there with the gloves, but as it was, he didn't have to wait too long before he did take his first wicket, but there was some Maximos in between. There was some focus in the Italian dressing room. There was a lot of love for Zayn Ali for a little while in the middle of the innings, but Darbe eventually had his man.
Yeah, dragging that batter down the crease and then making sure that the batter had no home to go to.
Great striking from Sandhu. He's the elegant left-hander who can hit all over the ground, but eventually he walked out of his crease and he had to keep on walking back to the dressing room as Adabay Darby continued on his merry way throughout these group stages. Syed Ahmed managed to hit the stumps from side on out of the deep. Brilliant piece of fielding, but in the end there was also good fielding from Khalid Zahid as he made sure that Galani picked up yet another wicket. Unfortunately, Fahad Sahak continued on despite his best efforts and 3 bites of the cherry. He couldn't complete that catch, and the bat of Joy Pereira, pretty good edge on that one because it went for a maximum.
A little bit of a finish there from the Italians with those edges, and brings to an end an innings of ups and downs. We'll see how that second innings goes for them.
Yep, match precariously poised here, Jay. So Italy, despite their troubles, have still made it to 137 for 5, largely powered along by Zayn Ali, who came out at the number 3 spot and hit 43 off 17 before he was one of Darbe's 2 victims. Rajvandi Sandhu, not a bad little innings, but just as he looked like he was getting going, he ended up getting stumped as well. That same combination, Darbe and Mundra. Shiko didn't worry the scorers too much, and Pereira came out there at the end and hit a few. Having a look at the bowling attack, it was probably that over of Fahad Sahak that really made life difficult for the Swedes, but thanks to the 2 for 16 of Darbe, that over from Galani, which only went for 8, they managed to keep tabs on this Italian lineup. So the Swedes, when we come back from the break here in match 9, we'll be chasing a target of 138 for victory in this game. Italy scoring 137 for 5 off their 10 overs. Great to have Jason with me here on commentary. We'll be back in a matter of minutes for the chase. Please join us then.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Thank you to Jason who jumped in as guest commentator, national representative from Switzerland and working for the ECN for the first innings, and thank you very much to Andrew Ryan for that lovely call. We're at the halfway stage of what is an interesting encounter. The Italians putting on a pretty good score of 137, and the bonus point parameters on your screen right there. 95 or less will give them 4 points, 7 over Chase will give it all 4 to Sweden. I can't imagine them getting there with inside 7 overs. So the moon is out, the lights are on, the sun is going away almost for another day behind the mountains, and we have 10 overs of extreme T10 cricket. Looking forward to this run chase. Sweden's top order have been clicking and hitting the ball all over the park, especially the big man, Sher Ali. Love watching him bat. So we're almost set to go. Big warm welcome back to all our international network partners out there and everyone in the chat. Hope you're doing well. There's the Dutch. What a lovely time of evening to sit and watch the cricket, that's for sure, at the Tesla Centre. Zawak on strike. Ali's got the ball in hand. Ball number 1 of the run chase. Thickish, sort of in a half of the bat. Goes for a single. Zawak's off the mark. Well, here's a man that I don't have enough superlatives to mention to honour how the greatness of him being back on the ECN network is, as I'll get it all out. Andrew Ryan.
Yeah, managed to get it all out as you've been saving your energy as a part-time commentator over the last 45 minutes. Good to have you back, and I'm glad you found your way back to the commentary box. But a big thank you to Swiss and Cosnay superstar Jay Sin, who did an excellent job over the first innings. Great to hear his dulcet tones as Zain Ali spears that into the block hole and does something that most bowlers haven't been able to do during this tournament, and keep Sher Ali to a dot.
You'd see how he goes up and he kicks the ball there and he misses stumps. Is that something you can practice?
What, missing the stumps?
No, running up and kicking the ball.
Yeah, I mean, arguably it's probably worth the odd effort. I think it's interesting to see the different tactics. That I've never been a fan of the instep kick like you would a football. That's also pretty decent. Oh, Ali takes him on. Strike the stumps. So much action. Zuvak is saying, what on earth are you doing, big fella? As he's almost barbecued his opener.
And then Sher Ali's given him a spray as well. Tell you what, talk about barbecuing your mate. There is never a one ever in any universe. I don't care what you talk about. That is arguably the biggest barbecue I've ever seen.
That is almost indoor cricket tip and run stuff from the 90s. And just hoping to God that the throw is wayward. My goodness. It's actually big swing and a miss. As this has turned into an eventful first over. Ali getting a little bit of shape away.
He's bowled well, Ali, today. Look at that. That's beautiful. Little bit of shape. When you get the ball to talk in the air, it's always a bit better for the bowling group.
Flashing swing outside of something. It's actually a fair bit of swing there for Ali. And he's getting the movement. If he can get some control, he will cause a few problems for these Swedish openers.
Do you feel like it's hit that time where the air is cool, the lights go on, and for whatever reason, the Grizzly ball just goes that bit more?
The Grizzly ball's got some demons when the sun goes down. Top edge just evades the keeper. Nakbi, who will chase it down to the boundary. Some fancy footwork from the Italians. This first over has had absolutely everything. And I'll tell you what else it has had, Corey. We've completely missed that the Swedes have got to change their opening partnership. It's actually Abdur Sudais who's gone out there with Sher Ali. And tell you what, he hasn't faced a ball in this tournament. Imagine if he did get done without facing one on that first ball.
That was like the Del Piero little turn and the Totti turn. The Italians, the Azzurri, they love their football.
Such elegance. Final ball of the over. Way down the leg side. Well, that was not elegant whatsoever.
Feels like he's at the movie theatre and you've bought that many snacks and it's pretty dark, you're putting your hand down, you don't know what you're going to get.
Just watch where that hand goes in a darkened theatre.
Don't want it to go down too far a popcorn box either.
Certainly don't. Have a cheeky little bit of chewing gum stuck under the armrest. That would be something that the Rutgers would have to deal with as Ali just bails out of his run-up. Did you ever go into a drive-in movie theatre? I'm like a fan. I was about to say back in the day, but I think you and I are both young enough that we weren't at the sort of main time of drive-ins, but they came in back as a little bit of a retro thing at one stage.
Big fan, really big fan of the drive-in. That's a very good first over, one over complete, 6 for none. No, huge fan of the drive-in. You used to wind the windows down. You'd have the skaters going around telling you what you could buy for the night. Movies were about $4. Life was good, and I was about 3 years old.
I assume you weren't driving at the time.
Actually, I was one of those really intelligent children that I drove. 202 on the screen. Means a lot to me, that number.
Why does it mean?
Vinny Sandhu would know. It's actually my high score in cricket.
I was about to say, was that your strike rate from the... no, it was much higher than that, wasn't it, from the first ECL?
Why do you think they've changed the opening pairing here? Do you think that they've gotten a little bit bored and wanted to try something new?
I mean, they're through to finals days. They certainly, I guess, trying to give their extended squad a crack today in the lineup today. 1 off 4 in the first over, so he's made the job for the team a little bit harder, but hopefully he can flourish as Ali's feet are just planted in concrete. As it's a pretty good opening ball. Italians are up for this too. They know it's an important game. Saw them out practicing in the field just in between the innings, and there was plenty of chat from the team as Ahmed steaming in from around the wicket. Ali takes the hand off the bat. Pereira will have a crack. The running between these two has provided some great comedy, but not technically sound.
It's almost like Inzamam Al-Haq and Arjuna Ranatunga at the crease, and they're spraying each other. Look, this was a huge moment earlier. Guernsey, well, Jersey holding on by the skin of their teeth, and Italy, well, they could have gone one or two ways. They could have been relegated tonight, or they could maybe get a double chance.
Incredible. That's a pretty good shot from Sadek. Well, he looked uncomfortable in the first over. That is a wicked T10 shot.
Yeah, some of these players come from many different backgrounds and play many different forms of cricket, and that is a genuine tape ball shot. If you've ever seen tape ball cricket, that is to a T.
We were talking a bit about tape ball cricket earlier today. weren't we, Corey? I know you're a big fan of watching some village tape ball on YouTube. Should we take the viewers through our conversation earlier today about a modified game as Ahmed sprays it very wide, the wide line? Today, 5 off 5 with a couple of extras. Sweden is slowly building this total. Long way to go though, 126 required. Short ball, big appeal. Umpire's head nods, but it's to tell everyone that it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, well, it had to be something, right? Unless he thought it flicked the shirt on the way through. Took his time. There was a little noise.
Did you think there were? I actually didn't pick up the sound, to be honest.
I tell you what, I don't know.
I don't think it's made contact. But anyway, good decision in the end because you're a brave umpire to give those, aren't you? Unless there's a clear deviation of the ball. Ahmed pushes it across off stump. Much better delivery.
Right, I got one for you.
Yep, go.
I feel like the Azzurri Blue are the sleeping giant in this group. I think they've been well under par. They haven't played the Italian T10 way yet, but they are a team that tomorrow they could rock up and go 3 wins.
Very easily. They catch fire, particularly their batting lineup, as they drags that to the leg side, not quite as effectively whipped earlier on. I'm not completely sure they've got their batting lineup right, and obviously they're not helped by the fact that Zayn Nakbi has barely scored after that first game.
Yeah, that doesn't help, but we'll have to wait and see if they do adjust the batting lineup. Look, Sher Ali has faced 4 balls. I reckon he's tried to run 4 singles. Like to see the big man go back to what he does best, and that is bombing sixes.
Nice ball for Ahmed. Short ball. Well, he has heeded the Rutgers call. Probably not the cleanest shot he's hit during the tournament, but it's more than good enough. And Ali knocks up his first maximum. He goes to 8. The Swedes, after 2 overs, 20 for none.
Look, we're a little bit surprised by this Swedish batting lineup as well. You've got players in there that have been up the top of the order that aren't being used. A whack, for example, we thought would open. Do you give Sudais another ball or two? Before we go into that, this is why it's important. Italy get the win tonight, and Sweden hold on to the point. That means they would be on 9, and Netherlands playing Norway. Norway, all of a sudden, an upset tonight. There's too many things going on, actually. Any team could still get 1 and 2.
Certainly could. There's so much still to happen. It is, if you're Sweden, you really do want to win this game. You lock yourself into a top 2 spot. They were a bit hard done by earlier today, not getting to play the game against Jersey, which was the rain out, who have struggled a bit more in this tournament. As today, well, thought he was almost gone, but that ball has carried the infield and it does race away for a 4.
A nice shot. Hassan Ali's had a really tough time in this 2024 event. They're using him in over number 3 and not over number 1. Probably down on a little bit of confidence. Needs to get some rhythm.
Doesn't feel like he's hitting the crease particularly hard. There's just a lot of arm in the action at the moment. He's a good athlete. Really needs to start steaming in. Hitting that bowling crease with a bit of pace. That's a much better ball. Looks like it faded back in before nibbling away off the deck. That's a cracker of a delivery.
When he's on song, Hassan Ali has a bit of a reputation around Europe, and what a lot of people don't know about young Hassan, he's 22. He's got many moons of bowling.
Just a baby.
Played in Victoria the other year.
Really?
Yeah,
Victoria,
for a
Australia?
season. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Victoria
How did
Falls,
he go?
Zimbabwe.
Well, I mean, Canada plays cricket. There is a Victoria over there. So no, geography's not a Rutgers strong suit, but anyway, today has managed to whip that ball for a Maximo. So after a sluggish start, he's finding his range.
I'll have you know it is a strong suit. Also country's flags. Lovely shot. 6 more to the total.
Is this in relative terms compared to the rest of your suits, or just in world terms you're pretty good?
World terms, top 10%.
Okay, certainly done some travel the last couple of years.
Someone give me a question.
What does the flag of Vietnam look like?
Red and white. White star.
A white star, are you joking?
Anyway, 3 balls to go in the 3rd.
Are you colourblind?
I am colourblind, actually.
Are you? So you don't recognise that it's yellow?
Yep, there you go.
It's failed the test, and today has eventually failed his test today. Nice piece of bowling from Ali. Pretty difficult job trying to charge a left armour bowling at this pace, but the end of the innings as Corey Rutgers researches the Vietnamese flag, tries to point to me that yellow is white in a bit of gaslighting, and Sweden's 30 for 1.
Yeah, a confidence builder for Hassan Ali as well, who gets a wicket that he's been looking for a while. And well, I always think these sort of shots are a bit Hollywood. You come down the ground, you picture your Virat Kohli, and you're going to hit it out the Chinnaswamy 4,000 metres, but you're not. You're just Sudais at Cardimer Oval, and that is not an easy shot to play.
Certainly not. Nice little over here from Hassan Ali. So Sudais goes 16 off 11. Touched by Zayn Naqvi, who's probably having a better time with the gloves than he is with the bat at the moment. And AJ Mundra comes to the crease.
He batted beautifully versus the spin of the Netherlands in that 6-over match. Now, they got the sweep shot out a lot. Looking forward to seeing how he goes against the pace.
True. Last player, I was speaking to Swedish management earlier today. They really, really like him and think he's a great boost to their team. Flashes outside off stump. Well, this is the Hassan Ali that we know and love on the network. Nice cocking of the wrist, just hitting the pace, getting that express arm action through. It's good to watch. Let's hope he can generate some confidence from this spell. It's probably not going to do many help. Sprays it wide, but well taken by Naqvi.
One more to the total, so sort of not there or in between sort of power play. They haven't gotten away with it, but they're still in an okay position. They only have to go at 13.8 from the start, which isn't massive at Cardimer Oval.
Certainly not, but with the combo of Zubak and Sher Ali, they've gotten used to getting off to really rapid starts. Mundra plays and missed another one, so he goes for 9 off 2. You mentioned it, Corey. Keen to see how he goes against the pace. Not so good so far. Sweden 31 for 1.
Yeah, lovely bowling from Hassan Ali. Finally some rhythm. Going cross seam, but that's the length, isn't it? Look at the lift he gets. He's got some genuine wheels.
Really hard to hit that sort of pacey ball, and with that angle and bounce for a Maximo over the covers. So, interestingly poised game. Middle at the same time, 47 for 2. And remember, they had the big over off Sahak as the fourth that went for 27. But Swedish bowling attack reeled them in from then on in, and particularly the 2 overs from Narve bowling his left arm orthodox really put the brakes on their innings. Sher Ali on strike now as Belgium seeing one of Jay Sin's favourite players with an Italian uniform coming on to bowl. A little bit of swing. Belgium's excited. Sher Ali in 2 minds as to what to do with that ball. Looked to hit it on the leg side to begin with and tried to adjust late.
Yeah, Sher Ali's sort of a different sort of innings, isn't it? He hasn't really got going and shown us that power consistently, but we know when he's on, he's on.
They'll take 1 shot for him. Let loose. Tries to step across to the offside, flicked backward of square, but they have coverage down there, and it would just be 1.
You know why these evening games are so big, Rhino?
Tell me.
Well, I just think you've got 4 teams at the top of this table. Obviously, we're going to say goodbye to Jersey. That double chance could mean everything. Can you imagine an eliminator that has Italy and Norway, or Italy and Sweden? You're losing a very good team there.
Can't fathom it. Can't fathom. Belgium coming into bowl. Mundra.
I think in every other group, you've had maybe that 4th team who's been in the eliminator is a bit behind the top 3. But this group doesn't feel that way. I feel like Norway could rock up tomorrow and go bang, bang, bang. Or Italy or Sweden and Netherlands. Look, they've got a couple of banana skin games they don't want to slip up on.
So don't. Anyway, man who does like to go bang, bang, bang on a cricket field. Great to see Stefan Gooch in the YouTube chat tonight. Gucci's out there, Wayne and Kroom and Jules all in there. And they've just gotten to witness Sher Ali finally unleashing. After nurdling balls for the last 15 minutes, he's annihilated one about 85 metres.
When he hits it, it stays here. I like the pink stickers and the black gloves as well. There's a bit of flair about Big Sherry.
It's just an aesthetic, isn't it?
How much body weight's in that shot?
Decent bit, given how far he's sent it.
Are the bigger boys who are a bit heavily built around the stomach area, do they hit it further?
Are you asking me because you think I've got some knowledge in that area?
I feel like that is your area of expertise. You would know if the belly helps you hit it further.
It probably gives you a bit of gravitational balance down to the ground. We'll talk about this more after this ball as Ali somehow completely misstrikes the ball, but it flies away for a boundary, and that is a tough outcome for Singh, because that was actually a pretty good save.
This is one thing that the Azuri will not do. They will not drop a man back there. They love the 3 points. I call them the 3 amigos. I have no idea why they do it the whole time, but they do.
Going back to your point before, I've barely played a shot in anger over the last 2 years, so I can't remember how it feels to actually whack a 6 down the ground, but I suspect that Big Share uses his mass to his advantage with the bat, and certainly putting together some impressive innings here. He's 43 for 1, sorry, Sweden are 44 for 1 after the conclusion of the 4th over.
I wish we could do like a big boy 11, really big boy 11, sort of get the big ball strikers out there. A Sher Ali and a Baba Khan, or just the big, Rakeem Cornwall comes out to Kardama.
I was going to say, a couple of boys in the Spanish side, they can use their body mass for the purposes of big hits.
Tell you what, Booney, Baba Khan, when that body weight gets into it, that ball goes into a different dimension. Alistair Priddle definitely not doing his job.
Let's just say it's a work in progress for Alistair Priddle. I hope you're watching Alistair. He's been out the ground today with the crew doing a lot of work to make sure that we get games underway. I tell you what, look up at this sky now, Corey.
Oh.
There's a beautiful pink hue.
It's making me emotional, Rhino.
Sandu coming on around the wicket. It's Sher Ali putting a fairly awkward full toss and somehow squeezes off the legs.
This game's quite nice. They're poised at the moment. They've got 9 wickets in hand. We know they've got a lot of chaos in that batting lineup. Definitely still with a chance to go at 16s for the remaining 6, but someone has to go big.
Swedes just haven't quite caught fire in this one yet. Oh, good ball. Splits the middle and leg stumps, and Mundra, fairly torturous stay at the crease for him. He goes for 1 off 4. Sandhu continues to come up big for Italy.
Yeah, once again, it's Sandhu who seems to have the tricks. He comes around, he comes over, he's got the back of the hand slow ball. Mundra, a little bit disappointed about that innings from pace. Last night versus the spin of Sakib Zulfikar, he was on fire. He gets the pace though, he looked all at sea.
He certainly has. There's just something about his bat swing. We talked about it yesterday when he was slapping to the leg side against the spinners, that actually that slightly squarish bat plane is very helpful for him, but he almost tries it a little bit too often against the pace. He's got to straighten up that strike. He's going to have success against bowlers of this class. But anyway, we can give him a batting tutorial after the game. His head's down. Unfortunately, we won't see any more of him in this game, but there is plenty more striking to come, and a man I am happy to see at the batting crease, Saeed Ahmed, the big left-hander. He can bomb a ball.
I'd love to see him get a couple out the middle here, that's for sure.
This time's that slide. Pereira's going to have a shot. He hits from side on. Wow, we get 1 ball of Saeed, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. What a brilliant piece of fielding from the Italian skipper.
Yeah, brilliant from big old Joy Pereira. That's the old hit and run in the backyard where you get slightly carried away. You get one out the middle and you think, I'm going to go. There was never a single on there. And you just feel that Sweden are digging their own grave, Rhino. Let's have a closer look.
Geez, I don't know, Corey.
There's
How
never a
often
one
do you
there.
see someone hit from side on? He's got 1 stump to aim at. That is brilliant stuff. And 2 wickets in 2 balls for the Italian team. And now they've got a little bit of confidence. They've got their tail ups, and it could be enough to take them to victory here. Wouldn't it be some turnaround?
It would be emotional, that's for sure. The Italians, who we think have been a little bit below par so far in this event, seem like they're clicking at the right time.
Many things happening at the right and the wrong time, Corey, as Joy Pereira's run out. That's wonderful stuff from him, but it does bring another Hoodinger favourite, Samil Rahmani, to the crease. Big swing from Charlie, but just not making great contact tonight.
What do you think? Maybe over-swinging, just losing his shape a little bit? What's going on with Sher Ali?
No, maybe we just underestimate how hard it is to play these amazing big hitting innings time after time, and frankly, as a batter, to be able to reproduce that continuously is extremely hard. Sandu comes in and bowls a pretty good ball in the block hole, which Romani, probably about the most conservative shot we'll see from Romani.
Yeah, look, it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. 91 of 31 is never easy. It's definitely doable, especially with Sher Ali there, Romani, Zawak still to come. But you just feel like they need that over. They need that over to start believing again.
So good over here from Sandu. Ball to go. He's got figures of 1 for 3. Big turning point. Goes across the line. Ali loses his shape. Bottom hand comes off the bat. Silence trying to overhit. And that's the end of a pretty good first 5 overs for Italy. 47 for 3, Corey Rutgers. Didn't see this happening.
No, didn't see this happening. Welcome up to the comm box. It's a beautiful time of night. Maybe we can show the sky that we're looking at in a moment, because it's a lovely time at Carter Oval. The sun going down, the lights coming on, and this is usually when the cricket gets a little bit spicier.
Yeah, it certainly is. Almost a lovely pink hue, reminiscent of the Corey Rutgers face after he's been in the sun for about half an hour.
Yeah, look, the forehead is a bit of a beacon, but what a beautiful picture that is. I mean, this is really the home of European cricket, and I hope we're here to the year 2050. Is that when we retire? Hope so.
Only 26 more years to wait. Spanish cricket will be in by that time. We have Anik Ahmed coming into bowl. Big swing across the line. Romani, he will be taking that blade and using it like a wood chopper for the rest of this innings. That's exactly what he's there to do. They can't afford too many more dots. This chase is really quickly getting away from them. 47 for 3, now 1 ball into the 5th, so they need 91 of 29 balls. Around the wicket, another big swing. This line has not been helpful for the Swedish batters at all. They're really continuously trying to pump Ahmed over long on. It's a fielder at sort of wide third man, but otherwise not protection on that offside boundary. Regulation cut is the way forward. Goes outside off, and once again, Romani tries to swing it to leg. Fielder comes in and almost takes a cross-handed catch. Well, Sandu got his hand to a slightly awkward position, but remarkably has held on to the grab. Corey, that was some catch. Take us through it.
Well, the Italians just seem to be able to take these crazy catches every game. There's been 3 or 4 juggles in the first few days, but Rajmani Sandu, you can't not love him. He plays with a lot of ticker, a lot of heart. And while he's on that field, they're always going to be a shot in the game. It's a pretty loose shot, to be fair. It's a bit of a cowboy willy-nilly. But Rajmani Sandu, the hands weren't really in a great position. I can't to be able to slow it down. How's he caught that?
I cannot believe it. We've had some cross-handed batters on the ECN in the last couple of years, but taking an almost cross-handed catch, that's remarkable stuff. But Sweden have really dug themselves a hole here. And tell you what, if they end up in... that's incredible stuff. But if they end up not being in the top 2, I've got a feeling they haven't really got anyone but themselves to blame, messing with the order as the hit comes out. And he's edged the first ball. So Ahmed's on a hat trick. Sweden crumbling, 47 for 5. 2 balls left in the 6th, and all of a sudden Italy can almost book themselves a place on finals day.
Well, what's going on here with Sweden? They tinkered with the order. It's a big game, and right now it could bite them in the face. Realistically, what happens? What are the ramifications if Sweden don't even pick up a point?
Who knows, Corey? I mean, at least they're safe from relegation. We'll have to stop talking about that now, but this is just an extraordinary turn of events. We thought Italy had a decent total on the board, but nothing that the Swedes couldn't chase down if they batted well. But Italy have bowled actually very well, to their credit, and probably made a bit of a criticism of the yesterday. They felt a bit flat and weren't really bowling to plans. Today, it feels like they've come out with some distinct strategy to each of these Swedish batters, and it is paying off. Ahmed has Well, Sher Ali and Miles Zubak are reunited again, probably just about 6 overs later than was needed for Sweden.
Yeah, 47 for 5. And, look, I saw a little bit about this in the other day. I didn't get a chance to bring this up, but Belgium tinkered with their batting the night before the finals day versus us. They dropped Ali Raza and Manib Mohammed. That one's lifted in the air. Oh, no. Gone.
Zubak's gone. And that might be the final nail in the coffin. It's been an exceptionally good spell of around the wicket pace bowling from Ahmed. He ends up with 3 for 14. But Sweden 47 for 6 after 6 overs.
Complete capitulation. They haven't got it out in the middle. They've tinkered with the order and they are going to pay the full price. I'm not even sure they'll pick up a point from here. The Azzurri have finally arrived in Group D. Haven't played perfectly yet, but it looks like they're putting on a good show now.
Certainly are. That's exceptional work.
So they've tinkered with the order, right? And the night before the finals day, Belgium dropped Ali Raza and Manib Mohammed quite randomly, and what ended up happening, we won, ended up getting the top spot, and then there was a ranked game washed out, and we went to the top of the table. I just think in these mini tournaments, when you've got such small time, I don't think you should tinker as much as maybe teams do, because I need to look at the table, but Sweden might be blowing a double chance here just from getting funky.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Well, if they pay the price and tomorrow end up losing a game unexpectedly, bundled out of the tournament as Hassan Ali, the left-arm paceman, comes around the wicket and he's sent for boundary. First ball, Sher Ali really needs to get a move on in these last 4.
I guess one good sign for them is the big man is still making runs. Maybe he hasn't been as fluent in this one, but he's still there. Yeah, I think they're going to desperately want this point to just put a bit more pressure on Norway tonight. The Netherlands should beat Norway, but I'll have to look at the table and see what happens with it.
Norway is resurgent, Corey. Don't count them out. Ali drifts outside off stump, and Ali opens the shoulders, gets the necessary elevation, and it's 10 runs off the first 2 balls this over. Sweden, they need 39 off 22 to even get the bonus point.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? Well, just looking at the table here, if Sweden don't pick up the bonus point, their net run rate will obviously take quite a big hit. Let's say Norway just lose by a little bit and get the point, they could go above them on net run rate.
Extraordinary stuff. This Ripping move on. This could be a pumping by Italy. Oh, he thrashes through the offside, and fortunately for Italy, Ahmed coming around as the sweeper keeps it to 1. You can see the frustration from Cher.
38 off 21 for a point. Look, Baluch is a pretty good player to come out at number 8, though. He does give it a whack when he gets going. And I think the camera crew, they're enjoying the sky quite a lot.
This is beautiful scenery here. A little look into the mountains around Cardamar. It is a wonderful sight, particularly with the lights around Cardamar Oval. Absolutely resplendent. Oh, something not so resplendent is that shot from the Swedes, but somehow Baluch has managed to take it from Maximo. So this is turning into an expensive over. We've gone 4-6-1-6.
You got to love the reverse drive. The reverse drive has become one of the famous shots at Cardamar Oval. Here it is. Shot.
Why even bother to try to hit it in front of the wickets?
Well, that is the amount of reverse sixes we are seeing is quite remarkable.
The wicket attack now, 2 balls left in this over. Short ball, oh, it's called a wide, and rightly so. Really dug it into the deck.
I tell you what as well, a 4-point win here tonight for Italy, out of nowhere, would put them on a tie with Sweden for points, and it would come down to net run rate. If Norway didn't get a point, got 1 point tonight, you would have 3 teams finish on 8. Italy right now are fighting hard to steal second.
31 off 20, so much tension. Big swing, Baluch, no contact. This is probably the battle, isn't it? It's the bonus point that is the key here. Just feel the tension out in the middle of Cardamar. Baluch lucky to still have his off stump in one place. A bit of late movement. Outside off stump, almost a replica of the ball before. Comes back after a few strikes early in the over. Ali finishes with figures of 1 for 29. And it gives us an opportunity at the end of the over to look forward to the fantasy dashboard. Norway versus Netherlands, a match that unfortunately you won't be in the comms box for, Corey.
I believe we're getting a special guest commentator coming in for the last one.
One of our development players coming into the box.
Yeah, someone that's been around the fringes for a while might come in, but look out, can Norway cause a few ruffles in that very good Netherlands 11? I'd love to see sort of Skandazorfa get up the order and maybe tinker a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how they both go about it.
Norway are confident after the last couple of games. They are gently rising through this group. They can knock off the Netherlands. They'll go into final state very, very confident. Aljit Singh coming on for his second over, so key figures there. 31 off 18. Sweden to collect the bonus point. Short ball, Ali. Doesn't really have much pace to work with, but he opens the blade well enough. That's pretty good batting, actually. Runs away for 4.
Well, while he's still there, they'll fancy themselves to rescue a point. Sher Ali's been playing within himself a little bit in this innings, but he hasn't thrown it away, which is always a good sign of a batsman that's hungry.
Yeah, just needs to continue to keep his shape. Sometimes in this innings, feel like he's trying to hit the ball a little bit too hard. Such a good player when he just stays still. It's the head and the body moving in the right direction. Doesn't stay still on that occasion, but he changes up the length, gets enough bat on it to take it behind square for a boundary. So 8 off the first 2 in this over, number 8.
Yeah, Sher Ali just looking at the square leg umpire quizzically, but he came down the ground and always hard to get a no ball from here. Yeah, that's going to go under the waist by the time it reaches the popping crease.
It certainly was. Easy call for umpire Joe Foster. Length ball, big inside edge. Ball took an eternity to get the big share.
Joe Foster's looking a little bit hairless at the moment, isn't he?
Sorry,
that's the sheriff.
The sheriff out there. Apologise to
Sorry,
the sheriff.
Joe.
Apologise.
You apologise to Joe, Rhino.
Apologise
to Joe.
Apologise to both of them. Sher Ali lifts that beautifully. That's a technically fantastic shot. Watched it right underneath his eyeballs. Gives a little fist bump to his partner because he knows how important getting to this bonus point is.
Well, looking at the bonus point, we'd like just to see the numbers a little bit about what the match scenario is. Is it that far away? Is it that impossible?
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying bonus points, the big focus, first of all. 19 off 14 for that. Oh, outside edge. Well, Sher's gone big in this over. The pressure's on Baljit. He's now none for 29, and Ali is one big hit off a half century.
And all of a sudden, the game scenario changes a little bit as well. Around about 57 required still. It's not going to be easy, but there's a slimmer of hope for the W.
There's a chance, especially while this man is there. That bonus point. That equation looks a lot easier for Sweden now. 15 off 13. And Shea gets down on his knees, manages to drag that to the leg side, hits it reasonably powerfully. They will just get through for the 1 though. It's good fielding, and he's knocked up another half century.
Yeah, well batted, the big man. His teammates are going crazy in the dressing room for him. 82 for 6 after 8. Sher Ali's made 50 out of the 82. Just goes to show how much the other players have struggled tonight.
The Sweden game, or at least this chase, is revolving around him at the moment. Still a long way off that run rate required, so they're going to need a flurry of boundaries in these last 2 overs. Mani Sandhu, who's had an excellent game, is being thrown the ball. Another one, weird creatures, these ones who bat left-handed and bowl right-handed. I used to play with a few of them out of juniors, although actually probably our most proficient one of those was actually a left-handed bowler but a right-handed batter.
Oh, there you go.
But it's just, particularly this combo of the right-arm bowler and the left-handed batter, it just messes with my brain. On the ground, Ali just strikes it for a 1. So I've certainly heard of kids in junior cricket who were forced to bat right-handed, even though they were natural left-handers. But the other way around of being a right-handed thrower or bowler and batting left-handed, just an odd one. Steps away, tries to get the scoop going, manages to beat the keeper. Not amazing contact contact from Baluch. Will just roll through for the one.
Just eking towards that point, aren't they? Just to save face a little bit, but the Italians are going to take this W, and it's been a much more complete performance from the Azzurri tonight.
Less attractive scoop shots that we've seen across the tournament. Sandu continues to bowl very tidily. This is a cracking spell, isn't it? Contacts in this tournament, 1 for 4 off 1.2 overs. Slower ball, Ali cuts, but it will just be for the one. So it looks like he's just bedding down to ensure that they have that bonus point secured.
Yeah, it's not on the bottom of our screen there. Can you remember what exactly they needed?
Not a chance. Sure, our graphics team will help us out momentarily. But as far as looking for that winning total, 53 in 9, feels like a long way away. Big swing, gone high into the night sky, but it will. I thought that was caught, but just dropped it cold. Corey, that looked like it was a great chance to remove Baluch.
I think he should have caught that as well. Straight to him in the end. Remarkably, it hits his foot and stops as well. Doesn't even roll for 4. Right on the back toe. Great fielding.
He barely got a hand on him in the end. Straight through the digits. Sandu deserved better given how well he's bowled. Just to find the bottom of the Ali bat. There's no run, so he's going to face this final ball. Calculations for us, Corey, while you're messing around on your mobile phone as to what that bonus point target is.
Yeah, just looking it up, just waiting for the graphics people to come with us.
Sandu going around the last ball. Well, Sher Ali certainly makes it far more likely that they're going to secure that point as he whips a 4 off the final ball of the over, so we'll leave Baluch on strike for the start of the 10th. Sweden, 90 for 6.
I know you're a good maths man. 70% of 137. It's not that difficult, is it? Look at the bowling
Off
figures
the top
there.
of my head.
Anik Ahmed, 3 for 14. Sandu's bowled well. They're just starting to maybe find their rhythm, Italy. They'll go into tomorrow, I think, a lot more confident than a few people would have thought at the start of the day.
Kind of my brain calculator tells me about 95 or 96, but we can do this a little bit more precisely. It looks like Ali coming on to finish off. Sweden, oh, there you go. The brain's still working. Sweden needs 6 off 6 balls for the bonus point, so that is their aim here. Baluch probably do well to just get off strike on this first ball. Just leave Ali to do the rest of the work. What you don't want is for him to play a dot, then get out, then have a fresh batsman come in, and all of a sudden you're needing to take 6 off the last 2 balls. Swing across the eye. Well, got the dot for the first, so Baluch just needs to knuckle down here. I mean, they've both got to be aware of what this target is. Trying to swing that ball, which popping at some pace over leg stump, and he's tried to swing it down to what is admittedly the vacant fine leg area. There's a massive gap between the entirety of the leg side up until sort of more traditional square leg on the fence.
Yeah, they should still get these 6 runs. Just need to be a bit smart with the shot selections here.
Oh, another big swing.
Well, that's not in the shot selection book. That's its own page. That's right at the back where you never want to open that page up. That was a terrible looking stroke.
Goodness, game awareness. All of the infielders are back on the 30-metre circle. Effectively, if Baluch just drops and runs, he will get Sher Ali on strike. Zain Ali sort of moving the field around. They would love to protect this bonus point, Italy, but Swedish batting is giving them some help. Oh, another one where he's tried to swing it over to fine leg, makes no contact. It lifts over the top of legs, so it's not going to be a wide.
Tell you what, Baluch just needs to read the room here, and he has put his country dry. He's missed that by an age. He's in a different planet. So 6 off 6 is now 6 off 3. If he got out this ball, oh no.
Has to make contact. Ali should be backing up here and pressing to get on strike almost no matter what. Oh, big swing. Well, he's played and missed it 3 in a row. Finally uses the bat And he smacks it for a Maximo.
Well, what do you know? 3 misses, still there, and he gets the 4th one away. They've achieved a point. We'll have to look at the table a little bit after, but I think that is a big point.
I cannot believe he's finally managed to hit one. I also cannot believe that cricketers of this experience are not just playing a smart game. But anyway, it made that last over slightly more interesting. As it is, Sweden, absolutely no chance of the 42 runs off 2 balls that they need, but they have secured the bonus point. Ali just standing at the top of his mark, making sure he's comfortable with the field. Full toss, big appeal, swinging down leg side. Finally, after the 5th ball, Big Sher Ali will get on strike. He's only faced 26 balls. Will face 27 out of the 60 on offer. Has been starved at the strike at times.
He definitely has been starved, and I still think Sher Ali tomorrow, Rhino, holds a lot of keys to their success. If he has a good day, look out for him. Will Sweden hold on to a top 2 spot? I guess we'll have to wait and see. That rained out game this morning, I think, also hurt them a little bit. They were very confident. Anyway, the Azzurri, they've been the better team. Let's wrap this one up. Last ball of the night.
Oh, huge and elegant swing from the big man, but manages to get it to roll away to 3rd man, and they will take a single as long as Big Sher takes a couple of more steps, drops his bat, and that is the end of the game, and a comprehensive win. Very impressive by the Italians. They came in as second favourites in this 2-horse race, given the form of Sweden earlier in the tournament. But they have really put down a marker here in this evening game. And tell you what, they could be a danger packet for tomorrow, Corey.
Yeah, they can be a danger packet. Good to see the sportsmanship between these 2 teams who know each other quite well. But I think the Azzurri Blue, from what I've seen today, might be timing their run nicely. Norway look like they're improving as well. Sweden's a bit of a weird day. I don't think they know. They won't try. I hope they don't try over-analyse it, because they had a washout and just didn't click too well in this one.
Could be circumstance of the day too. They obviously didn't. They had to be here early for game 1. They didn't get to play because of the washout. They've had to wait until game 4. So not the easiest day for them.
Well, think about the amount of time they've had on field. They only had a washout in a 6-over game. So
True.
They've had quite a limited amount of time batting practice and in the field compared to the others.
Yep. But anyway, let's see if they come to regret switching that opening partnership around. It certainly didn't help their rhythm. But as it is, very, very good performance all round from the Italians. Quick look ahead on the fantasy dashboard for match 5 here on the second day of Group D. Norway up against the Netherlands 11. A few changes for the Netherlands 11. Turn Leisure has come into the team to strengthen what is already a very good lineup. But Norway, they have got the momentum. A couple of changes for them as well. I see Irfan Abdul-Razak coming into the squad, but they've got a power-packed batting lineup, and their pace attack is finding form.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one as we have a look at one of the great barbecues of all time that didn't happen. And then Sher Ali gave him a spray, basically said you should have made it. There were some tape ball cricket shots at the top order for Sweden, but they never really ignited, did they?
Well, he did struggle to get off strike to start with today, so maybe Sher Ali was trying to deliberately barbecue him. But anyway, he did manage to get going eventually. A couple of good slaps across the line, but there did seem to be a little bit of a lack of rhythm from the Swedes early on. Ali missing his usual partner, Zubak, but eventually today edged through to the keeper, and Zain Nakvi took a nice snare above his shoulder. And Hassan Ali, he was probably one of the stories of the game, wasn't he, Corey? He's got back a bit of pace and a bit of zip.
Yeah, well, Hassan Ali's their barometer. If he gets going, Italy get going. Sher Ali's the other barometer for the Swedes. That was a massive 6, but it was few and far between, wasn't it? It was 6 ... The sun was going behind the mountains, and overall, Rajmani Sandhu, he's been their best bowler. What a Yorker that was.
Sandhu had a very, very good game. You can see he was pumped up, and he lifted his side. But what a piece of fielding here from the skipper, Joy Pereira. Throwing side on, one stump to aim at, and he gets the gun. Saeed Ahmed out first ball.
Yeah, Joy Pereira, he's always a joy to watch, isn't he? That was a ridiculous catch from Rajmani Sandhu. Caught it in the wrong hand with his fingers pointing the wrong way, but still held onto it. Took us right down to the back end where the Azzurri kept taking wickets for fun. And then it was all about the bonus point, wasn't it, Rhino?
It certainly was. I'm starting to gag with the amount of pace bowlers that are having success coming permanently around the wicket, but we can talk about that later. And nothing but kisses and celebrations from the fielding superstar Simranjit Singh. He continues to confound the critics who say you can't have a specialist fielder, but he is producing at that long on spot for the Italians.
Yeah, he is, and it took us right down to the back end where that 6 from Baluch got them the point. Good to see the sportsmanship. These are two teams tomorrow that, if things work out, they could go the whole way, but they would have to upset a very good Dutch.
They certainly will. And Corey, given plenty of raps for the Dutch, I'm going to throw the Norwegians in there as well. Looking forward to later on tonight to seeing how that contest pans out. I know you won't be here, Corey, but you'll be watching. Look at that middle order. 2 runs from the middle 5 batters. Corey, that is appalling from such a strong lineup.
When you look at that collapse, that's a demolition job. 1-0, 1-0-0. Derek needed a break. He was coming on and off, on and off. And in the end, Sweden just never got going. Sher Ali, he was left stranded, 57 not out.
When your batting scorecard looks more like a reading of Morse code, you know things are not going well. But the Italian bowling group, look at those economy rates. 3 bowlers in the 5 to 7 range. That is good news for them. And Rajmani Sandhu, he is a tremendous cricketer and is really trying to drive forward this Italian lineup. And you get the feeling when he plays well, the Italians have a big chance.
Yeah, they definitely do. And well, Rhino, this is very exciting. We're going to give a development commentator an opportunity. He's been around the traps. He hasn't done too much before.
What's his name?
M. Aximo.
I mean, it sounds like he could have some promise. I don't know how he is going to live up to your vocal stylings, Corey Ruckers.
Rhino, I want
it
to
has
say,
been an absolute pleasure to share the box with you today.
I don't think I'm with you again, but due to Spain and things going on. So I want to say a pleasure. Always good. The R&R show could happen again one day.
Look, as I'll quote Jules from the chat, who said that they have not actually done a bad job, which is high praise indeed. Great to have Corey in the comments box today, but yes, I will be joined by Mr. Maximo for the final game tonight. It's Norway up against the Netherlands 11. That will be starting in a meagre 15 minutes, so just enough time to go for a quick coffee to keep yourself awake for the final stages of Group D. It's Andrew Ryan here on the European Cricket Network. Please come and join us for Game 5 in a matter of minutes.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan here to take you through the final game of the group stage for Group D here, and after a blistering 2 days of cricket, it's the final contest between Norway and the Netherlands 11. Let's go for the toss and see what happens with the captains.
Norway is a home team and Netherlands is away team. You spin the coin, Netherlands your call.
Dream11.
Dream11 is call and it is Dream11.
We will have a ball first.
Netherlands 11 won the toss and decide to bowl first.
So the Netherlands 11 have won the toss, and captain Sebastian Barat has elected to bowl, has followed the trend of what most of the captains have done here today, and I think it's a sensible call, particularly as the lights start to take effect here at Cardimer Oval. We all know that the environment changes a little bit at night, and both of these teams will be looking to get off to a stellar start. But it's Norway who actually come into this game with plenty of momentum. They started the tournament a little bit sluggishly against the Swedes on the first day, but game by game they have gotten better and better, and they are starting to hit their straps. One thing I've really liked is their pace battery. They're opening up with Vinay Ravi, who bowls a really solid line and length, gets a nice little bit of shape just outside off stump, and then the pacemen Sahak and Sher Sahak come in and back him up in the middle overs. And as we've gone on through the tournament, they have proved to be a battery that is hard to get away. Speaking of a battery, the Dutch spin attack. They have got leg spin, they have got left arm orthodox, and they've conjured up some very, very difficult overs for the opposing batting lineups. And they will be looking to spin a bit of a web in this opening innings today. And if the Dutch 11 bowling attack can give them a relatively simple total to chase, then they can assure themselves of a top 2 finish when we move on to finals day tomorrow. It's going to be a really good contest under here at Lights at Cardimer Oval. And big news as far as the commentary box goes. Like all good teams, we have a mix of youth and experience, and you can bring men in and out of the box as and when needed. We've had the youth of Jay Sin, we've had the exuberance of Corey Rutgers. Special surprise, handing back to the evergreen, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Please take us away for the opening stages of this game.
Thank you very much, Andrew Ryan, and a big thanks to Corey Rutgers and even Jason today, who I noticed was in for a little bit of a stint in the combox. Yes, it is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. And it's Sunday night cricket live from the Cardimer Oval. But it's not just to everyone. Battle of the Ends, Norway versus Netherlands. And Tune Lacher comes in for the Dutch for his first opportunity. Efran Abdulrahimzade for Norway. Both ththese teams with a 2-1 record. I was just having a little peek at the updated table. And it's a classic 2 pairs, 9s over 7s with the 4 kicker with the Netherlands here on 9 points, Norway on 7. And basically what that means is that if Norway were to win, they would be tied with Netherlands on 10, assuming it's a 3-1 win. If they take all 4 points, they could actually take the double chance away. We'll say Netherlands' 11 net run rate is significantly higher, so it would have to be a pretty big 3-1 win. Haven't quite run the numbers on that one yet, but yeah, I've certainly been tuning in. And the relegation battle was super interesting as well, wasn't it? During the day as well, with Jersey just kind of staving off the Wolves. Not to be in big trouble now. In fact, I think it's pretty much a done deal now. They'll be picking up that win that we know our 2 relegated teams, Malta and Guernsey, to the Challenger Division in 2025. There's Seb Bratt, as we're almost ready to get going. Fiza Ahmed will be facing up, and he's got big Ben Fletcher steaming in. Here's match 10, and it starts with a little jabbed single. Hello to everyone in the chat, have been lurking a little bit. I've got to say,
props to whoever it was, and in fact, I think it was even a regular chatter who pinned me for being at the Carvery in Torremolinos today, having the Sunday all-you-can-eat roast, and you were spot on, and fittingly, I did read that message from my table. So, kind of proud, but also concerned that you might have been following me around the Costa del Sol. Arif gets a chance. I won't have to face anything yet. Good to see the weather also clearing up. It's a monumental effort from everyone here at the ground. There's a lot of rain overnight. Certainly watched it, but I also watched the skies clearing through the afternoon, and very a clear night. Hopefully more clear weather to come for finals day in Group D tomorrow, and of course Championship Week starts on Tuesday this year. It's good old-fashioned swing of the blade, and that inside edge could have gone anywhere. There's young Chin Laka. We have seen a little bit during the year for the Dutch as well. Fletcher's been a good addition as well. He's getting better every game. He's trying to get that length right. Arif certainly made his intentions pretty clear there, didn't he? Arif made 61 off 21 earlier in the day, and looked a very good touch against Italy. So far, no bat on ball. This one will get a little bit of the bat and leg and probably won't tickle. The percentages there, you can see it's kind of 3-1 favourites over Norway, but it's that kind of game where anything can happen. We saw that yesterday with Sweden doing a bit of a number in a Super 6 over game. It was an 8 over game actually. One or the other, I remember it was reduced. Very good hitting there. It was a 6 over game last night where the Netherlands went down. They're only lost so far. Bold, he backs away and makes that one unreachable. Arif in a tough spot early. And yes, Corey, you might have noticed, decided to, well, he asked me if I'm covering this game because even though it's meant to be my day off, Corey does have a lot of work to do, obviously organising the Spanish team logistics. And Corey is doing tomorrow morning with me for the first couple of games, first half of the day, so I thought it made sense. Little nick that into the ground, going nowhere. That's 4 dots on the spin for Usman Arif. So the babysitting analogy was used more than once, I noticed in the chat today. I think Rano's done a very good job. Certainly playing a bigger brother kind of a role to young Corey. Just like some of the tracks we got today. Was lurking from time to time. And, as any good parent knows, it's 8:30 now, and probably time for Corey to hop off to bed. Work in the morning. Last ball over. Edge is going to fly, and it is not going to be held, just judging by the body language. And probably whatever that word was from Arnav Jain. Let's have a look at it on the replay. He does get there. It's greasy at night, especially with the new ball that has that kind of lacquer on it. But Arif thought he was gone. Actually, you see it went straight into the ground, then he kind of hugs it on the rebound up. It's in the hands, but that one is a missed opportunity. Arif gets his first run that looked like it might never come. And at the end of the first over, 2 without loss, of course. If you're an avid European cricket watcher, you probably know this already, but we're on the tour all year. In fact, we started all the way back 17th of January in Cyprus. We've had some additional series as well, including a couple of T20 series in Netherlands, which were fantastic during the year. We'd love to get up to Norway as well. It's something that I've said quite a few times. Ellen Bass gets the second over. This first one, I think, straight over the line. No, it's called a wide. It's a tight call. Remember, the umpire's trying to judge, is this completely outside the line when it passes the crease or not? Maybe that one was a bit harsh, but if they're in doubt, the umpires are normally calling wides. So I like the new touch strips as well, slightly darker shade of orange. Proud logo on there as well. All right, well, there you go. If you keep swinging, eventually you hit one, and that's kind of like an opposite field blast that wouldn't be out of place at Yankee Stadium. That's maximal to Arif. Well, hadn't looked like hitting one when Jane dropped him. Now that one was just an extraordinary shot. Watch this. Wow, a bit like an octopus, all hands. Arif pumps that one into the night. Rolling cutter, this time it's another top edge. Fletcher's after it, he can't quite pull it back. He's 6 and 4, Arif making it pretty clear what he wants to do out there. Batting himself out of a tight spot. Hello to Rod Crowe, who's hopefully well, saying Vinny and Rhino power combination. Yeah, well, if Corey was on a mobile phone, he probably needed to be put into the charger, put it that way. We'll check on him in the morning. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Olivia Ellenbass, tough start to his over. Fuller, this is hit, and it's going to be a fantastic bit of fielding. And it goes from Sikander Zulfikar to Shiriz Ahmed. Sikander basically got a suicide bounce and he just put himself in harm's way and was able to block it, and Shiriz came up and cleaned up. That's what I love to see. Another thing I love to see with me back up in the commentary box, covering me very well today as well, is Andrew Ryan. Great job today, Rhino.
Just a mere mirage next to the Maximo himself, but great to have you back in the comms box as Ellenbass continues.
That'll be into the gap and probably running away to the boundary. It does. So Ellenbass's tough over continues. Norway got kind of nothing to lose here. I mean, I suppose most people, if you look at the expected scores and the kind of the odds in this game, Norway, 1 point's not good enough to get them in the top 2. So yeah, they've kind of got a free crack at a win and a double chance, potentially here, depending on the size of it.
Yeah, I think they've got a big chance here. Corey was somewhat talking up the Dutch and talking down the Norwegians, but they found form.
Well, you've got to have the luck on your side, but this is going to be fresh out of luck for Khizr Ahmed, who watched a lot from the other end. That's only the 3rd ball he faces, but he mistimes Ellenbass. Simple catch there to Sikander Zulfikar, and Norway lose their first wicket. It's the captain down. It's 18 for 1.
He's not express pace, Ellenbass, but he does hit good hard lengths and he generates a lot of those mishits straight down the ground. Guys probably needed to look to go a little bit more square of the wicket there, but as it is, nice piece of bowling. Sort of ball just popped off the surface. To be fair, it was actually relatively full, but it was the overspin from the change-up that really did him.
He's not afraid to bowl that one. I heard Corey's analysis on Ellenbass earlier that kind of, no matter what the format, he likes to dig it in. But what he does quite cleverly is he changes his speed, he bowls that cutter, grips a bit in the pitch. Anyway, Norway, they do pack a punch. Got to say, a sleeping giant in their order for me. He's listed down at 6, Mohammed Sher Sahar. So a bit of a lean trot. But I think I've seen him do some pretty crazy things, even on big boundaries in T20 cricket. Remember Desert Springs in a series versus Guernsey and against Spain. Made some big contributions. But it's going to be Wally Kauri. Makes sense to me. He's batting number 3. Guy took the first ever T10 hat trick back in 2021. Seems a long time ago, 2021.
It's a very long time ago. It's quite a historical moment to have.
Against Spain as well. There's Ellenbass will be feeling a lot better after picking up that wicket. But I think the Dutch side have kind of been trained to just roll with the punches. There's going to be certain times where the opposition does get after you. Just got to wear it. Yorker first up. That'll be the end of the over. Ellenbass takes 1 for 16. It's 18 for 1 after 2. So I've been enjoying just some of the side conversations. Are going to be in and out, trying to see some of the sights of the area we stay in. I went up the cable car for the first time up to the top of the mountain there near the hotel at Sunset Beach. Quick look at the table, and you can see Jersey. The only certainty is that they're out. But Italy for sure in the 3 versus 4. Norway have a fighting chance of maybe taking all the points here, and then maybe go to the top. Probably have a rematch in this game in the 1 versus 2 tomorrow. I did like Agent 611. It's a shame actually Jersey are out, because I really wanted the chance to call Storm and Norman. And
they did bring some cult heroes.
Shades of early
90s
with Storm and Norman, and of course Agent 611 Barney. Bowling out Fletcher in the 3rd. First one, kind of end of the bat, but good enough. Maximo Arif, who started like he couldn't have hit a baseball or a beach ball even, or whatever. He's hit that one very, very well.
He writes his own technical manual, Arif. You probably wouldn't show too many kids this and say, go out there and copy it, but he can launch a ball very far. This one, he's got off the toe end of the bat.
Yeah.
Goodness knows how he's generated the power.
That's my man, Mohammed Sher Sahar. But that left foot almost out to the blue line to the right of screen. Here it goes again. Yeah. Oh, not so good the next time. It's the old 6 and out. Middle stump has been relieved of its duties as the reef finally falls, and it's 24 for 2.
Oh, poor middle stump's been sleeping on the job a few times today. Copped a bit of punishment as a succession of Yorkers have sent it cartwheeling. But see, halfway down the track, you got the feeling that that was zeroing in on middle, and Reef, no matter how hard he hits it, just didn't quite have the bat position to jam down on that one. And he's going back to the pavilion. I'm not sure what shot he was trying to play, but I know he was trying to hit it hard.
I mean, a Reef coming off that 60 earlier on. He's got his own style. It does look like he might have read the coaching manual upside down, but it makes for some pretty exciting cricket. He's the second to fall. This will bring, it looks like Wahid Sahak to the crease. Not wearing the shirt that he was meant to, but I'm sure someone will get on top of that. None of the players, though.
Very eagle-eyed call from Maximo.
Well, might not last long because he's going to be gone very first ball. That one jumps a bit. Wahid's going to have to walk. Floyd with the catch. A little bit of a goober. Maybe he'd pick it up straight away, but Fletcher on a hat-trick. And Norway in trouble now, 24 for 3.
Yeah, big trouble. They're struggling under lights here, Vinny, and they're struggling with some very good left-arm pace bowling from Fletcher. We've talked a lot about the spin attack of the Dutch 11, but he is giving them some food for thought here and has bowled a very good over in particular here. That's good pace, excellent bounce.
Yeah, that one certainly just took off a little bit. Floyd with the oops, I did it again kind of face. That's disappointment. It will be a golden. 24 for 3.
Well, nightclub Derek getting in some steps before he goes and hits the dance bars later this evening in Torremolinos.
Great team, but that's definitely something out for that.
We'll ignore the graphics for the moment, but one thing that Norway can't ignore is that they have 3 wickets back at the pavilion already, and the big left arm of Fletcher is on a hat-trick. Last one, Murad Ali. We didn't have Corey in the box to celebrate the success of that particular Spanish bowler, but Iqbal comes to the crease, and 2 left-handers have got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they do. Starting with a hat-trick ball from Fletcher, steaming in under the moonlight at Kartama. And he's going to get hit up in the air. Well, can anyone reach it? Needs supersonic speed. Oh, what a catch. It is a hat-trick for Fletcher. That one went miles into the night, and Shariz Ahmed has taken a pearler of a catch. Iqbal's out for a golden, 24 for 4, and Ben Fletcher has a hat-trick in the Euros of cricket.
Oh, an incredible moment for the Netherlands 11 there, Vinny. It was actually an ordinary ball for the hat-trick. If Iqbal had have left it alone, it would certainly have been called wide, but somehow he has conspired to flick it up into the night sky, and as you said, that is a tremendous bit of fielding.
Well, sometimes the player of the day comes at night. And he really, you know what he did well here, Shariz? He recognised he had to sprint for this. No point kind of looking and jogging and trying to see it. He knew he had to go full throttle and just give himself a chance.
That is an incredible catch, isn't it, Vinny? Great call from you, and much deserved from Fletcher. As much as that wasn't a great ball, he's bowled an excellent over. And Norway are in massive trouble here under lights. 4 wickets already down, and Sufyan Salim, who hasn't really had a big part to play in this tournament, is now at the batting crease.
He takes that about 4 metres inside the boundary. He started on the circle.
He's quick across the
Well,
ground.
you know what? Who's for 4 in a row? 4-trick ball. Terrible ball, and probably a no ball, and it's going to run away for 4. But Salim does get this one off the end of the bat. Norway shocked here. Fletcher, you mentioned the hat-trick ball probably wasn't the best. Let's check this one out.
This was probably worse. Have a look.
Yeah,
It does feel like it's above the waist. So
I feel that has
easy
to be a
call.
no ball. He contacts it at the crease. And, oh, is it not a no ball? Yeah, I've noticed a couple of those today. That was a pretty clear one, I think, but I wouldn't want those bowled at me at night.
Yeah, tough call, especially the left arm pace.
Just like a low-budget funeral, imaginary dip. Anyway, that'll be... What a start call, guys. Just saying. but I've had a good day.
Salim played it as though it was a free hit.
Because it wasn't at his body, I'm just saying the principle there.
Anyway, ended the over. Norway 28 for 4 after 3. That is a shocking power play for a team who is playing for a spot in the top 2.
What a 3 overs. What an over from Fletcher. Let me track that over for you. It went 6 wicket, 4 dot.
As we talk about the hat-trick ball and the 4-trick ball, they were both very average deliveries.
I started calling it a 4-trick, not that it happens very often. But I know some people use double hat-trick, including myself.
Oh, that annoys me, that term.
And I do get the theory that you have one hat-trick which is 1, 2, 3 and the second's 2, 3, 4, but it does give a false impression.
So Gowrie on strike. He's only faced 1 ball today. Useful strike of the ball, but he's got to fire it up. Ollie Allenbaas steaming in.
Goes after it. You wouldn't expect anything less. Nicely sliced away. Maximal says Carreras.
He's incredibly talented cricketer, isn't he, Vinny? One of the most clean and elegant strikers that we have in this group. Allenbaas tried to push it outside off stump. It's probably a little bit slot length, but still need to be good enough to hit it. And that's gone like a bullet off the bat.
Yeah, you won't mind that though. Allenbaas used to the batters going after him. He's pretty experienced in this format.
Around the wicket.
Goes after it again, this time thick outside edge, but that's going to fly as well. Maximal! Back to back as Gowrie rolls the dice and comes up double sixes.
A little bit unlucky, Allenbaas. Once again, probably a pretty decent piece of bowling. Drew a somewhat false shot from Gowrie, but he had the momentum going down the wicket, only needed to thrash the bat with a bit of room outside off stump. Sends it for a second consecutive Maximo and making this Norwegian total look marginally better.
Around the wicket then. Oh, he takes this one leg side, goes with the angle over the trees. Maximo, 3 on the spin, and now we get a different kind of hat trick, and it comes from the Norwegian number 3.
Oh, good luck to our ball retrievers finding that one. That's gone a long, long way up the embankment. Beautifully timed. And well, Allenbaas getting a bit frustrated having balls go for Maximo outside off stump. But Gowrie, as soon as he drifts onto the pegs, has punished him. His figures now 1 for 34. One set of hands on hips as he tries to work out what to do against a rampaging Walid Gowrie. 46 for 4, so recovery thanks to the 3 Maximos. Good change of pace. Not sure why Gowrie's going 3 or 4 steps down the track.
It's hopped up, that's why. He's got ants in his pants and probably in his shoes here. Gowrie wants to get after it, wants to counter-attack. Oh, I remember the only way they could actually hop up into the top 2 is to actually, somehow win with all 4 points, which I mean, can't see it happening, but to do it, you're going to have to attack.
2 balls left and Allenbaas is over. Looks like it's been a complete recovery from Norway, but as they almost seem to have a lot of this tournament, they've got a run rate of about 12.
Pace on. I was curious with that one. I wasn't sure whether to go back to the cutter again, the slightly slower ball, put the pace on. Still had to do the ladder and peaks the bat.
The best way to stop a rampaging Gowrie is to get him back in the pavilion. Get the sense that Allenbaas quite likes his chances when it comes to the flying edge down to 3rd man.
Steve McVeigh has a good question, and I will address it. Got to get through a couple of things first. First thing being the last ball this over from Allenbaas. There's that rolling cutter. He picks it, he hits it, picks out the fielder. So it'll be the end of the 4th over, and Norway are 47 for 4. Of course, that hat-trick from Ben Fletcher, he's not alone, but these are all the hat-tricks in this ECC, and it's the 10th hat-trick of the ECC. It's our 42nd of the season. And there's some pretty good names on there. Murad Ali, 5 for 6 the other night in the Group C. It wasn't the Group C final, but it was the pre-match of the Group C final. Spain versus Belgium took 5 for 6 best ever figures on the network. Remember all the way back to Ali Turkman as well. It was a dramatic one. Turkey versus Croatia. in the Challenger division, and that was a proper low-scoring classic. We almost saw the Turks rolling over, chasing at 68 for victory.
I know we play a lot of games, Vinny, but that's still an extraordinary amount of hat-tricks to have in just the ECC for this year.
Yeah, 10.
9, I think, in the last 10 or 11 days.
And I'll give you a little nugget while I'm here, is that we've had 11 centuries. So there's a bit of a centuries versus hat-tricks battle going on. We thought we'd get about 14 centuries. I don't think we thought we'd have that many hat-tricks. This Jane coming on. And first ball is inside edge past the keeper. The question from Steve was, what happens if in the 1 versus 2 game qualifier 1, the second team wins, so whoever that is, and goes straight through to the final, and then the final is washed out, assuming they're playing the team that finished first after the group stage who went their way through? It's a very good question.
Very good question.
And I have an answer
for it.
This was put to the technical committee, and it was felt that whoever wins that first final deserves the top seeding for that game.
Couldn't agree more.
And it was been brought up, and there's feelings both ways. Part of the reason is here also, you only play 4 games in the group stage.
You've already got enough advantage going through to the top 2 in that group stage. I think that is the right call. Yeah, and I'll tell you an example from earlier this year when Drew and PUC, the 2 French clubs, were here. Tapped away, long chase for the wicket. That's Saqib Zulfikar out there. So PUC beat Drew in qualifier 1, so second beat first. But actually on the table there was only net run rate between them, so Drew were top ranked. But if you included that game in the finals in the table, then PUC would have been ahead. They had an extra win in the tournament. So yeah, that I think does make sense, and that's been clarified now. So if you win qualifier 1, then you become the top seed in the final. Should it be unable to be completed due to weather? All right, early decision to go reverse, but it's heading down the leg side from Jane. He's an unusual kind of bowler. Talked about him before. He's kind of got this, he's very tall, but rather than extending and having a really tall action, he's kind of got a bent arm, but it stays bent all the way through. I know people often get talking about his action, but there's no real straightening of the arm, which would be a problem. But you know, he's been tested and people looked at it. So you really have to admire that he's kind of one of those X-factor type bowlers, and we know that the Netherlands 11 have a few of them. Certainly do. Been a good over for him so far. Only 3 runs, 2 balls left in it. Lost a bit of direction on that last one. Gary's just trying. He's just lost a bit of patience. Just trying to get funky here. It's like he's been unsettled by Jane's accuracy. Finally got up the 50 with that wide.
Tossed it up, and he showed a bit too much of it to Gary. Pumps him out of the ground. Maximo breaks the shackles in this 5th over.
A lovely shot, and that's what we probably need for him. I know you do want to put the bowler off from time to time, particularly if you feel the spinners are just settling into a length, but he's just trying a few too many different shots. He is such a powerful and clean striker. The ball is within his range. He will easily deposit it over the boundary.
He's just going to get a bit of the line. It's a pretty good comeback from Jane. So only 9 off the over. And Norway, dramatic first 5 overs. They're 56 for 4. Let's welcome you into the box. I'm here, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, here with Andrew Ryan. And for once, I'm not in my suit. This is my Sunday shirt. This is the shirt that got me a pretty healthy couple of plates at the Carvery.
A little bit tighter than it was.
Advance of the call. You know, it's much like you have the doctor on standby. I'm saying I'm a doctor. But you know, you're on call. And when that call comes, straight to the Carver Oval.
Great to have you back, Vinny. Although it was a pleasure to have young Corey Rutgers in the box. He's been good the entire day.
You know what?
Really enjoyed it.
Tomorrow's the last time we'll get to hear Corey on the mic as well. He's going to do the first half of the finals day with me, assuming he gets out of bed. And then we lose him, obviously, to Spanish coaching commitment. So yeah, tune in if you're a big fan of the Ruts. Of course, you'll be doing the second half of this Group D finals day with me tomorrow, and that should be a brilliant night as well.
Hard act to follow coming in after the Ruts kept this seat warm. I'll do my best.
Hopefully not too warm. That's up, it's over the top. Maximo! Salim gets his first 6 as Chudalaka has been brought into the attack for the first time. So kind of like what the Dutch are doing here. Obviously they want to get the win, but I also think it makes sense to give someone like Laka a run. And obviously he's floating around as a potential job doer on finals day if the need arises.
Good shot from Salim, though. Didn't look like he's been in the mode to trouble the scorers too much in this innings so far, but nicely struck. And an unfriendly welcome to the wicket to the young Elijah. Also with a reasonable pace, tall young man, so you feel like as he grows and develops, he'll get stronger and get a little bit more bounce off the deck.
I've never had the feeling of when you've looked at a ball, you grab it, you bowl one ball with it, and it gets lost, and then you're having to get another ball in the hands. I don't know if that's a confidence builder or a confidence breaker.
I don't think so.
Anyway, placement ball in hand. Yeah, it's a good comeback from Laka.
Really good ball, actually. Yeah. Good jump off the deck and a good response too. Didn't need to go in and do anything funky, just hits the pitch hard. It's a little bit of bounce, and Norway continuing to refuse to play anything that looks like a genuine cut shot for the most part.
Yeah, it was good. Good comeback ball. Beats Salim upstairs. See what he goes for now. Good change up, do the same. Similar, but this time not quite as biting, and it's going to go to the square leg boundary for Cuatro Carreras.
Pretty fair shot that from Salim. Once again, Elijah hitting the deck hard, and it was about a foot outside off stump, but he swiveled and really, really timed that shot. Just a matter of a metre inside the boundary.
Yeah, got away with that then. Maybe the ball before because it had a bit more on it. Maybe pace was down a touch, only a touch. Nicely pulled away by Salim.
Bit of a recovery here from Norway. 68 for 4. They were in dire straits. They were going back to the power play.
Punchup's ready with 44. And he goes back to the heavy ball. Beats him over the top. Hey, good idea from Christopher Ward. Let's do a lurker call here. So a lurker call is when we ask people that are watching that may not normally go in the chat to say hello and let us know where you're watching from in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I'll watch out for some lurkers.
Can't wait.
All over the world. One other reason that probably I didn't have the normal Sunday day off that I would. There are some good reasons. Oh, might just come back and hit the line, yeah. I think it is a good call.
Very tight one indeed, Maximo.
And if it gets any bit of this line, it's not a wide. And it's touch and go, but I can understand Charles Croucher thinking that's done enough to be good. Like it. To Salim. Smashed, 6 runs, and he pitches up once, and he pays the price. Good luck finding that one. Might be time for the old flashlight to come out, borrowed off the medic. End of the 6th, it's 72 for 4.
Oh, they haven't been consistent in this innings, the Norwegians, but these two have hit 2 of the biggest sixes we've seen today. That is rocketed off the bat of Salim, and she seems to be dealing with boundaries at the moment. Have a look at that scorecard. Aside from the 3 of Irif, Agari, and Salim, the rest of them haven't really troubled the scorers too much, and a couple of victims, or 3 in fact, to big Ben Fletcher.
You're going to have to deal with Jane, I think, again. Yeah, so this is the time, actually, what I'm skipping to come in on call is I'd be doing a couple of numbers at the Sunset Beach as part of my Sunday night set.
Who's on call
It's Ricky's on tonight.
Oh,
and
Maximo, you're missing out on a bit of Ricky Lawatza time.
He'll understand. Got a bit out of hand, actually, on Wednesday when I had the night off as well. All right, up in the air, catchable and taken. A simple catch out there for Saqib Zulfikar, and Jane strikes Endavgari for 26 at 72 for 5.
Pretty big wicket. He's the established batter, and if he had been there through to the 8th or the 9th over, the Norwegians could have really pushed ahead to a total of sort of 130, 140, as it is going to be relying on the lower order to do so, to come out there and accompany Salim. Nice piece of bowling by Jane, just pressed it forward. He's changing up his pace and his flight in particular. Gowrie just leaning on his back foot, didn't quite get the rate to transfer through the shot, and that's a safe catch and a good reward for Jane.
Set batter goes. Well, he's annoyed he didn't go on with him. He does have 26 off 12. But he needs something from this man coming in now.
While he's coming in, have we had any lurkers drop into the chat?
We have. Just scanning it now, but this is Mohammad Sher Sahak. I say watch out for the Sahak attack, although Wahid Ul has probably been a little bit more penetrative with the bat in this series. Yeah, so we've got a few lurkers from all around the place, actually, which is very, very good. fairly sensible shot to start for a single. So I know that we have Lucas Hotzman, who's watching from Austria. We've got Lita Data, who's watching from Norway. We've got Chris Schinkel lurking from the Netherlands. And yeah, if you'd like to pop in. And would love to say hello to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Tell you what I've got later on tonight. Another reason that I maybe didn't go a bit too crazy on the Bloody Marys with my regular Sunday breakfast is that I'm doing a radio interview for Melbourne Radio tonight at 1 o'clock in the morning our time.
It's almost Maximo hour.
Yeah, so all right, reaches and gets it. It's a really good bit of batting from Shersa Haq. Just weighted up. Ground rule double. That one ends up over in the players' tents. Maximo, 6 runs.
He's a pretty talented cricketer, isn't he, Shersa Haq? Not much he can't do out there. That is a beautiful strike. So relaxed with his swing. Timing was exquisite.
And just going further into why particularly I'm going on at the moment is in the Superfan sweep, the Marty Sheargold show drew Sweden.
Oh,
so they want to
really?
have a bit of a chat.
Well,
Yeah.
they'd be a bit disappointed as Shersa Haq acting as though he wasn't ready for that.
This is weird because he only backs away when the ball's already coming.
Interesting to see what the umpire's call here, because he had a look.
He does look up late. He does look up late, and he never plays it. I feel like you get one of those, but he does look up late. But I think if I was umpiring, I'd say, cool, we'll give that a dead ball, but next time you got to be ready because the bowler's ready. Shersa Haq, obviously, we're coming off a.
Does like to get through his overs quickly, Jane,
I just think
I have a bit of sympathy.
Feels like a nasty, like a sporting thing to just call it a dead ball. But, you know, this is 2024. Sportsmanship's in the eye of the beholder. They're just going to say, it's dot, bad luck.
Interesting. I remember a call in a game probably quite recently where, so we'll just talk about it after Jane comes in and finishes over, and that does go for right, where the batter did something relatively similar, but then dabbed the ball away because it was coming towards the stumps, and the umpire effectively said, you have played at the ball, so there's
big
no
risk
way
to not play it though,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
because you see that situation, if the umpire decides, well, it's not a dead ball, then you could be out.
I'd probably go further and say play it in a natural fashion or make it something like that. I kind of feel. I also see the point that he should be ready. If we're making bowlers be ready, he should be ready. Anyway, that's the way it is. Well, we're no real closer to knowing what 1, 2, 3 or 4 will look like in this group, but I can tell you tomorrow we'll start with the eliminator 3rd versus 4th. Qualifier 1, we'll see the top 2 teams do battle. The winner of that game goes through to the final and becomes the top seed, as we discussed already. And then, of course, qualifier 2, we'll sort out who else makes the final, and the winner gets to stay for 5 more days of cricket. And tomorrow's Monday, so we've got our Monday night cricket final.
What more would you ask for? Go one more point on that one about the batter being ready. It's only one of these 2 teams that has negative implications if that clock runs overtime. So on the bowling side, don't mess with my clock.
Yeah, agree. Lucky you put the L in there. This will be a 1 to start the over. The other thing I would say is normally things like that, the umpires are adjusting the clock, so they would probably add a 30 seconds for that. So Netherlands should be worse. Anyway, that's the way.
I guess my point was more when the bowler's ready, the batter should be ready. Up and ready.
And it was after a 6, so I mean, he had so much time to be ready. Anyway, it doesn't affect too much. It's Brutt, over number 8. Ticks it in, I think it's all right. Yeah, well bowled. Up left corner, Norwegians, not plenty to think about. They've been enjoying their time, I think.
Still got enough balls to put on a half-decent total here. It's going to be a tough job to keep that Dutch batting lineup in check, but they'll need a bit of a flurry of Maximos from here on in. I reckon that expected score of 114 is probably on the money, and if you're Norway, after the start they had, you'll be okay with that, but full toss on the waist, fielder coming in, drops it anyway, and they should have been looking for the 2, but it doesn't happen. We'll have a look at the replay.
Now, let's see if they got the TV turned on this time in the box. This is a slower ball, but he's standing in his crease. He hits it about fractionally over waist. If they're consistent with before, they'll say it was fine, which means it's not a no ball and it would have been out. Anyway, back to live action here. Brutt. It gets reversed. Yeah, it's like pulling the Uno card, but putting it down, face down instead of face up in the middle of the table.
In a game of low percentage cricket, that is an incredibly low percentage shot from Shersa Haque.
But that's why he's a renegade. I'm not even going to begin to understand what's going on in there. Yeah, now he's, I don't know if this is, not quite sure. He just pulled away halfway through as if to make a point. Told you, I don't know what's going on up there. And this is going to be 6. He basically swings like he's on the first tee and says, see you later, Maximo. Seis carreras.
Incredible looking shot from Shersa Haque. Just a whip through the wrists as he's managed to keep his shape, holding for the slower ball, but swung like a 3-iron on the tee.
Oh, that was very him. He's had a rough trot here for a couple of years. So let's see if we can bring his best. Well, it goes again, but this time it's skied. It's a bit of an awkward one. Fielder comes around and takes the catch. The Dutch have been good under lights. Floyd, well, somehow saw it in the deep, dark nothingness of the sky, but he pulls it down. It'll be a 6 and out for Mohamed Shersa Haque, and Norway at the end of 8 overs at 90 for 6.
A pair of excellent catches in that part of the ground tonight, and there's been at least one that was much easier that was spilled. Shersa Haque completely lost his shape, inside out strike, no power into the ball, and Clayton Floyd's taken an excellent grab, and the Dutch continue to set the standards in the field. Shersa Haque pretty bouncy with his run off the field. Good to see. Love to see a batter who takes a bit of time to get ready, but then exits the cauldron very quickly.
Yeah. Well, he is a must-watch kind of player. Let's see what he brings in the second half of this game.
Rahimi, who's had a bit of a tough tournament himself, he's in the number 8 spot. Salim, this is the start of a new over, has gotten himself onto strike, which is helpful for Norway. He's batting okay, 23 off 13. Faces the left-arm orthodox spin of Clayton Floyd for the night.
Perfect ball first up. It's interesting, not many right-handers want to get down the crease. But he's probably a candidate for it to negate that turn. He actually turns the ball, Floyd, with that kind of livery.
No pace whatsoever.
Yeah, knocked down the infield this time by Chain. They'll get a single, but they're probably scared that if they don't quite get to the pitch, they might get beaten on the outside edge and might be stumped. But I think probably the play, Rahimi will get a bat here. Ibrahim at number 8.
So we've got 10 balls left to go. To get some. That is full and wide. It's good running, actually.
Yeah, sneaky
Salim
running.
Really alive to the fact that he needed to get back down to strike, and Rahimi's done well in responding to the call.
That should be interesting. Salim set batter. 10 balls to go. Steps across. It's a fairly tame looking shot, but he gets dropped. So yeah, that's probably one that's like her there. He reached it, he got there with 2 hands. He'll be disappointed he didn't hold on.
You know what I find amazing, Vinny? The amount of guys we've got in this competition that can slam a ball over long on about 75 metres, but can't execute a cut shot to a short, wide ball.
It's actually a good point. Just guiding it. I mean, I understand, normally the harder you try and hit a cut shot, the more likely you are to miss it, so I get that. But if you're going catchable height, you've got the 3 amigos there waiting for a cat. It's risky. Slightly quicker one this time. To the outfielder. Rahimi off the mark.
Bowling to his field, Floyd. Canny player. Not often you can trust a left-arm orthodox spinner to come in and bowl the 9. We do know that it all happens in the 9, but he's ensuring that there's not too many dramas from the bowling side.
Scientists have confirmed. All right, that one step across and smack. Maximo for Salim, who puts it through the pearly gates. And it moves up to 31. That'll be the 100 as well for Norway.
A decent shot from Salim. Decided he was able to predict what line that Floyd was going to bowl. Took a big step across, outside off stump, swung it away.
Let's say quick hello to Rap Culture. Just catching up on the lurkers. I don't know where Rap Culture is watching from, but yeah. throwing some signs in the chat.
Say hello to Kroom, who's used the term cricketainment, which I haven't seen for a little while. Speaking of entertainment, big swing across the line for Salim. He's completely missed it, but has managed to nutmeg Noah Cross there with the gloves and rolls away from
Crows will be annoyed with this. Very good keeper, and he just kind of, his concentration got done there. Became a bit of a spectator. He's a very good keeper though, Crows, but yeah, the thing, it's just you and the ball. You know, he got distracted, I think, by the batter's stance, by the fact it was a full toss. So he probably didn't think it was going to get missed, and it went straight through his legs. So 4 bonus runs there, 106 for 6 after 9, 3 for 12 Fletcher, including a hat-trick, and also wickets for Olivia Ellenbass, as well as Anup Jain and Sebastian Bratt. Speaking of Sebastian Bratt, he's going to come back and bowl the 10th over.
Do have a bit of sympathy for a keeper in that situation. Vinny, he's got a large man swinging a big piece of wood in front of him, and you've got Floyd bowling all manner of pace.
Yeah. All right, well, that's in the air, and this is catchable as well. It's been misjudged, and it's 4. Oh, there's Ellenbass out there. And it just came down from the skies. He's just run under it. He's tapped it, bounces just before the rope and goes for 4 runs.
Sort of understand why Ellenbass moved in, because it was a single-handed shot. You sort of expected it was going more up than far. In the end, he's completely misjudged it under the lights. You can see disappointment written all over his face.
That one is a proper kind of heave to mid-wicket, and that's going to go the journey now. Maximo Rahimi goes 4 and 6, and a late wag from Norway.
That is a fair effort to drag that ball from outside off stump. Just hold his shot long enough to the change of pace and drags it to mid-wicket. A little bit of pressure now. Not 2 bad balls, to be honest, but 1 for 10 off the first 2. Short, wide, missed by Rahimi.
Yeah, give him the 1 for the over. It's also got a very good slow ball. We bowl it now. You can see it's over the shoulder, not quite over the head. Perfect bouncer.
Tall man, Rahimi, so you've got the same room for error.
See if I'm in
Sebastian's
head. I think this is a slow ball coming. Nope. He's gone short again, but this could be a no ball.
Rahimi turning to the umpires immediately.
Yeah.
Probably a pretty easy call from them.
Yeah, it looked like the same ball again. Maybe he had goldfish brain, but definitely over the. It was the same ball again. So, yeah, maybe I'm not in Sebastian's head thinking he'd go slower ball. But I think he'll definitely go slower ball 3rd time.
Oh, wait, 117 for 6. They can finish with a couple of maximos here. It's not actually the worst total.
There's the slower ball. Oh. Well, there's a couple of things. This has almost bowled him, right? It's rolled towards the stumps. But then when it wasn't going to reach the stumps, Sebastian tries to hoof it onto the stumps.
Good bit of comedy on that ball, actually. The pretty poor kick for a man who plays for the Netherlands. But then he's missed from about a foot. But then up the other end, somehow Rahimi's ended up on his backside turning because the right foot's gone from underneath him.
Yeah, they had a bit of everything, that ball. But maybe it all happens in the 10th. Maybe this is a delayed reaction game. But I suppose only 1 off the free hit. You can handle that. 118 for Norway. 2 to come here. Slower ball again, very good. They think of running. They don't. So last ball coming up. So remember, Norway would have to win with 4 points to leapfrog the Dutch. So to do that, you're kind of talking 84. So you need a proper Dutch collapse. You have to keep them 84 or not. 84 or less, I should say.
Definitely got a total, though. If they bowl well, Dutch have a little bit of a struggle, and they can still win this game. Almost inevitable slow ball here.
Yeah, well, might as well go for 2. I know that Rahimi wants 2, and he gets absolute radio silence from his partner, so it'll be 119 for 6. And first time we've seen that today, I will say, as well. But look, you can see there Norway given a 20% chance of winning the game. Obviously, any win over the Netherlands would have them feeling pretty good about themselves. But for an unlikely run to the top 2 in the double chance, they will have to defend 84. So, look, pretty interesting innings. I think they had the hat-trick from Fletcher in there. Had some good catches taken, some outstanding catches taken. A couple dropped as well from the Dutch. but I think they'll be pretty comfortable chasing 120 for victory.
Yeah, it certainly will, but Norway, they had such a poor start that I think as a team they'll at least feel like they've put a total on the board that gives their bowlers a chance. Only a slight chance, particularly with the quality of this Netherlands outfit, but it does put them in the game. Netherlands, very professional performance from them. Fortunately, they managed to just put a highlight up where they dropped a relatively easy catch driving forward from the third man. But there were a couple of stunning grabs, to be honest, after a couple of big hits early on. That was one of the easier ones, but once we got to the Fletcher hat-trick, then look at that for a searing Yorker.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? Middle stump, didn't even touch the sides. And then this was a little tame kind of poke away from Wahidullah. And yeah, we're waiting for the hat-trick ball, and it was one to remember. Raza Iqbal got it 80% of the way to the boundary, but Shariz Ahmed took an absolute screamer around a country mile. And what a moment for Fletcher, picking up a hat-trick. But then, of course, there was a bit of pushback as well as Norway picked up the pieces to get up to a somewhat competitive score.
Yeah, it certainly was a fighting effort from them. It wasn't always glamorous. It wasn't always technically sound. Although that man, Walid Gowrie, he can hit a cricket ball and does it very elegantly most of the times. Decided to step away and launch that one all the way over the long off boundary. Got funky once or twice and got himself into a bit of trouble and ended up holing out. And his was a pretty big loss, but Salim stood tall in the middle overs and hit enough boundaries, got a little bit of help from the fielders, and even Sher Sahar come and joined him for a little bit of a whack down the ground before he was dismissed.
Yeah, look, just looking at who they bowled, who they didn't bowl. Okay, Leica got an over, Floyd got an over. We didn't see Shariz Ahmed bowl. We didn't see Saqib Zulfikar bowl. So yeah, it's probably holding a couple back that probably do normally bowl, and it's kind of like sharing the load, I think, given the game and the tournament situation. But in Norway, they fight back on 119. Probably not looking enough, but you know, then anything can happen on the lights at the Khartoum Oval. Sufyan Salim, batting number 6, ends up top scoring with 32 off 20. 3 Maximos, 2 4s in there. 26 for Gowrie, who gave a bit of pushback early on, including 4 out of the ground. Apart from that, no one else able to hit 20, although did like some of the late efforts from Ibrahim Rahimi. And Sher Sahar also cracked a couple of 6s. Arif was the ultimate hit and miss early on. He ended up falling for 18. Bowling-wise, 3 for 12 for Fletcher. He was brilliant, wasn't he? Including that hat-trick. Wickets also for Ellenbus, Jane and Brutt. Could see Leica getting a bowl, and I suppose we'll see if he features on finals day now. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo then, with Andrew Ryan. We'll take a quick break. 120 for the Oranje to finish their group stage with a win. Or can Norway do something sensational, maybe even catapult themselves into the top 2? We'll see you shortly after the break for the conclusion of the group matches here in Group D, live from the Khartoum Oval. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the final instalment of Day 2 of Group D here at the European Cricket Championships for 2024. It is Ryan here with the doyen of European cricket, Mr. Maximo, in the commentary box to take you home. It's drive time and it is time for the Netherlands to try to collect enough runs to take down what is a fairly middling total from the Norwegians, 119 for 6. Bonus point equation. If the Dutch can chase this in 7 overs or less, they'll get the bonus point. Unlikely that Norway will restrict them to 83 or less, but weirder things have happened on the network. But anyway, Netherlands 11 needing 120 off their 60 balls. But they did come home with a wet sail, the Norwegians 29 for the last 2 overs, and allows us to have a quick look at the relegation battle. And the boys from Jersey, aren't they breathing a sigh of relief after today? They managed to survive that drop zone by somewhere between 1 to 2 balls this afternoon, despite their best efforts of their opponents, who went on to crack a lot in the final over that game. So it gave Netherlands a bonus point in the 7th over, thanks to Sekanda launching a succession of maximos. But thankfully for the Jersey boys, they have managed to stay up in the Premier Division for next year's tournament. And not such good news for their brethren from out that way, Guernsey or Malta, who unfortunately had a hideous tournament in Group C. But a man who has not had a hideous tournament whatsoever, Vinay Ravi, the right arm paceman, coming on to bowl the first delivery. It's been pretty consistent for the Norwegians. Floyd and Ahmed out there to open for the Dutch. Outside off stump. It's up in the air and it's taken. So a wicket, first ball. It looks like Mushtaq out there in the deep cover boundary. Celebrations all round from the Norwegians, and what a start. Clayton Floyd just not really committing to the shot. A little bit of late swing from Ravi, and he gets a much deserved opening scalp. Never know. Fast start here for Norway, and they can make this target look much, much bigger as it is. As soon as he hit it, Floyd knew that he hadn't got enough purchase on the ball. Mushtaq very, very calm out there on the deep cover boundary. The Norwegians building in confidence. Look at Derek, absolute treat. evening wear, looking resplendent. We thought he might have left for the Sunday night discos. Mulliga Town, but he's sticking around at Cardamar. And that brings Noah Cross, who probably wouldn't have minded a couple more moments to recover from his wicket-keeping duties. Doesn't take any time, though, to unleash that little scoop shot out to fine leg. Big smile on his face, and no wonder. It's a good start. Netherlands 4 for 1. Plays that shot just so easily, stays very steady and calm at the crease. And if you're going to leave fine leg open, he will take advantage of it. Ravi certainly with this man on deck. Needs to get back to his outside off stump line. Look at Croce's head position. He's leaning right outside off stump. He's already preempting. And it's called wide. There's no movement of the wide line. So he's got a smile on his face. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly where he's going. You can see the lean already in there while he's at the batting crease. Ravi, not so happy, but it's the right call. Change up just outside off. Fielder mid-off is in attacking position. A couple of steps inside the circle. Straight to him. Not a bad start for Norwegians. Obviously the wicket first ball. Love to put a bit of pressure on by really turning the screws in this power play. And it still hasn't had sight of the strike. I'll be going the cross seam. Just outside off stump, cut, and there's no one down at third man. So easy runs for Cross. It's his second boundary, almost everything coming behind the wicket for him. And nifty little start for the Dutch number 3. Not in full control, but knows there's absolutely no risk in playing that shot. Just have a look around at the field, and not sure why Ravi needs that fielder at backward square. It's Cross is either going fine leg, or if he wants to bowl wide of off stump, the man is cover. Sensible, drives straight to the fielder was smart. Arif in his usual position of mid-off in the opening overs. Ravi, one more ball to get through here. Dutch 9 for 1. A bit of chatter out there in the middle. Dutch, sorry, the Norwegians clearly up for this contest. Oh, big dipping, slower ball. Turns around and says to the umpire, make sure you don't call that one no ball. So pretty good start for Norway. This one had some savage dip on it and gets well below the waistline. A bit close for comfort for Vinay Ravi, but in the end, excellent opening over. And 9 for 1. Good time as we have a look at the matches since a golden ball to bring. The man who's seen most of those games, Mr. Vinny Sandhu in the commentary box.
No, I knew when it got to 202, Corey would bring up the time that he made 202 for Country 11 in Western Australia after getting dropped, I think, on 0 in the first over. But now we're at 203. And yeah, just looking at the table, having a very close look. Obviously, any win would get Norway over Sweden and into the double chance. For them to overtake Netherlands as well would have to be a really big win. But yeah, no win's pretty valuable. So it's not necessarily the 4 points that are required for Norway hitting a perfect start, getting forward to hole out. Got to hold your catches. Ravi, it's a pretty good bowler. Does his job pretty well. Here's Mohammad Shahzad over number 2. Musa Ahmed takes strike for the first time. The first one's the top edge, but I think it's going to fly into the jungle. It is out of here. Maximal. Hey, on my social media this morning, I noticed Nathan Lyon, must have been the Sheffield Shield competition. It had ball search for 1, balls found 0. He was searching for balls in the bushes. And I was thinking, hey, if it's good enough for Nathan Lyon, ball retrievers. Pretty important job to do.
Well, Mushti, he's shown he's got a pretty good bit of ability with the ball, with the bat. Now we can add ball retriever to it. Good on him for showing athleticism, getting over the boundary area there.
5, I think, as well. This time Musa wants it in that zone. He's going to just effortlessly help it into the dark. Maximo back-to-back for Musarama to get him going.
Share Sahak likes this line of coming around the wicket, particularly with the right-handers, but I feel like he's playing straight into Moose's hands here. Loves to swing on the leg side. It just takes one little step to get it on his hip. Too easy for a batter of his class. With that in mind, finally seeing him bowl over the wicket. Change of attack.
Short this time, another hook. He's going to go much the same way. Well, there's the danger money out there. Maximo cannot keep banging it in. And Moose's body's got such quick hands and body position. That's 18 off just 3.
Feels like a bit of pre-season batting training for Musa at the moment. He's finding this length and line so easy to deal with. Sher Sahak at least got that one there or thereabouts on off stump, but Musa knows exactly where it's coming. He picks up the length so quickly. He's just hitting this ball with ease. 18 off 3.
Oh, okay. Well, he jags it in, and I don't think Moose picks that up too well. Big comeback from Mohammad Sahak. Annoyed with himself. Maybe didn't go to that one a bit earlier.
Yeah, good change up. Really died off the deck. Netherlands covered from a bit of a shaky start. It's only 1 wicket lost. 7 on the board. And Norway haven't given this away at all either. That's cut, and it's cut uppishly, and it's going to carry the boundary for a Maximo.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Makes the adjustment this time. Just goes with the line of the ball. It's 4 out of 5. Pretty good over this. Musa is such a good player. Seen him do some amazing things. I remember ECS cricket actually went from 82 to 100 in the last 3 balls in the innings. That's a memorable one. But he's enjoying himself out there. Just on that wide call in the last over, I think most people are understanding it now. I think it was a good call that it was a wide because Noah's foot was like on the tram line. So the fact it was outside the foot meant it was a wide. We use hard wides for a reason in this format. Just provides clarity to everyone. The line does belong to the bowler, so they've got a bit more leeway. Anything down the leg side like that, of course, it's a wide unless it's between the body and the stumps. So yeah, that was trialled in April. It worked pretty well. I think umpires have a lot on their mind already. Every bowler knows where they can bowl, and if a guy's bending across, then hey, you can always bowl at the stumps. Something I'd like to see bowlers probably doing a bit more. There's that cutter, and well, he wins 2 battles but loses 4. Does Mohammad Sahak. That's 25 off the over, 34 for 1 after 2.
Question for you, Max, and I ask this because I know you're a man of precision like me. Speaking of precision, we'll have a quick look at the standings and why this is important.
Norway win, they get 10, they go above Sweden.
Absolutely, and in fact, if they get to 10, they top the group, or at least will be equal with points with the Netherlands.
I think it would have to be a very big win for them to get past.
Take the plus net run rate. But anyway,
yeah, go on.
That saying of the line is the bowlers.
Yeah.
Where has this come from? Because I've had that sentence uttered to me a few times in Swiss cricket. I'm like, I don't want to hear it. I want you to state to me before you argue the actual rule. Where did that saying come from?
Yeah,
who owns the line?
This is something that's been a pet peeve of mine. In fact, you've got me to a good little rant.
Okay, tell me your thoughts. I want your feelings.
There was a lot of when I suppose we've done something no one else has done ever. So.
Mate, we got time. Ravi's just bailing out of his run.
I was going to say,
time for this discussion.
I asked a lot of high-level umpires, and they kept saying me, a lot of very good umpires, in fact, saying, look, it's just an indication line, it's a guideline. So I'm saying, so you can just do whatever you want. Is that what you're saying? Like, oh, well, it helps me. Like, any other line in cricket is a line.
It has to be respected.
Oh, geez, the Swiss coming out now. Oh, this is driven down the ground for 1. So we've had 2 different interpretations in play for ECN cricket. The one that we needed something more definite than that, because we have shorter games, and every time, if you call a wide or not, it's basically a 3-run swing, with every ball on average going for about 2 anyway. That's the extra ball, plus the 1 run for the penalty, plus maybe whatever gets scored off the ball anyway. But you basically, that's a 3-run swing. So what we'd gone with over the last 3-4 years was that the line belongs to the batter, meaning that any ball that takes any part of that line, if it's the inside of the line, is called a wide. but the umpires had to account for movement of the striker, and they were meant to account for movement prior to release of the ball. Right, up in the air, and I think this is just going to carry. It does. Maximo! Musa Ahmed continues the 6-inning rampage.
Looked like a nice little pitching wedge.
I think club selection from Musa. I don't know if he plays any golf. But anyway, just to wrap up that discussion, or my part of it, it's very hard for the umpire to know when the batter moved, because he's meant to be looking at the bowler's feet, and then to also know where the batter was. Just, there was a lot of inconsistency and confusion around that. All right, well, that's going to be 6 as well. Again, he's got the right club out. It's going to carry the rope. Maximo, well, he's 36, and he's only scored in 6s so far, Musa Ahmed.
Missed a couple tonight. Just to finish off that discussion, though, I still just don't like the description of who owns the line or who has the benefit of that line. For me, just the objective statement of if a ball touches part or is over to part of the line, it's not a wide.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way of phrasing it, isn't it, of what happens when the ball's on the line. It's like tennis. Tennis, the line belongs to the person who hit the shot, you know?
Description that has never been used.
Oh, you hear that all the time.
Court.
Anyway, what of them makes this one? It's a weird one. Owning is, I suppose.
I don't know, it genuinely feels like something that's only come into cricket vernacular in recent years.
Yeah, but they often say the line belongs to the umpire. I've heard that said for front foot, no
That
balls.
is another ridiculous thing I've heard.
Yeah, no one owns it. It's not like a deed to it.
The umpire has an objective call to make there.
Oh, well, Andrew Ryan, the king of semantics in Game 5.
Semantics is my specialty.
Oh, he's chopped on now. Well, Musa obviously a bit bored by the semantic discussion, has wanted this one. And Ravi's got another wicket. This was a little loose shot really from Musa. Didn't really commit to it. Played away from the body. So he'll have to go. And the score is 47 for 2.
Surprising dismissal. He's been so in command out there for the most part, Musa, but certainly showing the advantage of getting the ball outside off stump to him. He is nowhere near as destructive or as comfortable when the ball is positioned, particularly wide of off stump, big inside edge. And his off stump goes flying back. It's been the leg stump for a fair few batters that has gone flying back to the right-handers, but either way, Musa back to the pavilion for 36 off 10. Nice innings from him with 6 marks.
He'll be disappointed. It's probably one of those ones that he had a certain shot in his mind. If he just stayed and played the ball, probably slices that away over backward point. Probably overcomplicated things a little bit there, Musa. But anyway, here's his brother coming out, Shariz Ahmed at 4, and yeah, Corey's told me his batting has gone level up since we last saw him. He's got one ball from Vinay in the power play. And he's got to be careful with it. So, oh look, Netherlands probably went to power play, but Norway with a couple of decent strikes. It's 47 for 2 after 3.
Indeed, interesting power play. If there was a better Norwegian score on the board, you'd say they've done a pretty good job there, keeping it there or thereabouts, 15 runs and over. Unfortunately, the Norwegian innings never really got going, so the Dutch are only chasing 120. But certainly the loss of the two guns at the top of the innings, in the form of Musa and Floyd, will help things along for the Norwegians.
Crows is a key wicket. He will play his cards face up. If there's no fine leg, he'll say, I'm facing a ramp here. Hasn't missed too many, has he, either? And the other thing is, when he goes to set for the ramp, sometimes he just feels like hitting across the ball. If he sees a length he likes, he'll just whack it for 6 over deep backward square. So, yeah, no fine leg. Watch out. Here's Wahidullah. There we go. He goes reverse. On the ball, I'm happy with how they're trying to play that shot.
That is such a hard shot to execute. The angle that Sahak is generating coming around the wicket, your timing has to be immaculate.
You have to catch up with the ball on the angle. It actually would be easier if say, you had a left arm around the wicket bowler, then the angle's kind of onto the face of the bat. Just kind of plays this one more orthodox fashion. Puts the funky stuff away. We'll see Shariz Ahmed again.
Well, it's just a little bit of a sluggish starter, isn't he? He gets trying to play a lot of funky shots before you've had a sighter of a few. Leads to the occasional dot balls, but even in the last game, took his time to get motoring, but then found the boundary a little bit more regularly as he moved on.
Very good player. I mean, I've seen him play at club level in the Netherlands. I've also seen him play at T20 international level in the Netherlands against very good opposition. But I think his mindset is such that he thinks with a consistent bounce in this pitch, he feels that ramp's a percentage shot, there's value there. Yes, there's an element of risk, but he feels the risk is worth it because if he touches it, as long as it's not caught behind, it's going to go to the boundary. To see how Sharice attacks this as the field for left-hander. So they've got kind of two in the gully / backward point region for a nick, but no one back at third. There's his hands at this. Price says it's okay.
It's almost sort of slightly jagged back. Looked like it was going wide to begin with. But
This one, I don't know. I didn't pick it up live. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, it's one of those ones that probably, when it's past the popping crease, it's getting a little bit of that line. Doesn't have to be a lot. Whole ball outside the whole line would be a wide. Okay, up in the air. Catchable big moment. And it goes down. He let it get really low on himself there. That's Abdul Rahimzai. He's come into the side and he's dropped through his arm. And I suppose time will tell whether that comes back to haunt the Norwegian team.
well, he's certainly not causing too many dramas for them at the moment, Ahmed, but they want to keep on rotating batters in there and ensure that no one gets particularly settled. Never an easy catch under lights here at Cardamom, but he had plenty of time to get settled. And as you said, Vinny, just allowed the ball to drop. It's been a good over from Sahak nonetheless.
You drop it at
3
that,
runs.
You drop it at that height, shin height, you're probably not getting a second bite of the cherry. Oh, what a shot. Well, you said it was difficult, and it was difficult, but it's going to be 4 runs. A really, really well-executed reverse.
Oh, it's a stunning shot, Vinny. Talked earlier about the difficulty of this, both with the angle and the need to almost catch up to the ball. Great example of it there, where he has done it successfully and just given that the tiniest of nudges, carries the 30-metre circle and even further, just inside the boundary, but exquisite batting.
Yeah, degree of difficulty high. But he's a bit of a craftsman, isn't he, Crows? Fun to watch. Just gets full toss, so play and he'll almost get run out. And Crows living dangerously. I don't want to check this for height, but I think because he plays it with straight batter, I think it's not quite waist height. And that'll be the end of the over. It's 55-2 after 4. Pretty interesting game under lights here.
Yeah, it certainly is. You get the feeling if Norwegians can just squeeze the Dutch 11 in the next 2 overs, maybe pick up a wicket or 2, just tie Crows down a little bit, and same with Ahmed, that they might just fancy themselves to put the Dutch under some unexpected pressure in the later overs.
Yeah, look, scoreboard pressure we saw yesterday with the Netherlands 11 as well. See there, we're ahead. Still are ahead, just not by as much as they were at one point. It was a 6-over game last night. Sweden conquered the spin of the Dutch, putting on 109 in 6 overs, and 85 in the response. I would say I enjoyed that game while enjoying some tapas from Calendula in Torremolinos. He's multitasking a little bit.
Lovely part of the city.
There we go. You can bet on it that if he's going to bowl without a fine leg, especially at that angle, that's going to happen. That's maximal 6 runs for Crows.
He's an incredibly creative batter, isn't he, Vicky? And he really loves to work behind the wicket. There's probably players who can hit further and hit harder in front, but there's not too many who play these shots better than Noah Crows. He's got an incredible set of hands.
I'm just a bit surprised they haven't plugged the gap. Put the fine leg back, make him do something else. Yes, he can do something else, but make him do something else. Otherwise, you're happy with him taking the risk. Looks like he could go again here. There's absolutely nobody at fine leg. Yep, he will, and he's going to get 4 more, I think. Well, maybe he won't. Just didn't make the right contact, so it'll be a long single, so maybe he'll take it.
Completely right, though,
Yeah.
Vinny. I mean, he's a rare player that is almost more comfortable playing that shot. I certainly believes he's more likely to get 4s and maximos, playing those behind the wicket shots. Force him to do something else. Take him out of his comfort zone.
That's the whole Boris Gawley dilemma, really. Boris would do that. And missing Boris as well. I'm sure he's tuning in. But, yeah, and by the way, Crows, you can certainly hit down the ground as well. I'm not saying you can't, especially on a field like this. But, yeah, he plays it well and says, okay, now to hit it hard, I can use the pace. Mushtaq, by the way, went a bit viral, I noticed over the weekend. Tell you why.
Please do.
Next side, well, taken by Kiza Ahmed. Well, shall I show you the video? I don't know if I'll be able to put it online, but well, there was the incident when Kamal Mushtaq was batting yesterday, and he had a bit of a concussion test, and let's just say the world were also a bit distracted.
The world was spinning.
Yeah, the world was spinning.
More reasons than one.
Goes straight and goes very, very long, sure is. Maximo! Well, he was put down, now he's going downtown. That was cracked over the sight screen.
Lovely shot from Ahmed, who hasn't really struck the ball particularly well tonight so far.
Also, Kamar noted in many of the comments he had a very beautiful smile. And it was certainly on.
It's good to know he was the focus of that video for some users.
Thank you to Ishfaq for sending that to me as well. I won't say my finger's quite on the pulse of subcontinental social media, but it's always great when the viewers share these things with me.
Do we have a couple of Hindi or Punjab language European cricket accounts floating around the social platforms?
They're out there.
There's a lot of ECC that follows European cricket around the subcontinent.
Yeah, it's a niche within a niche. That's sometimes what I call European cricket. Cricket in itself is a bit of a niche. When you consider that 90% of countries, it's not really a major sport, but then in some countries it's more like a religion than a sport. So I'm not sure he's got dropped. Now he's 1-6. 50 off 32 for the win. Doesn't look like he should keep their point out of this. Kamar, 2 Crows. And that's the other thing. If he misses a ball like that, he's going to get a wide anyway. I don't know why you wouldn't just put a fielder there to discourage it. You might still play it. Who knows? I don't know. You're a captain. I'm not. You tell me, Rhino.
To be honest, I genuinely think it's ludicrous. If you have Crows smack you for a Maximo over cover,
you got a 6-3 field. Yeah, this is what I was going to do. They're going to put it back now. They had 2 kind of short third fielders in the circle. You can do with one of those. He might go reverse now, but hey, he might actually try and muscle one up. Let's see.
Change the percentages in your favour.
Yeah, he does. Well, I'm reading his mind. I mean, I can try to do those kind of things, but I can't do them myself. But I like what he's done there. Maximo, I think that's gone all the way. I heard it hit the bottom of the fence.
Do you think he'd try this shot if the fielder was on the boundary back at third man?
It's gone for 6. So, yeah, they never had a third back anyway, but he felt that there was one less in the circle to block it. So I mean, with him, I'd have a fine leg and third leg, third and fine leg back. That's what I would. And yeah, then he might hurt you elsewhere. He's a very good player, so I'm not saying everybody answers, but
if he hits you over cover or over long off, then good luck to him.
I think I'm in Crow's mind pretty well, but I don't have any answers. Now he's eyeing off square leg. The eyes never lie. Yeah, that's where he goes. Well, if you can get a replay of this with a little side eye.
I can understand why Mushtaq's going for the really downgraded speed of his slower ball, but just missed the mark.
They've done this field now. I quite like it. Yeah, the side eye from Crows there towards the square leg region, a bit like when I walk into a fancy restaurant and they wonder if I'll actually be able to cover the charge. He's going to get a feather on this. Again, yeah, it seems like a better strategy. I mean, also, the other thing is you need to get him out. So I will say it's a shot that, it's a risky shot that can result in a wicket. But, anyway, Crows will move to 29 at 79-2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm feeling pretty breezy on a Sunday today. I know you're a bit more business, but that's okay. We're bringing you the action. I know we'll be doing the final this time tomorrow night, and we'll have our final team that qualifies for Championship Week.
Yep. Still don't know who that will be, though. Still don't know who's going to qualify in the top 2 of this particular group. Obviously, at the moment, it's looking like it probably will be Netherlands 11 and Sweden, but Norway have looked good at various times throughout this tournament. And Italy are the wild card. I know Corey really likes their sort of, inconsistent, but potentially flashy play.
Any team that wins this goes in into Championship week with a bit of momentum. It would be a big surprise if it wasn't the Dutch 11, only because of their previous performances in the last 2 years. I remember the year before they didn't quite they didn't quite go as far as they wanted. They didn't get all the way to the final. But yeah, every team tomorrow has a chance. I will say that every team's got the firepower to have a dream day. And that's where dreams come true on finals day. It's a momentum game. And yeah, I always go back. Probably Dreux of France in the ECL in 23 is the biggest example of a team that had just a brilliant day in their group final, and we thought, you know what, they might win a couple of games in the finals, in the final week, Championship week. They're probably not going to make the Final Four. They won the whole thing. Netherlands 11 came in and looked absolutely unbeatable in their first game, and it reminded me a bit of Forfeiture in that exact same group, Group D in the ECL in 23, thinking, oh, well, this is done good. 6 runs, and sure is. Apparently he's put on a bit of muscle. There's the evidence. Maximals, these carreras.
Yeah, he wasn't really doing any damage in the opening stages of his innings, but he's now blasted 2 gigantic Maximos. His Hark's been slammed over the leg side. You get a good base, and that one's ended up in the trees.
Yeah, he enjoyed that one too, sure is. There's a teammate of mine hitting a shot like that over the grandstand and just pointing at his bicep just to make it clear. One I think is just okay. Called these pretty consistently.
Good ball from Sahak.
Yeah, so yeah, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? And that's the beauty of it. I mean, Norway and Sweden and Italy actually, they are sometimes a bit hit and miss teams. But if they hit and they keep hitting, well, good luck. And I suppose the biggest difference for me actually at the start of this group, I thought these spinners, the spin quartet of Jane, Floyd, Skip Zulfikar, and who did I miss? Oh, Shiriz Ahmed. That spin quartet, I thought the other teams don't match up that well against them. That was what I thought anyway. This one's lifted up over the top, and that's going to be 4 for Crows. So just having a field day. Still think it'd be interesting for someone to try bowling a Yorker or something you just can't pick the length of, but yeah, he's right on right now. Yeah, but I've got to admit, I was a bit surprised. Sweden conquered the spin in that shortened game yesterday. Now, whether that was a flash in the pan or not, don't know, but still feel those spin options for Netherlands 11 is just, it's like 4 aces in their pocket. The other teams just don't face much bowling like that. This time we'll finish with a dot. Sahak with a decent spell of none for 20, but a couple of wickets. 91 for 2 after 6.
Supercomputer's got extreme confidence about the Netherlands 11 here, only giving the Norwegians a 1% chance of taking the game from here, but certainly while Crows and Ahmed are out there, and you've still got the power of the Zulfikars come down the order. And Netherlands 11 should do this pretty comfortably, and it looks like, Vinny, we're either having a change of gloves or potentially a retirement.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it does look like Crows. This is strategic. It's not because he's doing badly, it's because they want to give someone else a hit before tomorrow, and Piers Fletcher is always playing 4-dimensional chess while everyone else is playing hopscotch.
Pretty smart move, as far as I'm concerned. Crows has had plenty of time at the wicket over the last 2 days.
An average killer for Noah Crows. So yeah, it'll be retired out, and this is more about just trying to get batting into someone else. In this case, it's kind of Zulfikar, rather than have him on the bench all night.
I'd say he's a rookie. Carter Oval.
There we go. He sees the funny side of it. Crows, very impressive so far. He's unselfishly walks away, retired out for 34 of 17.
Good sign as far as team cohesion goes, isn't it? It's never nice to get dragged from the field, even if it's for good reasons rather than negative ones, but comes back to the dressing room with a smile. Good to see.
So it's Candace Zulfikar, obviously his most famous innings here is one of the greatest ECC innings of all time. 92 of 21 balls.
We've got Irfan Abdul Ramazai at the bowling crease. First time we've seen him.
It's up in the air and gone. So well, one wicket brings 2 as Shiriz holds out. Well, held on to by Ghari down there at long off. So Abdul Rahimzai, well done to him. He has his first wicket of this ECC, and the Dutch on Evan now are 91 for 4.
Very neat catch. We've seen a couple spilled this evening, but that was a very, very classy bit of fielding. And the runner's eye, good ball from him, got it up there, gave it the chance to say, well, you take on long off, and if you're good enough, then good luck. But in the end, Ahmad just didn't really get a great piece of the ball. Pouched it very, very neatly up there at long off, and a good wicket for the Norwegians. So they're just keeping themselves in this contest as Sharice goes for 15 off 10, including 2 mighty Maximos. The Dutch 91 for 4.
186 is an absolute monster, wasn't it, from Sharice? Good catch, slow down, because, yeah, if you drop it from there, you're probably not getting another opportunity. So
this commentator's nightmare, 2 S Zulfikar's at the crease.
Don't worry, I can tell you, this is Saqib. And, well, first one's a tight one. I've got to say, I mean, I know the Zulfikar triplets quite well. Assad not in the squad this time around, but Saqib and Sikandar are identical twins within a triplet berth.
Incredible stuff.
And I went through a run of being good at picking them apart, but now I'm thinking it might have just been luck, because I'm going through a bad run of about a year where I keep second-guessing myself and getting it wrong. I think they're used to it, though. Well, that's short, and it's put a long way back. Maximo! That's a brilliant shot. Sikandar Zulfikar with the first ball he faces. It goes a long way.
Well, got the thumbs up from Pearce, but lovely shot. I tell you what, that rocketed off the bat. Didn't really get particularly high, but carried the boundary a long way.
So Sikandar bowls medium pace, Saqib bowls leg spin. One of my things is, if I can't pick it by seeing them, I say, can you imitate leg spin for me? and then I should know whether that's Saqib or not. Actually, Sikandar was pretty good impression.
Do you not think their parents could have had a little bit more forethought, though, and just given them different initial names, knowing that they would be cricketing superstars in their adult lives?
Well, I mean, their father is heavily involved in their club, and also, so they've got the 3 triplets in the team. They've got their older brother Remat as well, so that's 4 plus the dad's 5. Imagine that kind of minivan and all the stuff in it.
Imagine backyard cricket.
Backyard cricket, yeah, we're talking very high level backyard cricket there. Anyway, Abdul Rahimzad took a decent job so far. He's hit very firmly, and that's going to be 1 bounce 4. So another good strike from Sikandar. And this is what Sikandar did so well in that innings last year, the famous one against Spain, is he came out and he was able to hit boundaries straight away. Fun fact that Hamza Salim Dar had actually taken the second leg of his hat-trick, and Sikandar was trying to walk out there, and they said, no, you're not next, Michael Levitt's next. Levitt went out, got out first ball,
didn't he?
And he had to be held back. And then 1 ball later, he was out there. By the way, Levitt's gone on to some very, very good things, opening the batting for the Netherlands in T20I cricket this year.
Hasn't destroyed his career, clearly.
No. Hey, one gets golden sometimes. Big swing and a miss. Good finish from Abdul Rahimzad. Not the worst over at all. We'll go for 11, and it's 102 for 4 after 7. Yeah, but just that confidence that when the game was on the line, when the tournament was on the line, Sikandar didn't want to be sitting on the bench. He wanted to be out there doing something about it.
He loves the spotlight, and there'll be the spotlight on 4 teams tomorrow. Unfortunately, we've had to wave goodbye to Jersey, who have ended up in 5th place, but it's clear now that the eliminator in the morning will be Norway up against Italy, and then first versus second in qualifier 1 will be the Netherlands 11 versus Sweden. So it should be a pretty tasty clash there, remembering that Sweden took down the Netherlands 11 pretty comfortably yesterday. It was a reduced overs game, but they were by far the superior team, so they'll go into that game with more than a touch of confidence.
Okay, here we go with Mushtaq over number 8. Not a bad start. Down for a single. Should say Mushtaq went a bit viral for the head knock, but good that the helmet did its job and there were no lasting signs of that. And he's out there doing a pretty good job for Norway. I see Sir Abzal Buri in the chat. Hello to you. Justin Campbell.
The tension over the weekend could have ended up in an increase in the size of his head in more ways than one, but fortunately he's managed to recover.
Yeah, picks this up bottom hand, but doesn't really time it. Just a single. Let's say Sarah from the Kampong club that got promoted to a top class this year, but had a couple of big name recruits. strikes it out, and Scotty Edwards.
Ooh, class. Talk about a man who doesn't mind playing behind square. Scotty Edwards loves a good sweep, loves a good scoop.
Sure does. The creature. Oh, that's hit up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo, Sakib this time, takes over. And he actually had a brilliant innings in the Western Shield, one of the games with the bat, and a bit of a difference maker there. But, just had the kind of length, he was comfortable, he could drive on the up and disappeared towards the scorer's box.
Lovely shot. Both of these play those balls. Admittedly, that wasn't quite Yorker length, but balls that end up almost right under their eye line, better than most. Such clean strikers and able to use the wrist to get power at the bottom of the stroke.
Oh, what a good slow ball from Mukhtar. That's just missed the off stump.
I love these slower balls that essentially just completely die in the pitch. It's hard to execute when you're on a deck as bouncy as the one here in Cardamom. It really requires great release and nifty work with the fingers, but Mushtaq's bowled an absolute peach on that occasion.
Oh, it does it again. The old double bluff there. That's a very, very skillful style ball that Mushtaq's used there a couple of times.
To be fair, even if you pick it, it's got such little velocity by the time it reaches the batter. It's a difficult one to put away. Love it if it falls out of the consecutive time. Unleash it.
That's the worst that can happen. 10 to win though. The Netherlands 11. Most people do. Third one's quicker, but kept out by Sakib. Mushtaq's figures don't tell the whole story. 32 conceded off 2 after 8. Netherlands just 10 away. They're 110 for 4.
I agree. I like him as a bowler. I think it's not just those variations. I think lots of good plans, pretty clever use of his Yorker, his quicker one, his slower ball, and that one that really dies on the batters. Very hard to get away. He's a useful man to have towards the back end of the innings. And this chase from the Dutch has lost a little bit of momentum as we sort of move towards a relatively inevitable conclusion to this game. Well, who knows? 10 off 12, but two South out there.
Amateur Sahan to bowl, and the first ball's whipped away, and that'll be a Maximo. He's just 4 to win. As comes Zulfka with his brother out there. Job almost done for the Dutch. Just before we likely finish this game, Ryan Berry's got a very good question, saying he's been lucky enough to play Iceland cricket team. They have potential for future tournaments. We would love to have Iceland in. Iceland at the moment are not an ICC country, so because it's an ICC tournament, they would have to become an ICC country. Maybe I can give you more if this ball doesn't go to the boundary. It will go to the boundary, so it's game over. And Netherlands will win with 10 balls to spare. Norway will hold on to their point. They'll finish in 3rd place. The Dutch clear at the top. Cracking finals day coming up tomorrow. But just to finish your point, Ryan, so yeah, if teams fulfill the ICC criteria and become members of the ICC, then we can invite them to the European Cricket Championships, the Euros for cricket. So yeah, we'd love to have Iceland in the future. Anyway, as far as this game goes, I mean, the Dutch, I think pound for pound, are the best team in the 2 days that we see. I know we had some interruptions there, and that kind of, that kind of threw the group for a bit of a loop. We saw Jersey surviving in a very interesting relegation battle. Italy had to perform in their last game, or they might have been going down. We found out today that Guernsey will be going down to Challenger next year, along with Malta. But at the top end, it will be the Dutch and the Swedes now, are going to do battle in the 1 versus 2. Sweden playing out of their skin as well. I just think it's a very hard group to call, and we know one thing about finals days, they always throw up surprises.
Yeah, certainly a case of all 4 teams in with a chance when we turn up tomorrow. Going to be some great battles, but the boys in orange feel like they've had enough good players during this tournament. They have such depth, they have such variety in that bowling attack. Great to see them unleash Fletcher this evening with his hat-trick, big left armour. He could be a bit of a wild card when it comes to tomorrow, particularly if they can pick up early wickets, then they will feel very confident they can chase middling totals down. But They are looking good, but first up in terms of their day tomorrow, up against Sweden, who did defeat them previously. So some retribution on the cards as we have a look at the highlights from this innings, and started with a flurry for the Norwegians, a wicket for the first ball, and Vinay Ravi's continued what's been a pretty good tournament for him. He's consistently bowled a nice off-stump, just outside off-stump line with good bit of away movement, but that first up wicket didn't hinder Musa Ahmed, who then just unleashed a barrage of Maximos.
Yeah, it was great to watch, wasn't it? I mean, Moose is a very, very talented cricketer, and he's done it at a high level. That one probably not his best effort, kind of went wandering, inside edge down onto the off pole. I don't think the Dutch were ever really feeling like they weren't going to chase this down. Time for the trick shots from Crows, who really kept taunting the field. I think the Norway, they need to think about their tactics in case they run into the Dutch tomorrow. Probably not just Norway. And I think you've got to start by at least blocking those off. I suppose you're hoping that it'll get him out early and he might miss one, or you need to bowl fuller at the stump. But
it's just too
he hasn't got him out. He hasn't got him out yet, has it? So, so that's not a good sign. In the end, they tactically retired Crows after he basically showed he could lay every shot in the book. Pearce liked what he was seeing. The Zulfikas, I made it an early night, which is pretty handy because I think we might have a pit stop at the empanada shop on the way home. And Norway, certainly, I think they're a team, probably one of the better teams, or even the best team that never made a group final. They seem to have found a way to either be in tough groups or be eliminated just before the finals on final day. Maybe tomorrow's their day, who knows? But tonight belonged to the Netherlands 11. 36 for Musa Ahmed and Crows 34 before he was tactically retired to give Sikander Zulfika a bit of a bat. Shariz hit a couple of bombs in his 15 before he was out, and Saqib Zulfika came and helped finish things off. Don't think Norway bowled that badly, and I even think they fielded okay. Never that easy taking catches under lights here at the Cardinal Oval. 2 for 22, Ravi. He's pretty dependable in the power play. 1 for 11, Abdul Rahimzai. Nice work from him in his first game. Maybe an option they're looking at tomorrow. Mohammad Sahak, just a little bit out of nick in that game, I suppose, but you've got to go to the tactics he was going for. Ended up going for 35 off his 8 balls. And Wahidullah Sahak, I thought, bowled okay. He took none for 20 off his 2. So, I want to say a big thank you to everyone once again in the chat. We had some excellent discussions. I went from lurker to chatter to commentator today, which isn't something I get to do very often. But I got to say a big thank you to Corey Rutgers, who I know had to go a little bit early, just organising a few things, of course, with the Spain team coming back on Tuesday. But Corey will be back with me tomorrow. Big thanks to Jason as well. We had the Kosane crew, didn't we, for a little while in the comedy box early today as well. And big thanks, of course, to you, Andrew Ryan.
Yeah, a combination that used to open the batting for Kosane in the deep, dark ages of last decade, but great to hear the dulcet tones of Jason. Thank you for filling in, and obviously having the champion Corey Rutgers in here, giving his T10 insight. But Maximo, it is a big, big day tomorrow. It's our last group stage final. We will know the makeup of Championship Week by the time we leave Carter Oval tomorrow night.
Yes, we will. And actually, we know the makeup of tomorrow now, so maybe we can show you the fixtures tomorrow. So Norway will take on Italy in the Eliminator. They finished 3 and 4. The Netherlands 11 will take on Sweden in Qualifier 1. One of those teams straight through to the final. The other will have a very tricky qualifier against either Norway or Italy. That are both danger teams. So make sure you join us a little bit later, of course, tomorrow, because it is the finals day, 10:30 a.m. GMT, which is 12:30 in Central Europe, and 4 p.m. in India. Well done to all the ground crew as well. I know it was very, very difficult before I was following along as far as the weather and having to make sure the field was dried and that centre area was safe for play. And I know we had to have that first game abandoned, but I was very happy to see us be able to proceed with the other 4 games. So to all the ground crew, big thank you. All the blue crew as well in there. It's been magnificent to see the big machine in action, what it's become here at ECN. I want to say thanks to all of our crew at Spring Media as well as all the spectators. Good to see even more spectators coming. A lot of people coming in now for this last week and getting ready for Championship Week. And look, finally, I should say, thank you to all the viewers and especially those that were interacting in the chat. Nice to have a few lurkers piping in as well, Rhino.
Absolutely. Always good to have new fans. And as you say, plenty of spectators here at the ground today. including a bunch of people who have literally travelled out specifically for the European Cricket Championship. That is dedication. That is showing love for the game.
I love it. And Rico, he's doing his little mini break. He's hoping to get back soon. He just had a couple of things he had to attend to, but we're hoping to have him back soon. So, Rico, our thoughts with you as well. But for now, we're going to leave you with the best bits of Group D Day 2. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Andrew Ryan and all of the ECN crew, stay happy, stay safe. A new week will begin tomorrow, but it's finals day in Group D, and we will complete the magnificent 5 that will go through to Championship Week starting on Tuesday. Enjoy these best bits of the day. We'll see you tomorrow right here on ECN for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. For now, it's hasta mañana.
it.